Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 6 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Mushoku Tensei as Rudeus Greyrat. Let the tale begin. Chapter 133, The Baby Sister's Stellar Evaluation. Part 1. Stella had turned 1 year old. However, she was bigger and more coordinated than a normal 1-year-old. To begin with, she could change herself, feed herself, and even walk around by herself. No more being picked up and carried around. Freedom at last. But with that freedom came a very important realization. It turned out, Nichan was really holding himself back. Maybe since he was scared to hurt her or get her caught in the crossfire of his experiments, he was never too far away and never got too focused on his experiments or other people. But now that Stella was mostly independent, he went all out. Right now, for example, the Greyrat family were on a trip across the ocean to another country called Meles or something. To do that, they were riding a boat. Stella was under the impression that Nichan had hired a whole crew to maneuver the ship. But that wasn't the case. The only people on the ship were her, Norn, Aina, Eos, Roland, Sylphie, Eris, and Rudy. Well, Fai, Wada, and Win were there too, but they didn't really count. Among the people on the ship, Eris, Aina, and Norn were holed up below deck because they were seasick and Sylphie was taking care of them all. Roland was on monster duty, killing whatever monster was dumb enough to get close. And Eos was navigating by reading the winds, or something. Stella wasn't sure about how that worked, but Eos was the leader of the Survey Corps. In any case, this was a whole ship. Something that took an entire crew to run. Even back on Earth, you wouldn't be able to pilot a whole cruise ship by yourself. And this was definitely qualified as a cruise ship. So the fact that it didn't have a crew was ridiculous. But Stella had forgotten. Nichan was even more ridiculous. Standing at the front of the ship, Rudy stood with an array of magic formations spread out in front of him. An array of magic formations that created a very convenient user interface that he could use to check on every part of the ship and control it like a video game. A video game that he was playing with a PL** station controller. Did he map all the parts of the ship to the buttons? When Rudy pressed the X button, a wind started up, pushing the ship forward with the sails. When he pressed O, the water itself seemed to pull the ship back, slowing it down. In short, life really is just a game to Nichan, huh? Stella sighed and flopped onto the deck, staring up at the clear blue sky. What should I be doing then? She was wrong. Stella thought that she was the main character for a bit, but it was obviously Nichan. Not only that, but she got swept up in his flow so much that she actually had just started to become a too-big gag character like he said. The token cute baby mascot character. That was what she became. Even Norn had more main character energy than Stella. Nichan wasn't even 10, but she had a rival, a friend, and all of that sword-fighting talent. If it wasn't for the fact that she was a sword fighter instead of a magician, Stella would have thought Nichan was a magical girl protagonist. Or maybe Stella should stop thinking about the world in terms of anime and manga? She wasn't even an otaku before she died. That was more Aki. Huh. Maybe things would get simpler when she met her dad. Nichan said that he was a sword god, so he had to be super serious and competent, right? He could put some common sense back into Stella's Nichan and sort him out. Alright. All hands on deck. Rudy glanced back and said, I'm putting this thing into high gear. Wait. Stella sat up and saw Roland tap the deck, subtly securing his footing by sending spikes of silvery mana into the wood. Eos didn't do that, but she swirled a green wind around her, pressing her down. The others would be fine since they were below deck. Ah. Actually, considering they were all seasick, it would probably be terrible for them. But I've got you, Stella. Wada materialized and then quickly made an ice chair and fastened it to the ship. The moment he did that, Kaya! Stella screamed as the ship flew across the ocean at what felt like Mach speed. And she wasn't the only one screaming. Rudy! Big GRK. Brother! You. Daddy, stop it. Rudy froze and then cleared his throat. Sorry about that. He snapped his fingers and the ship suddenly became smoother. It was still going at a breakneck speed, but the turbulence was gone. Forgot to account for the acceleration. This was going to be a long trip, wasn't it? Why couldn't Nichan have just teleported them all to the next continent? Oh right. Because Nichan said he might accidentally teleport them into the future or the past since his mana is so strong and he hasn't been there in person. Ha! When will the world make sense again? SNG. Part 2. Ugh. Eris shook her head and said, I don't care if we look like we're taking over the world. Next time, we're flying. Nor nodded and said, I agree, big sis. I don't get why people like the ocean. Aina shuddered and said, I wasn't meant to travel the seas. A chorus of complaints echoed from Trio who were seasick the entire ride. After Rudy docked the ship, those three immediately ran off onto the dock. Sylphie followed after them and giggled. You're all silly. It's just a bit of water. Eris glared at Sylphie and said, I don't want to hear that from a woman who froze the ocean to reach the magic continent. It was just more convenient that way. She glanced back at Roland and said, You agree, don't you, Rollo? Roland adjusted his helmet, making sure his green hair was concealed, and then he nodded. Since White Mama is that strong, it would be more convenient. See? Getting backup from an alternate future sun isn't fair, Sylphie. Sylphie shrugged and walked off the ship onto the dock, Roland trailing after her. Ugh, FAI's voice echoed in Stella's head. Asterisk, I agree with those three. Water is icky, asterisk. Wind's voice echoed too. Asterisk, same. It looks fun to watch and comfy to listen to when you sleep, but ugh, asterisk. Wada's voice echoed after that. Asterisk, you two just don't appreciate water's blessings. But you aren't water spirits, so I suppose that's natural, asterisk. Stella shook her head and then adjusted her backpack before glancing back. Eos had gone ahead to talk with the people at the port to sort out logistics or something while Nichan was making a new group of knights. Not only that, but when did Nichan dye his hair brown? How did he dye his hair brown? Rudy finished talking to the knight and then headed over to Stella. Smiling, he placed his hand on her head and said, Sorry about that. Had to manage the return details. You got everything, Stella? Of course. But I don't know if everyone else did. Don't worry about them. Rudy waved his hand and said, I knew they'd rush out, so I put everything in my pocket space dimension already. Stella blinked and said, Nichan. Rudy grabbed Stella's hand and started walking off the ship with her. Yes, Emudo? Just what were you? After a lot of soul-searching and reflection, I've come to the objective opinion that I was a genius who spent way too much time trying to learn everything about the world instead of learning to appreciate life and family until it was too late. He shrugged and said, Nothing big. You? Stella blushed and muttered, I didn't think you'd answer me. Of course I'd answer you. Even if you aren't actually a genius baby girl, you're still my baby sister. Besides, I didn't think I'd meet across another person lucky enough to reincarnate with their memories intact. He paused and said, Well, I guess your memories are probably more intact than mine are at least. Stella tilted her head and said, What do you mean? Rudy walked onto the dock and then let go of Stella's hand, ruffling her hair. We'll talk later. I'm really curious to learn more about my Emudo's life, so we can have fun chatting afterwards. Right now though. Rudy adjusted his white coat, causing a cross to appear on his sleeve, and then flicked his wrist, materializing a silver staff with intricate runework on its surface with a glistening blood diamond at the top. Something that looked insanely expensive. Which he promptly used as a walking stick. Stella shook her head and said, Nichan likes being flashy, huh? If there's anything I've learned in the past year, it's that appearing strong and rich makes life a lot easier. He paused and then looked up ahead. Stella followed his gaze and then saw that a crowd was forming. Because of course it would, considering how beautiful Eris Nachon and Sylphie Nachon were, let alone Aina. Was she still Nachon if Stella was her aunt? Yes. For her peace of mind, Stella was calling Aina Nachon. Anyway, it looked like a group of adventurers were trying to hit on Eris and Sylphie. The sort of gruff and forgettable men that would definitely show up in the episode when the main character arrives in town and... Oh! Be right back, Stella. Rudy started taking big strides and said, keep an eye on her, Wada. And make sure to cover her eyes too. Wada materialized and gave a salute to Rudy. Got it, Chief! Rudy waved his right hand at Wada and kept walking. And then... Husband! Eris ran towards Rudy and hugged him. You're here. Husband? The lead adventurer, an ugly bald guy with a scar across his face, in short, the typical thug. He turned towards Rudy and scoffed. This dandy? I'll show you what AGRK. A sudden surge of mana, forcing the man to his knees. Not only him, but every one of the people dumb enough to try and flirt with Eris, Sylphie, and Aina. Rudy casually walked forward, tapping his staff along the ground while Eris walked beside him. They both came to a stop next to the other girls. After that, Rudy glanced at the crowd of people and smiled. Wonderful. I was wondering how I would find a guide to lead me around this city. He focused his gaze on the adventurer who tried flirting with Eris and smiled. Thank you for volunteering. Your intelligence isn't to my standard, but I do so appreciate your daring. You son of a dash. Everything suddenly went dark. Stella panicked for a second and then realized that something furry was covering her eyes. She pouted and opened her mouth to scold Wada. But then screams filled the air. Screams that suddenly cut off with a wave of mana. And as a result of the silence, the sound of something splashing into the water echoed. And then the sound of something else thumping onto the ground echoed too. An eerie silence. After that, Rudy chuckled and said, Oh my. It seems your friend lost his head there for a moment. Here, why don't I fix that? A snap. After that, there was another soft splash. And then the wave of mana vanished. At the same time, Stella could see again, Wada pulling his hands away. When she did, she saw that the ground was covered in blood. The men that had been so confidently talking to Eris and Sylphie were kneeling on the ground, shaking as they averted their eyes. And the bald man in the ground was frantically grabbing at his neck and staring at Rudy with wide-eyed terror. His clothes were also stained red with fresh blood, and his head was dripping with water. Silence. And then the man stammered. GG God-ranked. God-ranked healing magician? Why yes. Yes I am. So, are you happy to volunteer now? Or do your eyes need work too? And no sir. Good. Then my daughter should have come past here. I'm sure that you, as a man of such high caliber, would have seen her. World-class beauty, blonde hair, green eyes. That was your daughter? And nothing, sir. AM right this way. Asterisk WL. Master Rudy is scary, asterisk. Okay. So was Onii-chan an evil genius who took over the world in his past life? Because he is way too convincing at the evil overlord bit. SNG. Part 3. Are you sure you don't need my help, Stella? Norn frowned as she watched Stella and said, I can help you hold it. Stella zipped up her backpack and said, I can feed myself now, Nachon. Sylphie giggled and said, That's right. She stared at Stella and said, Our cute little Stella is a big girl now. Stella pouted and said, You don't have to be mean, Sylphie Nachon. Sylphie smiled. Sorry. But you're just so adorable, you know? You're so tiny, but you're acting so mature. Humph. Stella huffed and sat down on the beach towel, drinking her formula from a sippy cup. They were at the beach, relaxing while Rudy went off to do official business. As for they, that included Stella, Norn, Sylphie, and both Aina and Eos. Eris and Roland had gone along with Rudy for backup, leaving everyone else to unwind. FAI plopped down next to Stella and started gathering sand up. Finally! I've been wanting to play with this stuff since we got to Windport. Wada materialized and sat down on Stella's other side. As he did, he looked at FAI and said, "You are such a child, FAI. I'm older than you." My point exactly. Stella decided to ignore the usual banter of her spirit friends and focused her attention on Aina and Eos. Because of Rudy's display at the docks, the beach was completely empty. It seemed like people got the memo and left them all alone. Which left Aina free to run around in her favorite revealing leather strap outfit. Splashing in the water, she looked at Eos and said, "Okay. So the seas aren't that bad." Eos frowned, tugging on her crimson shorts and bikini top. "I still don't get why you like wearing this sort of stuff, sis." "Well, don't you feel more free? Clothes are usually so tight, you know? We don't even have our wings out, so I think that's just you." "Maybe? But you look better like that anyway, sis. You're so pretty that it's a shame when you're wearing that stiff uniform. And you're so shameless that people will misunderstand when you act like that." Stella set down her sippy cup and sighed. Norn noticed and said, "Did you want to go play in the water too, Stella?" Her eyes brightened and she said, "I can take you." "Ooh." Sylphie stood up and said, "That sounds fun. We can splash water and try catching each other while running in the tide." Stella gave both of them a blank look and said, "I'm tiny. The moment I step in the tide, I'm going to get pulled in by the undertow." Wada stood up and said, "Don't worry, Stella. Water can't hurt you when I'm around. And if it does, I'll beat it up and turn it to dust." Stella pushed Wada over and said, "Silly. You can't pummel water into a pulp." "Eh?" Sylphie tilted her head. "But I've done that?" Stella stared at Sylphie. Then she let out a deep sigh. "Why does no one in my family have common sense?" Norn shrugged. "Papa said common sense isn't very common." She paused and said, "He also said that Mama and Mama Lily had a lot of it though. And that explains why everyone's like this, huh?" Stella frowned. Was that why they were still missing? Since they had common sense, were they being kept away somewhere to nerf them? But... Zenny! An excited female voice. Stella blinked and looked up to see a woman with short blonde hair and clear blue eyes run up to Aina. "Eh?" Norn blinked and looked surprised. Mom?" Sylphie frowned and said, "No. She looks a lot like Miss Zenith, but she's not. And why would she say Zenny if she was your mom?" "Oh. That's right. But..." Norn tilted her head. Aina turned around, looking confused at the mystery woman. Eos turned as well and frowned. "I think you are mistaken, Miss Dash." A black blur. A hooded figure wearing a faded coat appeared behind Aina and started feeling her up. "And in? And no! Stop that." Aina squirmed and tried pushing the man off, but he spun her around and laughed. A creepy and perverted male laugh. Stella blinked. In that time, a dozen icicles suddenly shot towards the hooded figure. Not only that, but a giant gust of wind shot towards the man as well. Stella blinked again and Eos had somehow grabbed Aina, standing in front of her while Aina crouched on the ground, hugging herself and shaking. The woman that Norn said looked like their mother stood up and held out her hands, looking apologetic. At that time, Stella reached towards her necklace since it looked like the situation was serious. But before she could, "Big brother!" A pervert assaulted Aina. Norn did first. It was different. When Stella called for help, Oniai-chan showed up in a dramatic fashion and played up being a demon lord. He arrived in a cool way and took his time. But when Norn called out, an explosion. Chunks of the air shattered like glass, showing a starry background. At the same time, Rudy shot out, swinging a crimson sword at the cloaked figure. Stella couldn't follow what happened next. All she knew was that 1 second, Aina and Eos were standing by the beach, and in the next they were sitting on the ground next to Sylphie. Not only that, but Eris and Roland were back too, both with swords drawn and letting out a really scary aura. "Whoa there!" A gruff male voice echoed amidst the sound of clashing steel. It was an honest mistake." Norn stiffened. "Wait." Sylphie paused as well and looked over. That voice. Eris blinked and then facepalmed. "I knew that creep was going to cause an incident sometime." An explosion of force, blowing sand all over the place. Rudy and the hooded figure clashing their swords in the middle of the beach. Rudy's eyes were sharp, shining a bloody red. As for the hooded figure, the force from the impact blew his hood back, revealing his face. Bright green eyes. Short, dirty blonde hair. A handsome face that was clean-shaven. Stella didn't recognize it. No. Staring at the guy, Stella felt that he was vaguely familiar. But it looked like everyone else did. "Papa!" Norn shouted and said, "What are you doing?" The man. Wait. Did Norn just call that guy Papa? And Norn? The handsome man looked over. And that's Eris. Sylphie. Then the baby has to be Stella. So then this guy. He paused and slowly turned his gaze back to Rudy. Hi, kid. When did your hair turn back Bwaha? Rudy slugged the man in the face and said, "You perverted motherfucker. How the hell do you get off feeling up your own granddaughter like that, huh? Gigi granddaughter? Wait, what do you dash?" The man froze and then covered his face. Phew. Zenny's going to kill me. Rudy threw his sword away and said, "I'm going to kill you." He ran forward to grab the man by his shirt. Hey. The man slipped out from Rudy's grasp and said, "See, calm down, Rudy. I'll calm down when I smack you a few times. Let me get off this riotous fatherly anger on the guy who set such a terrible example. Wait. And Norn. Help Papa out." Norn gave Papa a blank look and then turned her head to the side. "Humph. Coo!" Papa clutched his chest, doubling over in shock. And then he promptly got hit with a roundhouse kick, sending him flying through the air before landing face first onto the sand. Sylphie took a deep breath. Eris looked at her and nodded. Rudy walked forward. And then the three of them suddenly moved together and jumped on Papa, stomping him into the sand. "You perverted creep." Eris stomped on Paul's right hand and said, "Couldn't you hold it in? Or at least let it out in private by yourself?" Sylphie ground the heel of her boot into Papa's back. "It's because of you. You told me all those stories and made me build up all that tension. Do you know how embarrassed I was after I jumped Rudy?" Rudy stomped on the man's face and said, "How do you like it now, huh? Motherfucker. Dodge, you said. Fight better, you said. Try dodging this, asshole." Stella blinked. This. She didn't want to believe it. So she turned to Norn and said, "Nachon?" Norn looked over at Stella, pointedly ignoring the scene in front of her, and said, "Yes, Stella?" Stella pointed at the man on the ground and said, "That's Papa?" "That's right. And don't worry. Papa's stupid strong." Emphasis on stupid. He won't seriously get hurt from something like this. At that time, the woman who looked like Mama according to Norn walked over. She looked at Norn and Stella and said, "I guess you two must be my nieces?" Norn tilted her head. "Niece? Are you Mama's sister then?" The woman nodded. "That's right. I'm Therese, your mom's younger sister." Sorry about the confusion." She looked over at Aina and then frowned. "But you really look like Zenny." Eos adjusted her glasses. "Of course. She is our grandmother, so it is only obvious we would look like her." Stella slowly sat down on the ground. After that, she patted her lap and said, "Wada. Come here." Wada floated over and sat down. Yes, Stella? Stella didn't say a word and just started patting him. After that, she picked up her sippy cup and started drinking again. Even in her past life, Stella hadn't had alcohol. But right now, she sure as hell wished she had a cup of it. Gah! Dad, sorry, okay? It's just been so long and I've been holding it back dash. I take it back. Scum doesn't change. Jumping a woman like that without her being able to resist. I'm telling Mama Lily. No, I'm taking Mama Lily and Mom and running away. Hold on. Don't be so drastic. Yeah. Tell him, Rudy. Wait. Rudy suddenly stopped and said, I have a better idea. Before Stella could catch the flow of events, she was suddenly held in Rudy's arms. And also suddenly held up in front of Papa. Rudy let out a bright smile and said, Stella. Meet your dad. Eris and Sylphie stepped back, letting the man sit up. His face was scuffed up and his hair was covered in sand now. But he still looked pretty handsome. It was clear where Onii-chan got his looks. But Papa let out a nervous laugh and waved. Hi there, Stella. I'm Paul, your Papa. Stella turned to look at Rudy. Rudy stared back, smiling. Onii-chan. Yes, Stella? She pointed at Papa and said, this guy. He's Papa? That's right. I see. Stella slowly turned to look at Paul. Paul stared back, still smiling. Stella nodded and then turned around to hug Rudy. I take it back. Onii-chan is great. I don't need a Papa. Onii-chan is enough. Right. If her dad was someone like that, Stella would prefer just pretending that Rudy was her dad the whole time. Chapter 134, The Baby Sister's Crumbling Hopes. Part 1. After that mess at the beach, the man called Paul, who Stella refused to call Papa, collapsed and looked lifeless. The appearance of someone who saw their world crumble before their very eyes. But he didn't stay like that for long. After a couple of minutes, he got up on his feet. Or rather, Onii-chan got him up on his feet with a gust of wind magic and started dragging him through town. And with the man being paraded through town like a pariah, Rudy led everyone to a fancy-looking house on a hill overlooking the rest of the town. One that definitely hadn't been there before they arrived. It seemed like Onii-chan really was showing off a lot. But anyway, after tossing Paul into a sofa in the living room, Rudy took a seat across from Paul. Before anyone else could move, Stella dashed over to Onii-chan and took a seat on his lap. Norn puffed her cheeks at that, but then she dragged a chair over and took a seat on Rudy's right. Eris and Sylphie stared at each other for a bit before Sylphie let Eris take the spot next to Rudy. When Eris did, Sylphie conjured a fancy crystal chair and sat directly behind Rudy. Eos and Aina took the spots next to Sylphie, and then Roland quietly locked the door before standing in the back. If Stella didn't know better, she would have thought they were there for an execution. But Onii-chan wouldn't do that. Right? Paul sat up and took a look around. After a brief glance, he smiled and said, Did you remake our house here, Rudy? It's the one I remember the most, yeah. Rudy nodded and patted Stella's head. Stella pouted, but stayed still. The mood was weird, so she didn't want to interrupt. You've gotten pretty strong, huh? Paul swept his gaze around to meet everyone before settling it back on Rudy. And in the blink of an eye, you're already a man. I always joked with your mom about you growing up fast, but this is a bit ridiculous, you know? I think it's more ridiculous how strong you've gotten. Rudy frowned and stared at Paul, his eyes flashing green. Since when did you figure out how to meld your battle aura with every fiber of your body? I was wondering why it felt like kicking a steel wall. Meh. You pick things up here and there. Paul looked over at Eos and Aina and said, the more important question is, since when did you get kids? And if they're that big? He frowned and looked at Rudy. How old are you now? Did you get trapped in a dungeon? He paused and then looked at Stella, confused. But Stella doesn't look that much older. It's already been 5 years though? 5 years? Stella furrowed her brow and did some math. She and Onii-chan arrived at the magic continent shortly after Stella was born. Then Onii-chan spent about a half year building a kingdom and gathering his forces. Then there was another half year after all of Stella's Nei-chans arrived. So it should just be 1 year? No, Sylphie Nei-chan said that time was flowing a bit differently on the magic continent. But Onii-chan said he fixed that? Stella's head hurt. The math didn't line up right. Rudy patted Stella's head and said, "Don't think about it too hard, Stella. Being W messed time up all over the world, so trying to keep track of it all won't work." "Okay, Onii-chan." "Right." She'd leave Onii-chan to sort it all out. It didn't make any sense, but a lot of things stopped making sense. So she'd leave it to her senseless Onii-chan to deal with it. Rudy looked over at Paul and said, "It's been 10,000 years. Or not." Eris immediately spun towards Rudy and said, "Wait, what?" Sylphie's eyes widened and she turned towards Rudy. Her emerald eyes started to glitter with tears and she said, "Rudy." Norn was surprised as well and said, "Big brother. Did you lie about how long it had been to keep us from worrying?" "You." Faced with those three, Rudy flinched and said, "Oh come on. You ruined it. How am I going to guilt-trip Dad now?" He paused. "Oh wait. I don't need to," since he groped Aina. Paul's ears turned a bright red and he stammered, I said I'm sorry, okay? It's just, she looks just like Zenny. Even the bow dash." Rudy narrowed his eyes. I mean. Paul coughed and said, "It seems like your daughter's inherited a lot more from your mom than me." Eos turned up her nose in disgust and crossed her arms. "Father. May I pluck his eyes out? He's worse than those perverts who joined the Survey Corps for me to yell at them." Aina shuddered and tugged her very conservative white robe around her. "I'll listen to Daddy more. People are scary." Rudy pointed at them and said, "See? And no, Eos. We'll let Mom and Mama Lily deal with him. Also, I'll make you a barrier charm later, Aina. You won't have to worry about creeps like that in the future." Aina let out a relieved smile and said, "Thanks, Daddy." "You're welcome." He paused and said, "But don't use it to fry Cliff." Aina pouted. "How'd you know?" "He's not that bad. A bit too earnest, but he's not a pervert." "If you say so, Daddy." Paul looked between Rudy and Aina and mouthed Daddy with a weird expression on his face. Norn turned up her nose and muttered, "Papa got worse." Eris nodded. "It looks like it." Sylphie pursed her lips and said, "I understand what Mom meant now about Paul being a bad influence." "Hey!" Paul spoke up and said, "I'm not that bad. I've done a lot of good things in these past years, you know?" Rudy raised an eyebrow. "Like what?" Paul waved his hand and said, "Forget about me for now." He pointed at Rudy and said, "What are you doing going around killing a bunch of people to practice magic?" Rudy blinked. "I didn't though." "Then why did you dye your hair brown?" "That's obviously to go undercover, isn't it?" "No. I dyed it brown because people with white hair stick out like sore thumbs and I didn't want to get mistaken as the reincarnation of Mealy's again in a place with people even more zealous than a few of the high-ranked priests that got warped to the magic continent." "Huh?" Paul frowned. "So you didn't turn Windport into a land of the dead and learned how to summon a blood-red moon?" Rudy paused to think about that. "Technically no, but also yes?" "That's not reassuring, Rudy. To be fair, I didn't expect a different version of myself to be able to cross over into this world." "What?" Rudy sighed and said, "It's a long story. But we can catch up on that in a bit. First." He paused and said, "Since when do I have an older sister?" Paul blinked. "You don't? Didn't that woman who looked like Mom say that Aina and Eos were her nieces? That'd mean that she'd be my sister, right?" He narrowed his eyes and said, "Have you been keeping something from us?" Eris turned up her nose to look down at Paul. Sylphie turned her head away. Norn crossed her arms and pouted. As for Stella, just what kind of family did I get reincarnated into? She just sat there and watched the unfolding train wreck. S&G. Part 2. Aina. I am so sorry about that. Believe me when I say that I seriously would have never done that if I knew who you were. I guess it's okay. Aina covered her chest and said, I heard from Mother Eris and Mother Sylphie that you're a lustful beast barely contained in a human body, so I suppose it was natural considering how I was dressed. No. Paul quickly shook his head and said, it's not your fault. If any bastard does that to you, it's 100% on them for not having self-control. Stella gave Paul a blank stare and said, so Paul is a man with no self-control? Paul nodded and said, that's right, Stella. Your papa's this sort of shameless person at heart. I've gotten a lot better over the years though. Stella wrinkled her nose. Wow. Stella's papa is really shameless, FAI's voice echoed in Stella's head. He wouldn't be the type to attack his own daughter, right? Wada's concerned voice. I'm not really sure. That's the scary part. If he did that to Aina, then what wouldn't he do? Paul noticed Stella's expression and quickly waved his hands. I'm not like that, Stella. Promise. This was a once-in-a-lifetime mistake. If you say so. Just in case though, Stella would make sure to stick around Onii-chan a lot when she grew up. Just in case. Paul sighed. Well, I suppose I did that to myself. They were still in the house that Onii-chan made. Apparently, it was a replica of the house they actually had back in Bina village before it was ripped apart by the space rend. Onii-chan had purchased a plot of land on the outskirt of town by throwing money at the mayor and then terraformed everything. As per usual for Stella's Onii-chan. He couldn't be bothered just acting like a normal person and buying a house. No, he had to reshape the land to his will. But anyway, after sorting things out and making quick introductions, Onii-chan propped up a magic door linking back to the magic continent and headed back to grab some people who wanted to return home. It still hurt Stella's head how casually he did it. Especially since she had seen the calculations he used to map out the spatial coordinates. She was still convinced that Onii-chan was an evil genius from a different Japan who reincarnated after taking over the world. That aside, Roland and Eos had gone out to check with the Adventurers Hall and make sure notices were put up for Stella's moms. And that was a thing. She had been wondering for a while why Onii-chan was so casual about having a harem, but it turned out that their dad had 2 wives. It should have been obvious in hindsight considering all the implications, but Stella really wanted to believe that there was some normality in her family. But it seemed that wasn't the case. Maybe that was her punishment for being selfish before she died? Well, there wasn't much point in thinking about what-ifs. Sylphie and Eris were cooking in the kitchen. Norn was chatting with Aunt Therese and a girl with blonde hair and weird blue and pink eyes. Which left her and Aina with Paul in the living room. Aina still had a bit of a trauma from earlier, so she was sticking close to Stella and gently holding Stella's hand for reassurance. It was kind of cute and reminded her a lot of her little brother hiding behind her in the past. Except that Stella was currently only a year old and Aina was a grown adult. Though Onii-chan said that they were born as adults, so technically Stella was older? And she was the aunt. Huh. At this rate, all of her hair was going to turn white like Onii-chan's did. Paul shifted in his chair and then looked at Stella. So, Stella. What do you like to do for fun? Play outside? An awkward and stilted conversation. Still, it looked like Paul meant well, so. Stella stared at him and eventually said, I like magic. Paul's eyes lit up and he said, of course. Your mom's a great magician. He nodded and said, it's obvious that you take after her. He paused and said, I thought that Norn would actually, but it seems like she's better with a sword than magic. Zenny would be really happy that one of her daughters is taking after her. Anna tilted her head and said, "Grandmother is a magician?" Paul looked at her and nodded. "Yep. I bet that's where Rudy gets his knack with magic." He paused and said, "Though I'm not sure how he got so ridiculous. Sometimes I wonder if he's even my kid. But then I see how he drops the ball every now and then and go, yep. That's my kid all right." He frowned and said, "Wished he wasn't so dense at times though." Stella blinked. "Dense? Onii-chan doesn't have common sense, but he isn't dense." Considering how easily he turned Eris and Sylphie into gooey messes, and figuratively and literally, he definitely wasn't dense. Especially with how expertly he kept dodging Rika's clear advances. Paul blinked. "What?" Anna nodded and said, "Daddy is really good with women." She tilted her head and said, "Me and Eos were surprised that he was still single for so long. But I guess that's because he was waiting for Mommy Eris and Mommy Sylphie." "Oh! And he said that we have a Mommy Roxy too, so." "Yep. Definitely not dense." Paul blinked again and then looked smug. "That little bastard. So he finally took after me, huh? That's not something you should be proud of, Papa." Stella said it sarcastically. Clearly sarcastically. "Even so." "Ha! You called me Papa." Paul grinned and then pumped a fist in the air. "Yes. It's only a matter of time now before you accept me." Stella quickly scrambled into Anna's arms. "El Lady Estella?" "Anna. Let's go." "Go? Okay. But where?" "Anywhere but with this creep." Paul stood up with wide eyes. Hold on, Stella. I was just kidding." "Wada." Paul blinked. "Water? Bwaha?" Wada appeared and blasted Paul with a water ball, turning up his nose in disgust. "Yes." He nodded and turned towards Stella. "I think we should treat Master Rudy as your father, Stella. This man doesn't deserve that honor." Hold on." Paul stood up, completely dry. Wada blinked and then looked at his paws, confused. "I hit him, right? I'll be serious, so dash." Wada sent out another water ball. It hit Paul again. But instead of splashing, it just vanished. Wada blinked and then tilted his head. "Huh? Did you cut the mana?" "Huh. Well, that explained a bit on how Onii-chan was ridiculous." "Wait. Did that mean that her mom was super ridiculous too?" Stella turned to look at her papa and said, "Paul." "Yes, sweetie?" Stella resisted the urge to shiver and said, "Is Mama an angel?" Paul stopped to think about it and then nodded. "Yep. Definitely an angel. And definitely not a sadistic fallen angel who made me develop a weird kink or anything, hee hee." "Let's go, Anna." Anna gave Paul a blank look and then slowly nodded. "Yes. Let's leave grandfather alone for a while." Hold on. You're misunderstanding again." Paul looked off to the side and said, "Norn. Therese. Help me out here." Paul cried out. But as expected, he was being ignored. Anna lifted Stella up and turned to walk away. Wada floated in front of them both, holding his arms out to protect them with tiny water balls and ice crystals floating around him. And then a deep sigh echoed. One that sounded familiar, but also was a bit different. Stella blinked and looked towards the source of the sigh. "I told you this would happen if you run off without me, Paul." A man with a familiar build. A familiar vibe. Also a familiar voice. Not only that, but he even had on a white coat. It was different than the one Stella was used to since it had some fur on it and had a more wild flair. But it was definitely the same sort of style overall. Anna paused and tilted her head. "Daddy?" The man froze, slowly turning towards Anna. As he did, he revealed a face covered by a plain white mask as well as a head full of violet hair. "Daddy?" A charming and slightly sultry female voice called out after that. And with it came an elf woman with light blonde hair and crimson eyes. One wearing a loose green maternity dress with a clear baby bump. She turned to the man and pouted. "I thought you said that I was the only one for you, hubby." The man reached out to poke the elf in the head and said, "Stop playing around. You'll cause more misunderstandings." Tee. Still. The man tilted his head, staring straight at Stella. Stella stared back. And then the man spoke in Japanese. "Shizuka Nanahoshi. Since when did you get reincarnated here instead of being transported?" RNG. The basement of the infamous Dark Spire in the Kingdom of Arcadia. Not my name for the tower or the kingdom, but that was what stuck, so that's what it was. Anyway, setting up the everywhere door in my new summer home back at the Mealy's continent, I warped back to Arcadia to finish linking it to the gateway I prepped beforehand. After a few tests, everything was working. Felt a bit weird stepping through one door and ending up somewhere else entirely, but that wasn't important in the grand scheme of things. What was important was helping people get back home and fulfilling my promises. So, I cannot thank you enough for this, Lord Rudeus. A middle-aged man in formal white robes bowed to me and let out a brilliant smile. To not only shelter us, but to go through so much effort to allow us to return home. Truly, this must be the grace of Mealy's. I shook my head and glanced out behind him. I wouldn't be thanking me so soon, Harry. Especially not when I'm using you guys. A group of white knights. Among them included Astolfo and some of the original core, but most of them were people who had been transported from the Mealy's continent who had joined the group to help pay back Arcadia. And all of them were at least saint-ranked in magic and combat abilities. Mostly because Astolfo and Roland were great teachers. Well, that and being attractive probably helped inspire the group. But anyway, as promised, I would be sending them all home. But before they left Arcadia forever, I asked them for a favor. Cliff adjusted his robes and frowned. After that, he looked up at me and said, "Are you certain about this, father-in-law? I don't think the demon race expulsion faction will take our return lightly. Especially not since we're returning with a large military force." Well, I activated clairvoyance and checked on the capital of Mealy's. Seeing the chaos, lynchings, and the mist of being W's mana hanging over the city. It's either we come in and reassert order or the nobles execute the peasants for inciting revolution. I looked over at Cliff and said, "You ready to show me your worth, genius?" "While I'm honored, hearing that word coming from you is a bit heavy, father-in-law. Then you should work harder. Especially if you're serious about Aina. Now, let's get going. Time to go ruin that bastard's plans." Chapter 135, The Humble Genius's Actions. Cliff Grimoire was a genius. He had known that all his life. Despite being an orphan and coming from humble backgrounds, he was made aware of how different he was from the others as he grew older. That became even more apparent when he began learning magic and quickly reached the advanced level in most of the major branches before he even turned 10 years old. And then his life turned upside down. Or would it be more appropriate to say it spun out of control, considering the chain of events? His adoptive father, Harry Grimoire, revealed that he was the current Pope's grandson. The world was sundered as time and space ripped apart through a phenomenon that some deemed the end of times. Cliff himself was thrown into a far-flung dungeon after being sucked into a distortion and lived only by the divine grace of Aina's angelic descent, a scene that he would always remain etched in his heart even if he fell into hell. And of course, he had the greater fortune still of meeting Aina's father, a man who was surely the reincarnation of St. Mealy's from the constant miracles he performed and the thousands he saved. One who did not hesitate to don the mantle of a demon lord so that the true demons would hesitate. Lord Rudeus, the demon lord of salvation, the second advent of St. Mealy's, and to his family, Rudeus Nodo's Greyrat. Of course, Cliff would call him father-in-law. He was determined. Though Aina spurned his love, Cliff was sure that it was only a matter of time. Especially as he had obtained father-in-law's approval. Only, Cliff glanced back at the entourage following him and then looked forward, fiddling with the tie on his uniform. Father-in-law's expectations are quite heavy. Cliff was no child. At least, not after his years traveling with the White Knights and the Distortions to rescue victims of the space-time rend. He wasn't sure on the exact timing, but Cliff had passed his 15th birthday by a few years at least. More than that, with the responsibility of mediating between the varied races in Arcadia, it was only a matter of time for him to mature and settle into the role of a confident young man. Yes. Cliff was sure of that fact. He could proudly raise his head up high and say that he was a man who had done great things in his life and contributed to a greater cause. But this, not just a platoon, but a practical army of men and women that exceeded the military prowess of the paladins in the Holy Order. Was it because father-in-law never learned common sense? Did his teachers or parents never instill it to him? The bare minimum to be included in the White Knights was to be saint-ranked in combat. Considering that it was only a rank above advanced, which most people could reach with enough training, on paper it wasn't too extreme. Until you took into account that saint-ranked was the pinnacle of what a person with ordinary talent could reach in a lifetime. The number of kings could be counted on 2 hands for each style and category of magic, and the number of gods could be counted on 1. So to be saint-ranked was already to be a world-class expert. One that could hold their head up high and walk anywhere with pride. And there were at least 100 of those world-class experts following behind Cliff and his father. All of them no older than their 30s. Then there were a few of the original 13 White Knights present, like Lady Astolfo, who had to be at least the level of a Sword King. A low chuckle echoed from beside Cliff. Harry Grimoire, a high-ranking priest in the Church of Meles, as well as Cliff's adoptive father. Fixing his dark bangs, he glanced at Cliff and said, "It just shows how much faith he has in your ability to handle situations, Cliff. Hopefully that faith will not be unfounded." Cliff nervously adjusted the personalized silver cufflinks he wore before looking at the swiftly approaching city in front of them. They were currently on the Holy Sword Road, the famous paved path protected by the remnant energy of St. Meles. Up ahead, there was a clear view of Milishan, the Holy Meles Kingdom's capital. The glittering Nicholas River flowing down from the Blue Dragon mountain range and into the sparkling blue Grand Lake. Floating in the center of that was the White Palace, an elegantly crafted marble castle that shone even at night. Backing up from the Grand Lake, there was the shining golden Great Church and the shining Silver Adventurers Guild headquarters. From there, in an orderly spread, there was the city itself, surrounded by 7 great towers and a peaceful meadow filled with flowers. A harmonious scenery that Cliff had once admired with all of his heart. But when he reflected on the kingdom he just left, it is shabby. Milishan was certainly beautiful. And with the Holy Sword Road as well as those towers that created a magic barrier to stop monsters, it was also peaceful. Enough that it was known throughout the world as a utopia. The most idyllic place to live, as well as the safest. Of course, that was setting aside the space-time rend that had reached inside of that barrier and plucked countless people away, like Cliff and over half of those following him. A problem that Arcadia didn't have. Despite being in the center of the most dangerous region in the Magic Continent, those within Arcadia had nothing to fear and could live their lives in peace. Neither monsters nor distortions could reach them. And Cliff would even dare to say that even gods could not peer within the kingdom. Yes. That was the difference. If Milishan was an idyllic setting plucked from a painting that mere humans conjured from their imaginations to represent utopia, Arcadia was the actualization of the ideal they could not conceive. A land where mana flowed freely, where the weather was always pleasant. Where the strongest monsters, both demon and actual monsters alike, were forced to bow their heads. And where people from all races could live in harmony without fear of prejudice or discrimination and pursue their dreams. Where merit and ambition was rewarded, and where even the noble strove for excellence. Although the fact that father-in-law lived in the ominous black tower that seemed to pierce the heavens was a bit off-putting when compared to the elegant White Palace where the Pope lived, it also showed a stark difference. The White Palace, Church, and Adventurers Guild were all separate from the citizens in Milishan. As if to say they had nothing to do with each other and would fulfill their own roles. A fact emphasized from how the White Palace was in the center of the Grand Lake and continuously guarded by paladins to keep out the riffraff. In contrast, in Arcadia, the Black Tower, Adventurers Guild, church, and living quarters of the citizens were all integrated. Although the Black Tower was mostly sealed off from people, Lord Rudeus himself was accessible in the tiny house he made at the foot of the tower. Moreover, Cliff sighed and shook his head. No. At this rate, I will not cease finding faults. It was no use comparing. Cliff knew the difference. Milishan was a holy kingdom established in the name of a divine figure. Arcadia was a holy kingdom established by a divine figure. The former was built around the remnants of miracles, while the latter was built through the actualization of miracles. Which was the source of the problems unfolding? They were still far away from Milishan. Even so, Cliff was able to see the city with his prototype magic eyes. It was nothing compared to the true clairvoyance that father-in-law possessed, but if it was just enhancing his vision. Cliff narrowed his eyes and focused on the city, zooming in his vision. A wooden wall, raised on the side of the nobles living in Milishan, blocking out the commoners and adventurers. A wall that was being constantly patrolled by men and women wearing full armor that bore the clear mark of the Holy Order. Shifting his vision to the White Palace, Cliff saw paladins on patrol. Men and women that seemed tense and constantly glancing towards the city. Some gazes filled with irritation, others with concern. And the ratio? About half, is it? Cliff blinked and his vision turned back to normal. Harry looked at him and said, "Half?" Cliff nodded. "That's correct. It seems that the sentiment among the Holy Order is split in half. Although the public is split more than that." He glanced back at the city and focused on the nobles cowering away in their homes. "Not all, but a great number." Cliff rubbed his chin. "This will be a bit difficult. But I suppose that is why father-in-law left it to me." Yes. It would be difficult, but now that Cliff considered things. It was just mediating between humans. Compared to when he was resolving situations and disputes among the staunchest Mealy's follower and the most prejudiced demon, it was nothing. Although, I truly hope that this does not end in combat. If it did, Cliff had a feeling the Church of Mealy's wouldn't be standing by the end of the day. RNG. And that's the last tower. I checked over the magic formations, I lay down and then glanced over at Cliff and his entourage. He seemed a bit fidgety, but overall he didn't look concerned. Once the guy got into the flow of things, it seemed like he was fine. Though he also had a tendency to go overboard as well. Not like me, but Cliff did have a bit of a stubborn streak. Especially when it came to things that he fundamentally believed. He was more flexible now. Mostly because he kept revising himself to be closer to the sort of man that Anna would like, but he was still a bit intense. Probably the reason why Anna kept avoiding him. Man, I feel old now. Did the reincarnation age gap lag finally catch up to me? Instead of feeling like a teenager, I felt like a middle-aged man already thinking about his daughter's happiness. Or maybe that was just a natural result from the fact that I had a daughter now. And was definitely doing my best to be a better father than Dad was. Not that Dad was that bad. He had his faults. Actually, a lot of faults. Enough that I still wanted to throw a few more punches at his face, maybe break a finger or 10, but he did care. And he was better now than he used to be at least. Yep. Gotta keep believing that and make it a self-fulfilling prophecy. Thoughts had weight in this world after all. At least, considering the fact that they could influence mana, they probably could affect destiny and fate a bit. Wait. Was that why things kept happening? Was I tempting fate a lot by thinking about the worst-case scenario? And could being W use that somehow and make it a reality? Food for thought. But for now, I had to make sure that the house hadn't burned down since I was gone. Especially since Eris and Sylphie were in charge of cooking today. It wasn't that I didn't doubt my lovely ladies, but Eris wasn't the delicate sort and Sylphie hadn't cooked a proper meal since she started adventuring. I made sure to change my hair color, picking a bright red like Aries, and pinpointed an empty side alley in the port town we were staying. After that, I warped back. After making sure I wasn't seen, I adjusted my fancy black suit before walking out. And then I immediately bumped into someone. "Whoa!" A genial male voice. "Careful there, Palestine." I looked up and let out a relaxed smile. "My bad. I'll be careful in the future." A cordial response to de-escalate the situation. I was incognito, so it wasn't worth drawing too much attention to myself. It'd be annoying to get rid of witnesses and or experiment with mind-wipe magic. It didn't seem like that was necessary though. The guy I bumped into was fairly amiable looking. He was a bit shady, dressed like a thief, but he had a pleasant smile. The fact that he looked a bit like a monkey was suspicious though. Wait. A faint memory. A half-recalled conversation with Dad about something suspicious he noted around a friend of his. Namely the fact that the friend mentioned had being W's mana all over him. Jisoo nodded and then waved. "Make sure to do that. Not everyone's as good-natured as me, you know?" After saying that, he tucked his hands into his pocket and walked off. I turned around and walked towards the beach to not draw his suspicion. As I did though, I used clairvoyance to look at him and used a bit of wind magic to listen in case he mumbled anything. And just as I thought. Weird. Is this a jinx? That's the second time I bumped into someone today while looking for Paul. And people are talking about a scary Mealy's priest taking up residence nearby. Yeah. Let's skip town for now. I still need to dash. His voice suddenly cut off, like he noticed someone was listening and immediately stopped talking. At the same time, the mana I used to cast the wind magic spell shattered, suddenly disrupted by an unseen force. I wasn't too worried. Since I was being subtle, I used a different mana signature than my usual one and even changed the nature of my mana. I was also using silence on myself, so I didn't emit any mana signatures other than the fake one I was using. Even if being W was staring right at me, he wouldn't be able to tell that I was me. Still, I absently walked into the marketplace and made it seem like I was browsing the wares. At the same time, I mulled over that guy's appearance. Jisoo. Was he working for being W? Dad mentioned that he was suspicious, but he was also a longtime family friend. And he didn't seem like a bad guy from what I remembered. He also didn't seem like a bad guy from what I saw. But it was too convenient. Why was he looking for Dad? And from what I heard, he also bailed on everyone after that mission. So why was he here now? To apologize? Ask a favor now that Dad was a big shot? Or a rough hand grasping my left arm and dragging me away. Immediately after that, I was pulled close to someone's side and had my left arm pressed against something very soft. Two very soft things. Before I could register what was happening, a familiar female voice echoed. "I have had a very long day. You are the first decent man in this town and I need an escort for the day. And before I say anything, I will not take no for an answer. Be grateful a beauty like myself is gracing you with her company." A haughty tone of voice and an unreasonable demand. Though, when paired with the woman's heavenly beauty, it was enough that any man would just quietly shut up and agree. Well, if they were like Dad and liked being dominated. I certainly wasn't. But I also wasn't about to break free and leave her alone either, despite the unreasonable request. And the reason for that? Beautiful golden hair. Sharp green eyes and refined facial features that could belong to a goddess. A body with curves in all the right places, including an ample chest. But also a body that was clearly trained, a fact highlighted by the fact that she kept her chest wrapped and was wearing an adventurer's outfit, though I wasn't sure where she picked that up. Eos adjusted her glasses and started walking me towards a cafe. "We are getting lunch. I will order, and you will pay after we're finished. Until then, do your best to entertain me." I chuckled and said, "You know, Eos. If you wanted some bonding time, you could have just asked. There's no need to be that aggressive about it." My lovely daughter froze. After that, she slowly turned her head to look at me. A stiff motion that made her look like a mannequin instead of a person. And no. I smiled and pulled my arm out of her now loose grip. After that, I reached over to pull her close in a one-armed hug and said, "Still, since it's you making the request, who am I to deny it, right? And you deserve to be spoiled a bit too. Though." I gave her a sidelong glance and said, "I've got a lot to talk to you about how you pick up guys. Especially since we just had an awkward incident today." Eos slumped over and let out a deep sigh. "Just kill me, father. No can do. And be thankful I'm not teasing you about it. Now, I'm assuming this is a cafe you like, right? Your moms will probably be a bit mad at us showing up late for food back home, but it's been a while since we've had some daddy-daughter time. Again. Please kill me." I hugged her tight and said, "Again, no can do. And since you and your sister skipped the cute baby and toddler phase, I'm going to do my best to enjoy your awkward rebellious teenager phase." Eos groaned. I laughed. SSN. Sieghart, no, in this world, he was Roland. Still. Roland pursed his lips and quietly tailed after the monkey-like man making his way through the port town. He had never met the man. However, Roland knew more than enough about that man to be concerned. Jisu Nikadia. A man that evaded Orsted's knowledge across countless time loops and was cunning enough to push Rudeus Greyrat into a corner by gathering allies and resources that nobody expected. Roland wasn't concerned about his father in this timeline. Especially since he seemed to be even more imaginative and powerful than the father he knew while being a fraction of his age. But he was concerned about everyone else. The grandfather that he never met growing up. The aunt who was never born in his timeline. The family he had now that he didn't in his timeline. And one that he wouldn't have to worry about raising his sword against, unlike in his past life. It was a dream he wouldn't let end. Even if he had to sacrifice himself to ensure that happened, he would. Honestly. You never change, do you, Sieg? Roland stumbled and quickly looked around. A voice he wouldn't forget. Couldn't forget. Especially since she had been crying over his dying body while trying to hold him with her tiny arms. A tiny girl, no, a petite young woman who was older than him by a few years. One with light blue hair that was frazzled and messy, just like Blue Mama's. Ellara? The young woman who shouldn't be there smiled. Roland's eyes widened and he turned to walk towards her. But as he did, his body moved on his own. A single step, crossing the distance. A slash executed at light speed against his will. And then he woke up. HM? Waking up like that. Guess even after all these years, the nerves haven't gone away, huh? A familiar voice. One that Roland. No. That Sieghart would never forget. He turned towards the speaker. A blue-haired man with a face full of wrinkles. But a man whose eyes and body remained full of vigor despite his age. Pax Chiron Jr. Sieghart's lifelong friend and the one he pledged his life and loyalty to. But the old man shook his head and said, "I suppose it's to be expected. After all, since the Azura Kingdom is involved, surely among their forces." He trailed off. Roland didn't respond. Instead, he turned his head to look around at the surroundings. A conference room with a huge black iron desk in the center. 7 seats surrounding it, and a map left unfolded on the table. It was dark, the nearby windows showing a night sky. The only source of light were a few torches sitting on the wall. Roland recognized it. The place where his comrades gathered for the last time before that final battle. The area that they left for Pax's granddaughter to protect. Sieg? Pax Jr. tilted his head and said, "What's wrong? Are you that worried about fighting your family?" Roland placed a hand on his forehead. Was it a dream? It was too idyllic. Right. It had to be a dream. His death. The failed battle. waking up in another world where everything was similar but so drastically different. That it wasn't a dream, you know? Lara's voice. Roland looked towards it. Pax Jr. did as well. But unlike Roland, who only looked, Pax Jr. somehow drew a sword and swung it at Lara's neck. W-8 dash. Blood splattered. Lara's smiling face tumbling through the air. And then dash. The Greyrat household in the Renoa Kingdom, home of the famous Renoa Magic University. There, a petite young woman with messy blue hair let out a frustrated sigh. Next to her, another petite young woman with short blue hair clutched a complicated piece of machinery to her chest, tears streaming down her cheeks. And next to her, another petite woman, though one who looked a fair bit older than the others, let out a deep sigh. Watching the trio, Zenith let out an awkward smile and said, "It's all right. There's no need to rush." Lilia nodded and said, "While this has certainly been a strange experience, it has been far from unpleasant. Although..." She shifted her gaze towards the oldest of the three blue-haired petite women and said, "I still am unsure how to feel about the fact that even you were swayed by Rudy, Roxy." Roxy looked up at Lilia before shifting her gaze to Zenith. After that, she shook her head and said, "And I'm still unsure about how to feel seeing you two again after all these years. Especially seeing you two so young again." "Ha!" Zenith smiled and said, "Well, I've certainly enjoyed this trip. Especially meeting all of my cute grandchildren. And great-grandchildren." She paused and said, "Although it is a bit strange at how different Rudy seems to have been here." She pursed her lips and said, "Especially how much he took after Paul." Lilia pursed her lips as well and said, "I am more concerned about the fact that this Rudy was able to ensnare 3 wives in spite of the fact that he inherited so much of Paul's bad side. Considering our Rudy only inherited the good." Zenith paused and then shook her head. "It will be fine. There's plenty of time left before our little Rudy grows up to become a man and has to deal with all of that." Lilia paused and then let out a faint smile. "You're right, Zenny." Roxy looked over at Zenith and Lilia with a weird look. Zenith noticed and tilted her head. "Is something wrong, Roxy?" "No. Just..." Her eyes took on a distant look and she let out a regretful sigh. Simply thinking about what could have been. S&G. Stella stared at the man seated across from her. The man stared back. Stella stared again and then hesitantly spoke up in Japanese. "Oniai-chan? Are you cosplaying again?" "Again, I'm not your Oniai-chan, Nanahoshi. And that sounds weird coming from you, so please stop." "I don't understand." The man who was apparently not Oniai-chan let out a frustrated sigh. "You and me both." Chapter 136, The Stellar Baby Sister's Conclusion. Stella stared at the man seated across from her and frowned. It was Oniai-chan. That man was clearly Oniai-chan. Well, his hair was this weird purple color, but Oniai-chan had been running around changing his hair color recently anyway. And the man was wearing a mask, but Oniai-chan was trying to be incognito, so it wasn't too odd. Not only that, but Stella just felt like the man sitting there was Oniai-chan. There was something about his vibe and general mannerisms that made her think it was impossible for him to be anyone else but Oniai-chan. And yet, he also wasn't. It was weird. Everything was telling Stella that the guy was Oniai-chan, but at the same time she knew that the guy wasn't. Maybe since she was super used to Oniai-chan's presence? The man was almost the same, but he was also different. It was like she was looking at one of those spot the difference pictures. It was the same picture, but just a few enough things were different that you could tell it wasn't really the same picture. And although Stella couldn't see the man's face since he was hiding it, she felt like he was giving her the same sort of stare she was giving him. They were outside, sitting at a table together in the courtyard. Lively conversation drifted over from inside the house. Mostly scolding from the elf woman who was apparently Sylphie Nachon's grandmother. Stella's sister-in-laws were still trying to make dinner for everyone while Aunt Therese and the weird shrine maiden were talking with Norn Nachon in the living room. Stella wasn't sure where Paul went. But either way, she was out there with the weird guy who definitely wasn't Oniai-chan, even though he really felt like Oniai-chan from the way he acted and talked, and even the way he placed his hand on his chin while looking at Stella. Silence. Stella quietly kicked her legs on her chair while staring at the weird man, waiting for him to continue where he left off. I think he's a bad guy, personally, FAI's voice echoed in Stella's head. Asterisk, he's really suspicious. Something about him doesn't seem right. It's almost like the world mana itself is running away from him, asterisk Wada's voice. Well, even then, he can't do anything, right? Though Stella quietly deducted a few more points from her birth father considering he let a toddler alone with a clearly suspicious stranger without any explanation. Asterisk yep. Ignore that creepy guy. Rudy's a better dad anyway, asterisk. Asterisk to be fair, time and space was ripped apart so Mr. Paul never had a chance to try being Stella's father. But I agree. Lord Rudeus is still a much better father than that Mr. Paul, asterisk. Stella nodded. Oniai-chan was a ridiculous chi harem isekai protagonist, but he wasn't a pervert. And he actually cared about people, despite lacking common sense. Paul was just a generic perverted harem protagonist who somehow got laid and started a family. With an angel. Why did it feel like she was the child character in a JRPG where the player forcefully paired up the perverted MC with a likable female character just to see what the children were like? Wait. Were they in a game? Like that one game that Aki used to play a lot. What was it? Flaming Crest? No, F***re-emble**m. He talked about maximizing stats or something by choosing the optimal character pairings for the post-time skip children character. That would definitely explain Oniai-chan. Especially since his reaction made it seem like he got randomly reincarnated and not sent here by a god like most isekais. Though maybe she should stop thinking about her life in terms of pop culture. Even if it felt like her life was a light novel now, it was still reality. And speaking of reality, a long time had passed and fake Oniai-chan still hadn't talked. Since that was the case, Stella decided to speak up. Who are you anyway? And how do you know that name? The man tilted his head and then waved his hand. Sorry. Just. He paused and then placed his hand on his chin, thinking. This is really weird. If Nanahoshi didn't have to stress about how to return home and fully embrace this world, would she have turned out like this too? She did seem to be a bit of an otaku. Stella pouted and said, "Stop talking about me like I'm not here. Don't make me get Oniai-chan to beat you up." The man laughed and then said, "Old habit. And I guess I have to listen, huh? Wouldn't want to have to go and fight another Rudeus Greyrat to the death." Wait, what? Anyway. The man tilted his head to the side, as if listening to something, and then he started talking again in Japanese. I know your name because your past self was a very important component in resolving the time loop this entire world is stuck in. He paused and tilted his head, staring at Stella. At least, you should be a very important component. But the fact that you're reincarnated here instead of transported is weird. Stella blinked and then spoke in Japanese as well. What do you mean it's weird? Am I not supposed to be reincarnated? You're not. The man straightened and said, Shizuka Nanahoshi is meant to be transported to this world through the combined forces of certain individuals in the far-flung future, creating a closed time loop to resolve the battle with Hidegami. But he tilted his head and said, if you're reincarnated like this, it means you died and didn't get transported. But that should be impossible. What? The man scratched his head and muttered, I knew that the ripples were going to be big since I stepped in personally this time, but I didn't think it would result in this. Did someone else change things here too? Okay. So this man knew about Stella's past life because she was supposed to help break some weird time loop by being Isekai. But instead, she died and was reincarnated in this new life which was making things weird. Huh. That would definitely explain the monster attack when she was born. And going along that line. Well, if she was transported here directly in her past life after saving Aki, she probably would have been desperate to get back. It would have been hard though, since she wouldn't know the language and would probably be suspicious of everyone. Then if she met Oniai-chan, honestly, she probably would have fallen for a guy like Oniai-chan pretty hard and forgotten all about Aki, considering how handsome, kind, and smart Oniai-chan was. That aside, the masked man talked about a closed time loop. He also joked about fighting Rudeus Greyrat to the death. Wait. Stella quickly scrambled out of her seat and pointed at the man while grabbing her necklace with the other. You're an agent of the worlds while trying to get rid of Oniai-chan. Fire and wind immediately started flowing around Stella, forming a protective fire shield. At the same time, the surroundings started to glitter as frost formed from thin air. This was bad. She knew Oniai-chan was too ridiculous. Did he use his cheat too much? Wait, he actually didn't have a cheat apparently, since he was reincarnated naturally, so did he just become too much of a cheat? Either way, I'll protect you, Stella, FAI's voice echoed. Yawn. I don't know what's happening, but I guess he's a bad guy, win. Whatever he is, if he's Stella's enemy, I'll end him, Wada. The man slowly tilted his head. As he did, the surroundings flickered. Almost like the space around them was suddenly cut off from the rest of the world. Stella's eyes widened and she opened her mouth to scream. But then she suddenly couldn't move. Huh. So it's more than just a space sword that Paul made. What a crazy bastard. No wonder his destiny is supposed to be cut short. Stella felt a surge of panic in her chest. With every sentence, the man was starting to sound more and more like the super powerful anime villain. And Stella was the side character that he was going to use to set an example. But just as she had that thought, the surroundings went back to normal. You know, Pierre. Paul walked over, carrying a bottle of apple juice in his left hand and a pair of mugs filled with apple cider in his right. At this rate, you're going to get a worse reputation than me if you cut off space to have a private chat with my adorable baby daughter. Stella could suddenly move again. And since she could, she instinctively ran over to Paul, ducking behind him. Paul blinked and looked down at Stella. Stella flinched and said, Don't get me wrong. You're still a pervert. But. She glanced back at the masked man. Paul might be a pervert and someone Stella didn't want to associate with, but he also genuinely cared about his children. At least, he had to, considering that both Norine-chan and Oniai-chan hadn't broken off their relationships from him. Stella could trust him to keep her safe at least. But the masked man. On the other hand, Paul was the one who left Stella with that guy, so. Just as Stella was wondering about whether to make a scream and try to get Eris-chan and Sylphie-chan to come help instead, Paul placed his hand on Stella's head. At the same time, his entire demeanor changed. The goofy smile he had and his usual relaxed posture sharpened. His bright green eyes turned frosty and... Was it Stella's imagination, but did the bottle Paul was holding suddenly change into a sword? When did that happen? Either way, the incredibly unreliable and pathetic excuse for a guy that Stella thought Paul was had vanished, replaced by a reliable person who reminded Stella a lot of her Oniai-chan. Ah. That explained a lot. Paul smiled at the masked man and said, making Stella this scared. I've trusted you up to this point, but I'm really starting to wonder if you really have our best intentions in mind, Pierre. Pierre groaned and held up his hands. This is a misunderstanding. Honestly. He sighed and muttered, Lena's right. I need to relax more. And I need to have that chat with Rudy to clear things up before things get worse. Paul subtly moved Stella behind him and said, So, you aren't a complete degenerate who wants to set his paws on my adorable baby daughter? What the hell do you think I am? That fat prime minister? True. Paul nodded and said, Considering you're married to Lena, you're a man of mature taste. But you're also a man who's continuously showed that he knows too much and isn't sharing any information beyond what's necessary. Plus, He looked back at Stella and said, "For my genius baby daughter to be this terrified when that monstrous kid of mine can be here in an instant." He looked at Pierre and said, "So, would you mind finally taking that mask off and saying who you really are?" Pierre let out a deep sigh. "Fine. I'll give a more detailed explanation when Rudy gets back, but my real name is Dash." He paused, suddenly glancing off to the side. "Actually, hold that thought." And then he vanished. Stella blinked. What the hell was this development? SSG. Roland slowly lowered his bloodstained sword, doing his best to stop his trembling body and ignore the familiar faces lying dead at his feet. It was hard. But he remained calm and managed to do it. And the reason for that? Roland shifted his gaze and stared at the ghostly figure of the petite young woman standing next to him. Messy blue hair, sleepy eyes. It was Lara, his older sister from Blue Mama. "Can you hear me now, Sieg?" Roland nodded, doing his best to not stare at the unmoving doppelganger lying on the ground somewhere up ahead. "I can. And since you're here..." "Yep. This is a dream. Although..." She turned to look around and said, "Your dreams are pretty violent. Do you still get nightmares?" Roland laughed. "They're usually much more pleasant than this. Especially after helping so many people since he arrived in this world. The reason that he was stuck in such a setting." Roland wiped the smile off his face and frowned, glancing at the ruins of Arcadia all around him. "And it seems that I let my guard down a bit too much because of that. If it was him from before, he would never have been fooled. That Jis had definitely lured him into a trap." It seemed like being around the father of this time was making Roland a bit too dependent again. Or maybe it was just the fact that he was young again in general. He shook his head and then looked at Lara. "But what are you doing here, big sis? Did you finally develop a spell to dreamwalk or something?" Lara blinked. "No. What made you think that? You and Lily inherited the Migger telepathy powers, right? I'm sure it wouldn't be that hard." Lara stared at Roland. Roland stared back. "I think your standard of possible has become a bit skewed, lil bro. Says the person visiting me in a dream from an alternate future." "Oh. So you know about that. Great." Lara nodded and said, "This will make things easier then. I don't have much time since I wasted so much pulling you out from that mess. I would have done it myself. Eventually." Lara gave Roland a blank stare. He coughed and rubbed the back of his neck. "Anyway, let the papa in that world know that Grandma Zenith and Grandma Lilia are over here right now. They're completely safe, but it's going to be hard to calibrate the time if Dash..." Lara suddenly fizzled out and vanished. In her place, a man with violet hair and a white mask appeared. That was a close one. She almost triggered an incursion there. People really need to stop messing with time travel without understanding multiverse theory. Roland blinked. A familiar aura. But also one mixed with energies that he didn't recognize. Roland immediately drew his sword and said, "Are you the one responsible for this?" The man looked over and said, "No. That would be Dark King Vita. I'm just here to make sure your sisters don't trigger the automatic pruning process. Though..." He stared off into space and frowned. "It seems like I have a lot of misinformation. I thought that future branched from this, but it looks like a different trunk entirely." "What?" "Don't worry about it." The man waved his hand and said, "We'll talk more when we get you out of here. Can't have Rudy getting upset at me and making me his enemy by a misunderstanding again. Though this Rudy seems like a calm and reasonable person, unlike some of the others." He shook his head and then drew his sword. Roland flinched and raised his to block. But then the man swung it off to the side. "Nice try, Hidegami. But you should honestly give up now. This won't change anything, even if you're working with your future self to try and alter the past." The world shattered. And when it came back, an irate blonde woman was swinging her hand towards Roland's face. His eyes widened and he moved to dodge. But the woman expected that and moved with him, slapping his face. You bastard. What kind of older brother are you, running off and leaving me alone like that? Do you know how many creeps and perverts I had to deal with? The embarrassment I dealt with when I accidentally picked up father as an escort for a date? What? Roland blinked. Off to the side, Rudy sighed and said, Yep. Definitely a genetic thing. Note to self, remind your sons about how often male Greyrats tend to get into situations upsetting the girls closest to them and start writing a playbook on how to deal with them. Chapter 137, The Apple Doesn't Fall Far from the Tree. After Eos vented a bit more to her older brother while I watched and started making notes on that playbook to pass on, we started heading back home. Despite venting, or maybe because of it, Eos was still red-faced and glaring at Roland. She was calmer now though. At least, she wouldn't be trying to slap Roland again anytime soon. As for Roland, he was rubbing the red handprint on his face and looking apologetic. He kept glancing at Eos and sighed, shaking his head with disappointment. In himself, it looked like. At least, I hope it was that, because he had another thing coming if it was towards Eos. It seemed like my dear daughter had inherited mom's temper, so, yeah. Anyway, I was standing between the two to serve as a buffer, with Eos on my right and Roland on my left. I was also currently still a redhead, so it made for a pretty odd sight. Judging from the looks people were sending us, I had a feeling that they were thinking there was a love triangle or something. Pretty awkward considering the relationships, but people were going to think what they were going to think. And as if to add to those rumors, Eos glanced at Roland and then shook her head. I still cannot believe you left me alone like that. Roland sighed and said, I said I'm sorry. I saw someone dangerous, so I wanted to try and catch him before he did anything. Well, if there was any doubting Roland was my kid, that definitely cleared it up. Seemed like he was running through the good old hero complex part of life. Something to add to the list of things to make note of for future generations. Just like the list of things that an overlord shouldn't do that I was building up. Eos rolled her eyes and said, What do you think I am? A delicate princess? She gave Roland a once-over and said, Look at you. Running off like that and still nothing to show. Roland gave an awkward smile and rubbed the back of his neck. I looked at Eos and said, Don't be too hard on him, Eos. The idiot ball runs in the family on the male side. Eos gave me a blank stare. You expect me to believe that? Considering you, father? Ask your grandmothers for some stories when we meet up with them again. And it's better having a shounen protagonist phase than being an edgelord. What? I waved my hand and looked at Roland. Specifically, I stared at the weird staticky mana still flickering around him and said, So, Roland. Care to explain why you've got a bunch of time mana on you? Did you get chucked into a distortion? Roland shook his head. Nothing like that. I was just caught off guard chasing after that person. By that person, would you happen to mean Jisoo? Roland blinked and said, Huh? You already know about him being Hinagami's apostle? No. But thanks for the confirmation? Well. Damn. That explained a lot. Of course, it wasn't confirmed since Roland was definitely from a different timeline. World line? Wasn't too sure how time was structured here just yet. But anyway. Definitely needed to keep an eye on Jisoo then. At least, I would if he wasn't actively blocking my clairvoyance somehow now. I could pinpoint him with some triangulation and mana pings, but that would take a while. I shook my head and said, We'll talk about that guy later. But either way, it doesn't explain the time mana. The weird staticky mana was similar to the one in the distortion that had Rudy the Grey. And after talking with Aina after that incident, we confirmed that it was definitely time mana. Still not sure how to make it or use it, but I knew it when I saw it. Roland paused to think and then said, That's probably from when Big Sis contacted me. Oh, right. He looked at me and said, My big sis wanted me to tell you that Grandma Zenny and Grandma Lilia are safe, but they're stuck in the timeline where I came from right now with my family. I stopped walking. Eos did as well. Roland looked at me and tilted his head. What? I rubbed my face and muttered, I need to apologize to Dad later. I was starting to see how frustrating it was when your kid didn't act the way you expected. Here I was thinking that Roland would be rational enough to at least take Eos with him or report that very important info about Mom and Mama Lily being in another timeline, but Roland blinked and said, What are you apologizing for? I shook my head and said, Don't worry about it. Let's just head home already. It was getting late. The sun was starting to set and shops were closing up. Even the crowd of adventurers wandering around was starting to thin. Thankfully, that meant less people staring. Though it seemed like most people were already preoccupied with something else. I kept overhearing talks about a rainy season and rare monster drops coming soon. I also heard some mutterings about an incoming shipment of beastmen slaves. HM probably should get a few people to resolve that before either Norn or Stella gets any ideas. Or Dad. But anyway, for the most part we headed back to our house in silence. Walking along the main road and up towards the house on the hill I made, both my kids were lost in thought. Since that was the case, I took the time to check on Cliff with clairvoyance. Things seemed to be going well. Millicent wasn't on fire, and I didn't see them camping outside, so it looked like they made it in peacefully enough. The real test would come tomorrow when the anti-demon faction got their forces together to try and pull some BS, but that guy could handle it. Not only was Cliff the current Pope's grandson, but his adoptive father was practically a cardinal in terms of rankings. I think. Either way, he was up there. Also, it turned out that the woman who looked a lot like Mom was actually my Aunt Therese. It seemed like there had been a bit of miscommunication there and I misheard her saying she was the aunt of Eos and Aina instead of her really saying she was Norn and Stella's aunt. Or something. Anyway, Aunt Therese was apparently an important person on the anti-demon side who personally guarded that faction's Pope candidate, a Miko who could read people's memories. Didn't work on me, of course. But it seemed like she picked up enough from everyone else in my family and was adamantly refusing to go back to Millicent. To sum things up, things would be fine. It was just a question of whether the situation in Millicent ended with peace or violence. I was secretly hoping it was violence. Not because I wanted people to get hurt, but I was really curious about whether or not I could actually blow up the towers and get rid of humanity's greatest barrier spell. Father. Roland spoke up and then looked at me. I blinked, caught off guard by the change. Usually, he called me Lord Rudeus. Not that I minded the change, but it was weird. Yes, Roland? I gave a hesitant response and looked back at him. Have you been doing undercover work for Orsted? No. I have been doing undercover work, but not for Orsted. I tilted my head and said, Is that what I did in your timeline? Roland nodded. You were frequently out of the house when we were younger doing all sorts of tasks for Orsted. I was wondering if you were doing the same now after reuniting with him, but... He trailed off and shook his head. As expected, Father here is very different from the father I knew. Considering the fact that I couldn't reach Mom or Mama Lily with scrying or summoning spells, that'd have to be true. After all, with how much practice I had these days using summoning magic, they'd have to be pretty far away in terms of space-time for me to not reach them. I shrugged and said, I thought we went over this already though, Roland? He nodded and said, We did. But... He ruffled his hair and said, I've only just realized how different Father here really is from the father I knew. Not that it's a bad thing, but... He looked at me and then looked away, muttering, If Father was as strong as you are now, would he still have been alive at that time? I frowned. Just how far from the future are you anyway, Roland? I was under the impression that he wasn't that far off, but from the way he was talking now. Roland paused to think and then said, Around K500? I blinked and then rubbed my face again. All right. We need to have a father-son talk soon enough. It seems like your dad was a bit too nonchalant raising you. Seriously. Did the Rudy in that timeline become a copy of Paul or something? What was with leaving out all of these important details? I wouldn't have done that. Well, not anymore. Surely I would have grown out of it by the time I was old enough to have a kid. Arg. What was it with Rudeus Greyrat? Were we destined to either be a shounen protagonist or an edgelord? At least have a little bit of common sense. Information is important. Chapter 138, Love Affairs. A lot happened when we got back home. To sum things up, Pierre was actually a time traveler, or something, who was here to help out with being W and 100% on my side. Stella was the reincarnation of a high school girl from Earth who apparently was key in breaking a time loop the world was supposedly stuck in. And multiverse shenanigans. Lots of multiverse shenanigans. Specifically, multiverse shenanigans that resulted in multiple timelines existing where it should just be one. At least, according to Laplace. Oh yeah. It turned out that Pierre was Laplace. Not to be mistaken with the demon god Laplace. Instead, he was technique god Laplace. A good Laplace who wanted to work with me and Orsted to take down being W for good. Honestly. At this point, things didn't surprise me anymore. So, after a smile and a nod to all the recent revelations, I kissed my two lovely wives, gave head pats to my adorable sisters and Anna, then helped set up for dinner. Now, some people would say that those revelations were a big deal and that I should definitely be focusing on them. To that, I say 3 words: magic is everything. Also, another word, delegation. Orsted was handling everything back at the Azura Kingdom as well as that entire continent. Rika was taking care of the magic continent, and Atoph had pledged her loyalty, so I didn't have to worry about Arcadia. And then Cliff was handling everything in Mealy's. Things could get a bit messy, but he had Astolfo along with the other original White Knights to help out. In the worst case, I could always pop the magic formations I made and then fake a divine descent to double down on being the reincarnation of St. Mealy's. Not only that, but I learned my lesson facing being W. Or rather, I learned a lesson from that guy's mistakes. Direct interference is bad. It was much better to have a bunch of competent people handling things instead of stepping in myself. Mostly because when I stepped in, the world would definitely be changing. Probably because destiny was a tangible concept in this world, according to Laplace, and my presence broke it in weird ways. To sum it up, I wasn't thinking about that for now. The more important thing was Mom and Mama Lily. Since Roland said he was from K500, and since the current year was K417, give or take a year due to time shenanigans, that meant Mom and Mama Lily were over 80 years in the future. In a parallel timeline future too. Definitely explain why I couldn't find them. Reaching something like that would require a lot of time, calculations, and mana. Well, I could always brute force it, but something told me that ripping my way through spacetime into another dimension wouldn't be looked on very kindly. Even if the me in that time was dead, being W definitely wasn't. And I'd rather not have to deal with being double-teamed by 2 of him. Or have him come up with some BS card I wasn't prepared for. While I wanted to see Mom and Mama Lily again, it was enough to know they were somewhere safe. Besides, since I knew they were safe, and since the flow of time could be adjusted to line up to any point on a parallel line, in theory, the observer effect should hold true and prevent anything from happening to them that would make that fact a lie. If not, well, we'd be finding out pretty quick how BS time travel shenanigans could be when I start pulling out all the strats that I remembered from sci-fi, games, books, anime, and whatever else I recalled. And if none of that worked, I could rely on Stella since she was up to date on more recent pop culture. And if that didn't work, we had good old Dad and his broken common sense when it came to swords. I had a good feeling that if I started rambling about the crazy Chinese martial arts myths where people could become immortal through achieving enlightenment, he'd find a way to make it happen and get us there. So, not worried. Right now, in this moment, there was only one thing I needed to do. And that was having a proper family outing with everyone now that all the bombshell revelations were out of the way. Stress-free, wholesome family time. I think we were about due for that anyway. RNG. A glittering blue sky. Pristine white sand, not hot, but a comfortable warmth from the sunlight above. A cool and refreshing seaside breeze. In other words, a peaceful beach trip. Since we were in St. Port, I decided that we should all take advantage of the beach and enjoy a fun summertime trip before the supposed rainy season started. Of course, even if it did, I could make it so that we could enjoy the beach anyway, but it was good to take things as they were. Plus, a beachside trip was a great way for everyone to relax, unwind, and get to know each other properly. Especially after I supplied the food and refreshments. Glancing around, I saw that Stella and Norn were playing with that Miko girl and building sandcastles. Stella's spirit friends were nearby too, with Fai helping with the sandcastle building while Wada and Win were doing some sunbathing beneath the shade of a parasol. Eos, Aina, and my Aunt Therese were chatting together, sipping on some glasses of coconut juice I served them. From the bits of conversation I could catch, it seemed like my daughters were trying to learn more about Mom while Aunt Therese was happy to oblige with embarrassing childhood stories. Out in the water, Dad, Roland, and Pierre were having a bit of a competition trying to surf on the waves. I'd given them all surfboards, but as expected, they'd chosen alternative means to surf. By that I meant they were trying to surf on their own powers. Dad was taking the term wave dashing literally. Pierre was showing off by riding on a freaking sword like some Chinese martial artist using a flying sword. And Roland was doing the same as Pierre, except he was using a giant sword that looked like CL*UD's bust** our sword. Where did he even get that, anyway? Either way, they were having fun, so I decided not to question it. Although it made me wonder exactly just how much sway Rostalina had over Pierre if a simple chat from her telling him to unwind led him to doing that. And speaking of Rostalina, she was chatting with Sylphie off to the side, doing some grandma-granddaughter bonding time. Probably also talking about babies considering how Rostalina was patting her belly and Sylphie seemed to be paying extra close attention. Which left me cooking some food with a grill, along with Eri. Unlike everyone else who was wearing a bathing suit, she was dressed modestly with a white sundress and flip-flops. Well, I was wearing a loose white t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, so I couldn't fault her too much for dressing conservatively. I flipped a steak and then glanced back at her. "Do you really want to just snad there, Eri?" Eri glanced at me and then laughed. "What? Do you want to get rid of me that badly, Rudy?" "Of course not." I pressed the steak down with a pair of tongs and then said, "I just don't get what's fun about standing beside me and watching me cook." Eri hummed and said, "Well, maybe I just want to be here." "Maybe, huh?" I stood there for a while and then glanced at Eri. She was different from how I remembered her when she was younger. She was also different from how Rudeus said she should be. A harsh and beautiful woman with giant breasts but a severe tsundere personality that was prone to lashing out at random times. Eri was still beautiful. And while she didn't have giant breasts since she wasn't completely grown up yet, they were definitely above average. Her personality though. Was it the whole different people bring out different parts of someone? Or maybe it was the circumstances? Either way, Eri still acted like a tsundere at times, mostly in bed. But she didn't lash out. Instead, she was cute, got flustered easily, and for the most part acted mature. Like a normal person instead of the bipolar and socially inept woman that Rudeus had described. What? Eri shifted and said, "Do I have something on my face?" She wiped her mouth and said, "I didn't leave any sauce on it, did I?" I chuckled and said, "No. I was just admiring how pretty you are." Eri blushed and then clicked her tongue. "You should be careful. Sylphie will get jealous." I nodded. "I know. So I'll just have to make sure she understands just how much I love her later." Eri rolled her eyes and said, "You're insufferable, Rudy. Your words don't line up with your feelings there, Eri." I checked the steak and then glanced at her. "If I was really insufferable, a competent and mature young woman like you would leave. You have the pick of the cream of the crop, you know?" It wasn't empty praise. Eri was beautiful, confident, and had a good head on her shoulders. While she still couldn't do advanced math or anything like that, she could at least pass as a functioning member of society. Reading, writing, basic arithmetic, money sense, common sense, too. At least, more than me or Sylphie had. Kind of funny considering her background, but Eri was a reliable check for normal in my family. Which reminded me that I needed to have a chat with Master Roxy about not teaching me common sense and all at some point. But the point was that Eri could pick literally anyone else. Still, she chose to stick around a guy like me. And the reason for that? As if. A faint blush appeared on her face and she said, "After all you've done to me, how could I even look at anyone else?" Bastard. I laughed and said, "You were asking for it. Ever since we first met, haven't you been calling me yours?" I gave her a teasing smile and said, "That's what made Sylphie fight you in the first place, isn't it?" Shut up. Aries' blush deepened, turning her entire face red, and she said, "I didn't even really know what it meant back then, okay? Even so, you sure were greedy, huh? Trying to snatch up my naive and childish self for your own. And I thought I was shameless." Ari huffed and said, "You are talking about marrying Miss Roxy when you already have me and Sylphie. Aren't you the greedy one?" I placed the finished steak off to the side and said, "I'm just taking proper responsibility. It can't be helped that I'm such a genius that I stole all of your hearts, can it?" Ari snorted and said, "I liked you better when you were dense." Well, I like me better like this. After all. I reached out to place a hand on Ari's face and said, "It lets me see that cute and flustered smile of yours more often." Wadash. Ari froze, her face slowly turning as red as her hair. I laughed and then held out the plate for her along with a knife and fork. "Here. Try this and let me know what you think." "You're a bully." Ari mumbled and took the plate from me. I conjured a chair and table for her to eat at and said, "Only because you're adorable." Humph. Ari sat down and started eating. "I'm telling Sylphie. Do you want to be bullied more by her too?" Ari paused and then huffed and said, "I hate you. And I love you. Now, on a scale of 1 to 10, how is it?" "It's all right. Maybe 8? Good enough." Okay. Now that I had that steak memorized, I just had to copy it a few times by transfiguring mana into the same structure. Maybe throw some pizza there for the kids. A bit of cake, some soda, other beach foods. As Ari ate her steak, a pile of food started appearing on the table next to her. Pizza boxes, ice cream cake, a platter of identical steaks. Ari paused in the middle of cutting another piece of her steak, looking at me. "What? I'm never going to get used to how ridiculous you are, dear husband of mine. And please don't, my cute wifey. Someone in this family needs to have common sense, and you're the only one with it right now. Especially since Stella is slowly losing hers." I glanced back to my baby sister to see her casually turn her sand castle into a glittering glass one with a burst of flames spilling out of her hands. Ari followed my gaze and sighed. "I'll do my best. That's all I ask." Well, that, and to not leave my side. I was wondering why Sylphie was so clingy. "It's because of you, isn't it?" Whatever. Ari grabbed one of the soda cans and said, "How do I open this?" "You just pull the tab and crack it open." "Actually, let me demonstrate. I don't want you to ruin your dash." "I got it, Rudy. I'm not stupid, you bois." A spray of orange soda, staining Ari's white sundress. I stared at her. She stared back and then averted her eyes. "Jay, just help me clean up already, Rudy." I laughed and then did as she asked. Chapter 139, Love Affairs. Sylphie watched Rudy and Eris interact with a faint smile on her face. It was good that they were getting along. And it was also good to see that Eris was as cute as ever when she was getting teased. "Well, aren't you in a good mood?" Rostalina laughed and then reached over to ruffle Sylphie's hair. "Did my cute granddaughter finally get over her jealousy?" Sylphie pouted and pulled away from Rostalina's hand. I wasn't jealous. Of course you weren't, sweetie. Sylvie puffed her cheeks and then looked away, staring at the ocean. Specifically, she stared at the green-haired young man surfing along the waves. Roland. It wasn't his real name. Her child from another timeline didn't give exact details in case it caused something weird with the way that time was all scrambled up these days. But the fact remained that he was her child. The son between Sylvie and Rudy from another timeline. He wasn't her son. And from the conversation Sylvie had with Roland, it seemed that the her in that timeline was very different. Well, Rudy had been too. Apparently, he had been pretty much a mini-Paul. Still smart, but infamously lewd. But that wasn't too important. Instead, was I really that helpless? The Sylvie in that timeline had been just a housewife. While it was good that she was able to live peacefully, Rudy apparently went off on his own a lot. The only one who could stand beside him had been Eris, and even then those occasions were fewer as time went on. Sylvie couldn't see how that happened. Sure, she had been fairly meek when she was younger. But if that Sylvie loved Rudy as much as she did, then she would have worked hard to become stronger, wouldn't she? Or maybe it was enough for her to just be with Rudy and not by his side. Whatever the case was in that timeline, it wouldn't be the same here. Sylvie was strong. She didn't like to brag about it, but she knew she was strong. The countless scars on her body were proof of that. Not only that, but she had earned her right to stand at Rudy's side. And he had promised to never leave her. Admittedly, Sylvie had still been a bit worried about that. Especially with how her body had been breaking down and reaching the end of her life, but as always, Rudy solved everything. So she didn't worry. If there existed a timeline where Rudy loved Sylvie and they lived happily to have at least Roland as a child despite her being just a glorified housewife, then Sylvie could rest assured. After all, she was a lot more useful than that version of herself. Though Sylvie had to admit that she lost out in terms of patience. Honestly, for that version of her to accept Eris and Roxy despite Rudy marrying her first. What a saint. Sylvie sighed and then turned her attention back to the surroundings. The kids were having fun playing in the sand together. Rudy and Eris were preparing food, now joined by Eos, Aina, and that Therese who was apparently Miss Zenith's sister. And out in the water, Paul, Pierre, and Roland were still competing in riding the biggest waves while also killing whatever stray monsters popped up. Sylvie leaned back in the comfy chair that Rudy made for her and then glanced over at Rostalina. After that offhand comment, Rostalina had leaned back in her own comfy chair and closed her eyes, basking in the sunlight. Both her hands were quietly resting on her stomach, hugging the baby bump there. Seeing that, Sylvie rubbed her own belly, frowning. A baby would be nice. But with the way things were now. As much as she'd love to raise a happy family with Rudy, there was a lot to do. Although she was a bit worried on that end. Sylvie had already been late for a long time after spending so many years in the distorted dungeons. Would she even still be able to have a child after so long? Rudy said it wouldn't be a problem, but... A soft puff. The sound of sand shifting as someone plopped down right next to Sylvie. Shortly after, Rudy smiled and waved. Enjoying yourself, Sylvie? She blinked, surprised, and instinctively opened her mouth to talk. Rudy? She sat up and said, "What are you doing here?" Rudy adjusted his currently light brown hair and said, "Well, you seemed a bit lonely. Besides, I want to spoil you a bit too." After saying that, he scooped Sylvie up and placed her in his lap. Wait. Sylvie squirmed, feeling her cheeks heat up. But... You She glanced over at Rostalina. The older elf woman cracked open an eye and then laughed. Idly waving her hand, she said, "You lovebirds enjoy yourself. This old woman will just take a nice nap. Ah, but don't get too frisky. The kids are nearby, you know?" Sylvie felt her entire face heat up and then said, I wouldn't do that. Even if... No! That wasn't good. Calm down, Sylvie. Even if that seems exciting, it's no good. Rudy chuckled again and said, "Don't worry, Rostalina." He hugged Sylphie closer and leaned on her shoulder. "I just wanted to cuddle a bit with my cute wifey." Wifey? Sylphie stammered. Rudy leaned over and looked at her. "What? No good?" "And no. It is. Just." Sylphie poked her fingers together. "Is it fine to call me wifey when you're married to Airy?" Rudy ruffled Sylphie's hair and said, "You worry too much. Even if it's a problem, I'm apparently the reincarnation of Saint Meles and also the demon lord of salvation who's known all throughout the magic continent. My word is gospel, and if I say you're my wife, you're my wife." Humph. Sylphie pretended to be mad and then leaned back against Rudy. "That's why you make me worried, you know? What if your word takes in a few more wives too?" "Don't worry. There's only 2 more women I'd even consider, and one of those is only because I'll need to do a preemptive strike before she pulls me into her own battlefield." "2?" Sylphie frowned. "I thought we were only talking about Miss Roxy. Who's the other one?" "Well, you never said that demons were off the table, right?" "XXX. Achoo!" Rika sneezed and then quickly looked around the room. At the moment, she was seated at her office in Arcadia, going over the daily affairs since Rudy was out. A tall stack of papers sat on her desk, detailing the various events going on. Adventurers reporting the results from various expeditions into distortions. Sorting out the logistics for people who want to return now that Rudy opened a pathway back to the Meles continent, as well as sorting out the logistics for the inevitable return to other continents. Not to mention carefully sorting out battle plans in case the humans decided that Rudy was the advent of demon god Laplace due to a misunderstanding, or because he had developed a means of teleportation that wasn't reliant on magic formations. After flipping through the papers again, Rika took off her glasses and rubbed her eyes. "Ha! I know that being a demon empress is a lot of work, but why is it that there's so much here? Considering how ridiculous Rudy was, not to mention how intelligent he was, there should have been less." "No. Maybe that was the reason why there was more. It would be simple to just let everything move by itself. To let the kingdom and people live their lives without thinking about the future. That was how Rika used to run her kingdom in the past, after all. As Demon Empress Kishirika, she had done whatever she wanted and mostly left the maintenance of the kingdom to her people and close advisors. The fact that her territory was still standing in this timeline and her own when she was reborn was a testament to the skills of the people she left it to. But at the same time, she hadn't been that brilliant. While her mother was legendary, the only talent Rika had were her demon eyes and the ability to grant them to other people. She knew a bit of magic theory and had ample mana, but in terms of being qualified as a proper ruler, Rika wasn't. Not really. Batty helped though. Despite his boisterous personality and constant traveling, he wasn't known as the Grantaire of Wisdom for no reason. Without his help, it was likely that Demon Empress Kishirika would have faded away after her first death. Rika spun around a pen in her right hand and frowned. "It seems I'm weak to those sorts of men." There wasn't a real need for Rika working so hard. Although Rudy was a bit self-conscious about it, Arcadia was mostly self-sufficient at this point. And to emphasize that point, most of the reports she was reading were just listing out the benefits and good news from throughout Arcadia. And even most of those people seeking to return to other continents had declared an intention to return with their families and settle down here. So, if Rika wanted, she could loaf around. Like the younger self running Lord knows where in Arcadia at the moment, Rika could just sit on the work and pretend to do a good job. It was reasonable. She was just one person, after all. And Rudy wouldn't hold it against her. But she wanted to help. She wanted to be useful. Rika clicked her tongue and put her glasses back on. What a terribly wicked man. Even if he wasn't magic god Laplace, Rudy was still going around stealing hearts, it seemed. Rika had joked about marrying him before, but... A knock on her door. Rika flinched but then calmed herself. "Come in." The door opened, revealing Rudyard. He glanced at the papers on Rika's desk and said, "Are you busy, Rika?" She shoved them aside for the moment and said, "This is nothing important." She smiled and said, "Are you doing well, Richard?" This one is afraid that she has not time to prepare tea, but if you would like dash. There's no need. Richard shook his head and then walked over. Rika waved to the seat across from her and said, "Make yourself comfortable." Richard sat down, but he frowned and said, "That will be difficult considering the seal on Demon God Laplace is on the verge of shattering." Chapter 140, Zealots. Cliff flipped through a stack of papers reporting on the situation and looked over a map of Milishan. After the arrival at the city, their group had been taken in as part of the Order of the Church. Cliff had forgotten, but the 3 Knight Orders in Milishan had color-coded armor. And conveniently, the White Knights that father-in-law created shared both similar armor type and color to the Order of the Church. The same order entrusted with matters of national defense, such as patrolling Milishan and arresting would-be criminals. Because of that, their entourage had received a warm welcome. Especially as they sided with the commoners and adventurers in securing the capital against monsters and the zealous blue-armored Order of the Temple who had seized power during the Pope's absence. It was an advantageous position. Paired with the fact that Cliff's adoptive father was a respected priest and that Cliff himself was the grandson of the current Pope, it was only a matter of deciding how to resolve the situation, not whether it was possible. Still, Cliff frowned and then looked up from the papers. The Adventurer Guild's War Council Room. Well, though it was called that, it was just a plain room that had been fashioned with a large table, maps, and a few bookshelves. Before anyone did anything that could potentially escalate the situation, Cliff had called for a strategy meeting. Across the table from him, Cliff's adoptive father, Harry Grimoire, flipped through a copy of St. Melies's holy text, jotting down notes in a leather-bound journal. Next to him, Astolfo idly moved chess pieces around a miniature map of Milishan, lost in thought. And next to Astolfo, a middle-aged and one-eyed man with a scarred face sat in silence while staring at Cliff. Belmondo Nashvenick, a lieutenant commander from the Order of the Church, as well as the current leader of the knights that had sided with the populace instead of the nobles. Of course, he wasn't the only man of character from the Order of the Church. But it seemed like a good number of the upstanding knights had conveniently vanished in the space-time rend. Cliff glanced back down at the papers, reflecting on the situation. It was tense. The people were crying for the nobles' heads, especially with reports of an approaching monster horde in the distance. As that happened, the nobles had holed themselves up in fortified manners, guarded by the blue-armored knights from the Order of the Temple and about half of the white-armored knights from the Order of the Church. Not only that, but all of the priests had hidden away in the White Palace as well, leaving the people to fend for themselves without faith or guidance. And considering how the end of times seemed to have befallen them all, Cliff sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Astolfo stopped moving the chess pieces around and looked up at Cliff. "Figured out a plan yet, Cliffy?" Cliff lowered his hand and nodded. "I have some thoughts, yes." He glanced over at his adoptive father and said, "Are you certain that you cannot take on the mantle of the Pope, even for a brief while? A large number of commoners are already under the misconception that you are the Pope instead of grandfather, so would it be too terrible to proclaim it for a brief moment to raise morale and support?" Harry smiled and said, "Looks like I've been doing too good of a job interacting with the populace. But that's no good." He wiped the smile off his face and said, "Even if the people support me, the priests and other knights will see it as a power grab. And even our friend Belmondo here would protest, right?" The scarred knight lieutenant nodded. "Although Priest Grimoire is esteemed among our ranks and has performed many valorous and respectable acts, our loyalty is to his holiness. Although absent, he remains our liege until his death is confirmed." Cliff rubbed his chin and muttered, "In which case your loyalty would shift to the heir, which would be either myself or the Miko of memory. But since she is missing, you would be our liege, yes." Belmondo nodded. "Although I believe the Order of Temple would protest." Harry chuckled and said, "Considering the stories already being passed around of the utopia created in the magic continent where all races live in harmony, I can understand why. A delicate balancing act, no. Considering the forces they had as well as the public sentiment, it wasn't too difficult to resolve. The problem was the aftermath. Father-in-law gave this task to Cliff for a reason, even though it would be a trifling matter to resolve with father-in-law's abilities. Astolfo sighed and said, "Can't we just knock all those baddies down? Just one of the White Knights could take on 100 of those Temple Knights or whatever, right?" She smacked her fist into an open palm and said, "Let's just beat him up. It might have to come to that." Cliff shook his head and muttered, "Those people have been a bit too unreasonable." The Order of the Temple had always been known as zealots who couldn't be reasoned with. But even so, the degree of unwavering faith and refusal to cooperate was irrational. Especially with how they proclaimed that they received a message from God himself, overriding the Pope's intentions and policies. It was enough of a headache for Cliff to wish that father-in-law simply descended and proclaimed himself as their God. He had more than enough qualifications to do so. Ah. Cliff paused and realized it. I see. Yes. Father-in-law could resolve the situation on his own. In one fell sweep, he could end it all, reinstate the Pope, and restore both order and peace. But that would be relying on outside power. Although father-in-law was like a god, or perhaps truly was a god considering Anna's angelic nature, he should not solve all of humanity's problems. Did the holy text not state that humanity's greatest strength was that of determination and free will? And that God would help those who help themselves? So, Cliff decided. Fine. Cliffy? Son? Cliff stood up and said, "If the Order of the Temple is saying that God has deemed us all heretics, we will defy that callous God. Belief against belief. Determination against determination." Cliff would have preferred to resolve the situation peacefully. Preferred to reason with the other side and come to a mutually beneficial solution. But sometimes, people will only listen with a show of force. That is the lesson you wish to impart, is it not, father-in-law? RNG. I paused in the middle of cutting apart a pizza for the kids. Why did I suddenly feel like I caused a giant misunderstanding somewhere? Chapter 141, Mission Prep. A peaceful and enjoyable family outing. Fun in the sun, good food, and cheerful banter all around. That was the plan for the day, and things went as planned. And then it was night. Usually, that would mean dragging Sylphie and Eris off to bed before they jumped me, but tonight was different. Sylphie and Eris stayed to keep an eye on the kids with Aunt Therese and Rostalina. Meanwhile, I went to have a chat with my dear old father, my son, and the man calling himself Pierre but who was really Laplace and may or may not be an alternate version of myself from another timeline. Moonlight shone through the window of a tavern I rented out for the night. Sitting at the table with a glass of red wine, I glanced around at the men joining me. Across from me was Dad. Unlike me, Sylphie, Eris, and pretty much everyone else, he looked the same as I remembered him. The only real difference was that his hair had grown a bit longer and he seemed a bit more calm. That, and that the silver mana he cultivated from his sword training had become a bit transparent. To my left, there was Pierre, Rostalina's husband. I really hoped that he wasn't really an alternate me, because the thought of being with Sylphie's grandma was a bit weird. Though, considering that Rudeus had been such a pervert, and considering the vastness of the multiverse, I guess it was possible. After all, Rudeus had been slothful and lustful, leading him to become a super edgelord after messing up a lot. I personally suffered from pride before getting knocked out of it. Maybe there were other versions of Rudeus Greyrat who fell to different sins and ended up with different lives out there. All I knew though was that if they showed up here, I was definitely going to murder them. Too risky not to. After all, if they fell prey to a sin, who knew what kind of weirdo they ended up to be? And if they managed to arrive here as well, yeah. Better to not risk it. But anyway, Pierre was sitting to my left. Since the jig was up, he had taken off his mask to reveal his face. Surprisingly, he didn't look much like me. If anything, he looked a bit more like Dad. Or maybe he just looked like a Greyrat in general? He had light green eyes and that purple/indigo-colored hair still, but his overall appearance seemed like he was related to us somehow. Something about the eyes and cheekbones maybe. That aside, Roland was sitting on my right. Like Pierre, Roland's face was on full display, having taken off his armor and swapping out for a casual shirt and pants. He was also staring at Pierre with a strange expression. Guarded, but also confused. With arms crossed, Roland frowned and tilted his head, causing his light green hair to shift to the side. I didn't blame him. Even if Pierre had spent the whole day acting like a normal person/cool uncle to the family, it was hard to get over the bombshells he dropped. Which brought us to the main point. I set my glass down on the table and said, "So let's get down to business." Dad took a swig from his own glass of wine and then shook his head. "Bleck. Couldn't you have ordered us something else, kid?" Pierre sipped on his own wine and said, "What's the matter, Paul? Too refined for your tastes?" "More like too uptight." Dad set his glass aside and said, "We're having a chat, so we should have some beer or mead, not this fancy stuff." Roland chuckled and said, "You would have gotten along with my friends, grandfather. Pax always said beer was better to relax than wine." Dad pointed at him and said, "See? Your son gets it, kid." I stared at him for a bit and then said, "Since when have things gone well when you're relaxed, Dad?" He stopped to think about it and said, "Meeting your mom and having you? Besides." He sipped on his wine again and then raised the glass towards me. "Since when have things gone right when I get too serious?" "Good point." Pierre nodded. "I agree. Now." He looked towards me and said, "What did you want to talk about, Rudy?" He gestured towards Paul and Roland and said, "Did you just want a guys' night out, or is there something more serious?" "It's obvious that it's serious, isn't it?" Dad stared at me and clicked his tongue. "Damn. And I thought we were just going to catch up over some good drinks and food." He pointed at me and said, "You can't lead your dad on like that by saying you're renting out a whole tavern, kid." I bit my tongue to stop myself from retorting about him leading on all sorts of people when he was younger. I was better than that. Instead, I nodded and said, "We can do that afterwards. For now, though, I wanted to talk about the future." Roland straightened. Pierre did as well. And hearing my words, Dad's relaxed expression vanished, turning serious. Since I had their attention, I laced my fingers together and said, "First of all, I know where Mom and Mama Lily are." Dad's eyes widened for a bit. And then he laughed and let out a relieved smile. "Of course you do." He grinned and then reached over to punch my arm. "Looks like puberty turned you into even more of a genius, eh? It at least helped me get over the idiocy I inherited from you." Dad leaned back and said, "But what you got from me helped out in bed, right? I mean, from how happy Sylphie and Eris are dash." Roland cleared his throat, shifting a bit in his seat. "Could we not talk about that?" Pierre chuckled and said, "Not quite as shameless as your grandfather, are you?" He paused and then said, "Although. Did you ever get a lover, Roland?" Roland's eyes turned sharp. I sighed and said, "Could you stop with the mysterious 'I know more than you' bit, Pierre?" Pierre cleared his throat and leaned back. "Sorry. Bad habit. Note to self. Don't act like that. It's annoying as all hell. Anyway. Mom and Mama Lily." I continued and said, "It turns out that being W ended up crunching the fabric of space and time into a weird mess. Because of that, they somehow ended up in Roland's timeline." Dad paused. "Wait." He pointed at Roland and said, "He's from another timeline? I thought you and Sylphie just went at it like bunnies and plopped him in a time incubator or something." I grabbed my wine and drained the glass. Damn it. Really starting to wish my body wasn't so good at clearing out poisons. Could really use a bit of a buzz right now to deal with my dad. Chapter 142, Mission Prep. After clearing things up with Dad a bit and hammering in the fact that, no, Roland wasn't a kid we threw into a distorted dungeon to pop him out as an adult. Seriously. Who did that? You'd have to be the most irresponsible parent ever to throw your kid into a time pocket, even if it was for their own good. But anyway, after that, it was time for the real talk. So what are you two doing in Mealy's? I looked at Pierre and Dad and said, is there something going on here? Dad shrugged and said, not really. Your pal Orsted had the central continent covered, so I decided to head over with Pierre here to check this place out to see if we could find some news about everyone. I tilted my head and said, without Norn or Eri? Well, Pierre said that he knew where you were and could send them to meet you. Figured it'd be safer than whatever mess I was going to end up in over here. After saying that, Dad let out a smug smile, proud that he thought about that. Considering his track record, it was probably the best move. Though I wasn't sure if I could approve the clearly reckless parenting decision. Then again, Eri was definitely super strong and Norn was. Well, she picked up a few strange things in her personality, but she wasn't the sort to get wrapped up in dangerous situations. Mostly because she took preemptive measures to cut the problem at the root. Literally. The part about childhood influences affecting your personality was definitely true considering how casually she treated people's lives. Stupid past edgelord self. What about you, kid? Dad looked over and said, seems like a lot happened on your end. He frowned and said, did you get wrapped up in something crazy again? Must have been a hell of a story for you to come back with grandkids, wives, and Stella clinging to you like her real dad. I paused to reflect on everything I did in the magic continent. Waking up with Stella as a newborn, meeting Richard while still recovering, summoning Rika, summoning the White Knights, all the shenanigans that led up to me becoming the Demon Lord of Salvation and establishing Arcadia. And then meeting Sylphie, Eri and Norn. We'll be here for days if I go through it, so let's just say that a lot happened, good and bad. Mostly good though. For now. Did you find anything here in Mealy's? I looked between Dad and Pierre and said, I know you probably didn't find anything about Mom and Mama Lily, but from the fact that something big is going down in the capital. Is being W messing around here? Before I answer that, Dad took a sip from his drink and then stared at me. I stared back and tilted my head. What? You're really my kid, right? Not some evil doppelganger from another timeline or something sent to conquer the world? I rolled my eyes and said, of course I'm your weight. I suddenly remembered what Dad said the first time he saw me again. The confusion he had about whether I was some bloodthirsty demon lord or something. And then I thought about the attack avenues being W had left after realizing how much raw power I had at my disposal. That son of a bitch broadcasted my fight. No, he showed off Rudeus the Grey, didn't he? The way to kill the hero wasn't to send a powerful monster. Instead, it was to have the people he protected turn against him. There was a reason why the saying you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain existed. Public opinion was fickle and could turn on a dime. And considering how zealous a group of people who were steadfast in their beliefs were, and how said group of people might react to seeing a tangible demon lord and a tangible message from a so-called god, I rubbed my face and said, maybe I should check in on Cliff. Pierre blinked. Cliff? You've met him? I nodded. Yeah. He ended up getting sent to the magic continent along with his dad and some other people. Good kid, even if he keeps calling me father-in-law. Pierre blinked again. Asterisk father-in-law asterisk? But, well, I guess since I'm with Rostalina now. But then, he trailed off, mumbling under his breath. Hearing that, Roland narrowed his eyes and finally spoke up. You never gave a clear answer on who you are, Pierre. How do you know who Uncle Cliff should end up with? Because that's the original flow of events. Of course, things have definitely gone off the rails now. I thought that was because of me, but now I'm wondering if there's someone else too. The divergence I planned wasn't so great. An important conversation was unfolding, but I decided to shelf that for now. Instead, I activated clairvoyance to check in on Cliff. Although it was night, that didn't affect my vision. Because of that, it was easy to check on the situation in the capital. And also because of that, it was easy for me to see the crowd of adventurers and knights filling the central plaza. It was also easy for me to see Cliff standing on a podium in the center of all that, sweeping his arms out to the crowd while making a speech. I couldn't hear it. Mostly because I hadn't quite figured out how to tie clairvoyance to more than just sight yet. Needed to experiment a bit more with synesthesia for that. But judging from how the crowd pumped up their arms and cheered, I blinked and looked back at Dad and Pierre. Just for the record, do you happen to know where the Pope is? Dad smirked and said, of course. He pointed at Pierre and said, Pierre and I kidnapped the old man and tucked him away in a safe house. That's why we're here, actually. The plan was to get him on a ship back to the central continent to grab some reinforcements. Also to try and one-up being W. He paused. Why? I let out a deep sigh and rubbed my face. I've really got bad timing, don't I? Well, I think Cliff mentioned how he used to dream about becoming the Pope and uniting humanity and the other races, right? Yeah. I'll let him sort that out. For now. That aside, I looked at Dad and said, I'm planning on heading back home with everyone to meet up with Master Roxy and Aisha. Did you want to come with us? Roland blinked and said, we're going to meet Blue Mama? I glanced at my son and nodded. I've got a lot to talk about with her. Mostly about our relationship, but also about Mom and Mama Lily. Master Roxy was always better at the theoretical stuff than me, so if I get her help, we should be able to grab Mom and Mama Lily in no time. Dad rubbed his chin and said, HM. I'd love to see how my son wrangles in another wife, and I want to see my cute Aisha again, but my gut's telling me that I should probably stick around here. What do you think, Pierre? Pierre shrugged. Lena's due any day now, so I'll be around anyway. But... He looked off to the side and said, I do feel like something's off. It'll be better for us to stick around. Dad pointed at Pierre and said, that's what our mystery technique god says. I frowned and said, should I stay too? Pierre shook his head. I think it will be even messier if you're around. More importantly, he looked at Roland and said, your kid's big sister is a bit reckless with time, so it will be better for you to be near Orsted. He should be enough of an anchor to stop any of the stronger ripples. I gave Pierre a blank stare. What? Communication skills really are the most important, aren't they? Pierre tilted his head, confusion clear on his face. I sighed. Chapter 143, Holy War. In the White Palace, at a balcony overlooking the capital. Sitting at a table, a middle-aged man with graying hair slammed his fist, causing the cardinal hat to shift off his head. What do you mean you can't find her? A man in full blue plate armor knelt down before the cardinal and bowed his head. Apologies, Cardinal, but dash. But? The Cardinal, LeBlanc McFarlane, glared at the man and said, but nothing, Count. Your own daughter was in charge of the Miko's protection. Do not tell me you do not know where she took the Miko. The armored man, Count Carlite Latria, simply remained kneeling. Curses! Cardinal LeBlanc tossed his hat to the side and ran his hand through his hair. I received a direct message from God himself and deposed the Pope like he asked. I followed everything to the letter. So why is everything going wrong now? He paused and then looked back at Count Carlite. Tell me you at least have found traces of where the Pope has gone. My apologies, Cardinal, but dash. Useless. He slammed his hand on the table again and growled. How are you so incompetent now of all times? Have I extended you too much authority? Or... He slowly turned to Count Carlite and said, has House Latria decided to turn on the church? Twice now your children have turned away from St. Mealy's. He narrowed his eyes and said, should I find a replacement for the leader of the Order of the Temple? Of course not, Cardinal. Words are not enough. Cardinal LeBlanc glanced out towards the torchlit capital, staring at the crowd standing in the courtyard and said, go quiet down the peasantry. Let them know what it means to turn against God's words. Understood. Count Carlite stood up and started walking off, his armor clanking behind him. Because he wore the full suit, it was impossible to see his expression. As a result, the cardinal missed the thoughtful gleam in the count's eye as he walked off. And that's likely what the cardinal is thinking. Harry Grimoire shrugged and said, "Such a prideful person will likely find us an eyesore and start a show of calling us heretics before sending in the inquisitors." Cliff nodded and then swept his gaze around the surroundings. It was night, the only source of light from the full moon above and the torches they set up around their base. He had just finished giving his impassioned speech to the adventurers, militia, and knights that had sided with the citizens over the nobles. Now it was a time of action. Well, the moment before action. There was a bit of time left to finalize logistics and sort out the battle plan. Also to check everyone's determination one last time. Cliff looked out at the people standing nearby. Harry Grimoire, Cliff's adoptive father. Lady Astolfo, the co-captain of the White Knights from Arcadia. Belmondo Nashvinic, the effective leader of the Order of the Church. Belmondo's father, Galgard, who had just returned after gathering the remnants of the Order of Instruction. The Adventurer Guild's leader. And then the various adventurers and other influential figures who had been keeping the Order of the Temple and the nobles from committing a complete purge on the populace. Sweeping his gaze across from them all, Cliff nodded and said, "So he says. From this point on it is only a matter of time before the sword of the Church falls upon our heads. Will we simply stand here and accept that fate?" "No!" A thunderous roar echoed, followed by clattering steel. The knights hammering on their armor and salutes. Adventurers cheering. The militia cheering in agreement. Will we accept the God who declared us the enemy? "No!" Then Cliff turned towards the White Palace. At the same time, he glanced at the towers creating the barrier protecting Militian. It was a defensive measure. Common knowledge said that it was only for stopping outside forces and monsters from attacking. However, Cliff doubted that was its only capability. For now, it was fine, but it was something he needed to keep an eye on as they advanced. But for the moment, let us depart. Sweeping his arm through the air, Cliff spun on his heels and started walking through the streets towards the White Palace. His pristine white robes trailed behind him as he moved, leading the way. It was night time. As a result, the city should have been quiet, with the citizens fast asleep. But that wasn't the case. As Cliff led the way, he could see people peering out from their homes to look at him. Elderly men and women. Single mothers. Children. Had it been that trying on them? Without a doubt, what Cliff was doing was revolt. It was blasphemy of the highest order by declaring the effective leader of the church as the enemy. Yet instead of doubt or ridicule, he was met with hope. Of course, that was just from the common folk. In the distance, Cliff could see the lights on in the noble homes and faint reflections. The cowardly nobility peering out with spyglasses or other means from safety. As expected. Father-in-law knows best. Those born into nobility did not appreciate or empathize with the plight of the commoners. And those who clung to the luxury from currying favor with the church would continue to do so at the expense of the common folk. Militian needed to change. A false church that would forsake its people and turn the blade upon the populace was one that did not need to exist. Even if it was the word of God himself declaring it. Humanity will declare who they deem their God. They would make a new one who understood their plight. Isn't that right, father-in-law? I felt a shiver run down my spine and glanced off in the distance. Is something wrong, Rudy? Sylphie clung to my right arm and then raised her head to follow my gaze. Just go to sleep already. Ari grumbled and then snuggled close to my left side. We need to get up early tomorrow. Right. Yeah. I could worry about the fact that Cliff was definitely setting off for war instead of negotiating later. He was a logical sort of guy. If he came to that conclusion, there probably wasn't any other option. Instead, I should think about how we were going to head back to the central continent. Maybe it was time to experiment with random teleporting? Since I had a proper anchor point here, I could always warp back. And considering how seasick Eri and the others had been last time, it would probably be better. But a leisurely trek across Mealy sounded fun too. And I was curious about meeting the beast race in the Great Forest. Well, I'd figure it out tomorrow. Chapter 144, Holy War. Back in the Magic Continent, Rika frowned as she reread through the reports that Rudyard handed her earlier in the day. And as she did, she clicked her tongue. It really is that person. She had always wondered about it. Back in her timeline, Demon God Laplace existed. It was common knowledge that he was sealed away in a secret location within the Magic Continent, guarded by seals that Perugius personally placed and reinforced with his summoned spirits. And yet, the man calling himself Magic God Laplace had appeared while Demon God Laplace never emerged. Moreover, at that time Perugius had focused all of his resources on the Magic God. Rika had suspected that Magic God Laplace, or rather, the Rudy that became Magic God Laplace, was just the reincarnation of Demon God Laplace. But now! If my time and this time are similar save for that one instance. From her talks with Rudy, they were fairly certain that her time branched from his at a single point. However, even though time branched, it didn't mean that certain key events wouldn't occur if they were already in motion before the branch. Then, Rika took off her glasses and reread the report one more time, checking the location, the observations, and Rudyard's findings against what she remembered about Magic God Laplace's origins. This might be a problem. Rika wasn't worried about Rudy. Even if the seal broke and Demon God Laplace tried to possess Rudy because he happened to be a perfect vessel. Well, Rudy was a crazy and ridiculous person who was practically a god on his own right at the moment. After all, he had the power, miracles, and faith to proclaim himself as one. But that was the best-case scenario. In the worst case, Magic God Laplace was infamous for his assimilation ability. And people had suspected him of being the reincarnation of Demon God Laplace due to using some of Demon God Laplace's infamous techniques. What if Demon God Laplace had been fully resurrected, but his powers had been taken by that time's Rudy for his own? And what if? There is no use thinking like this. Rika shook her head and set the papers down. For now, let us leave it to Rudyard and just send a message to Rudy. The seal was only weakening at the moment, so there was a bit of time. Not only that, but Rudyard's combat potential was even higher than he had been in his prime as Demon God Laplace's general. Rika wasn't concerned about a fight there. Rudyard could hold his own long enough for Rudy to sense the disturbance and return. Instead, what Rika was concerned for was. She glanced at the sky and frowned. After that, she looked at the maid who had been quietly sitting in the corner of the room. A Toph. The former immortal demon lord bowed her head and said, "Yes, Lady Rika?" Rika's eye twitched. It was still weird seeing the brash and hot-headed Toph act like that. Just what happened when Rudy went to meet her. No. That wasn't important. Instead, do you think Perugius would sit down and talk peacefully if Demon God Laplace's seal breaks near our kingdom? Toph scoffed. That guy? Of course not. He acts all noble and aloof, but he's a super hot-headed idiot when it comes to anything related to Laplace. I thought so. Rika sighed. It seemed like she should expedite Project Zenithia then. If conflict with Perugius was inevitable, they might as well go ahead with it and create another floating fortress. The middle of the night, dark with nothing but the moon to guide the way. Under the moonlight, an eclectic group departed from Milishan, stepping out onto the open fields. Some were in pristine white armor, shining like specters from beyond the veil. Others were in sparkling silver armor. Others still were wearing haphazard equipment, some with proper armor, some with miscellaneous pieces. And the rest lacked armor at all, simply advancing in their plain clothes. Leading this group was a young man. When he left his home, he had been just a boy. A youth not even to his 10th birthday. But through happenstance and divine intervention, he had experienced years beyond what he should have had the world resumed its natural course. A genius plucked from his home, humbled, and returned with conviction. Standing at the front, Cliff Grimoire confidently advanced, his light brown hair and his pure white robe fluttering with a gentle night breeze. Unlike his followers who were barely illuminated by the moon, he seemed to emit light of his own. Like a lamp in the darkness, his surroundings were bright, serving as a beacon and guide for those who may have been doubtful behind him. But it was dangerous. Unlike the others, he had no armor. Though his robe gave off a holy aura, it was ordinary cloth. A blade would easily cut through and rend his flesh. An arrow would pierce and strike him down. Even so, he advanced without doubt. His eyes remained steadfast on the white palace in the distance, as well as the flurry of activity starting to emerge from the palace gates. It was difficult to see to the ordinary eye. Knights bearing dark blue armor that blended in with the darkness advanced. Knights from the Order of the Temple. Not only that, but the faint twang of drawn bowstrings echoed from the distance. And of course, the target was Cliff. The white moon became shadowed. A barrage of arrows blanketing the sky shot forward. But Cliff continued to advance. Almost as if a martyr or sacrifice, he continued forward while the others moved back. The arrows arrived. A few screams echoed. Some of the younger members from Cliff's group closed their eyes. In the distance, the captain overseeing the temple archers cheered. But shortly after, silence fell over both groups. Cliff was standing there, completely unharmed without a single scratch on either his skin or his clothing. Instead, the arrows had pierced the ground around him. But they weren't deflected. Instead, as if divine interference, the arrows formed a perfect circle around him. Moreover, if one looked upon the arrows from above, they would see that it formed the cross of St. Melis, with Cliff as the center. The silence continued for a moment. And then Cliff broke it. Staring into the distance, he smiled and swept out his arms. "Is this all you can do in the name of your god?" He stepped forward, placing a foot on the arrows. Logically, they should have broken. They weren't tightly packed enough to support his weight. But the arrows held, and Cliff advanced. "Fire!" A roar echoed in the distance. The captain ordering the archers to attack once more. Cliff let out a benevolent smile and advanced, his arms still held out. "Look! Those who act in the name of that god cannot strike me. Their arrows miss, and their blades shall break." The next volley of arrows arrived. But like before, they flew off course. Yet, it wasn't due to a barrier. Instead, it looked like some divine force had brushed them aside at the last moment. The temple captain turned to his men and growled. "Where are you aiming?" "Fire!" Another volley. Cliff smiled, watching as the arrows continued to miss. And then he turned back towards his followers. "We advance. Tonight, we expel the false prophets." Chapter 145, Holy War. A battle beneath the moonlight. One side fighting in the name of a supposed god, the other fighting for humanity's sake against that traitorous god. Arrows continued flying through the night sky, blotting out the moonlight as they shot towards Cliff and the people behind him. And those arrows kept getting twisted off course, as if brushed away by an invisible hand. It would have been one thing if it was due to a barrier. It would have been sensible if a wind started, blowing them off course. Both were phenomena that could be explained with mortal powers. Magic, instead of divine intervention. But one of the blue-armored paladins on the side of the Order of the Temple turned back to look at the commander. "As sir? Do we keep shooting? The arrows. Do we really have God's blessings on our side?" Another paladin lowered his bow and glanced at the commander as well. The commander glared at his men. As a grizzled old man who had seen countless battles, a trick like this didn't faze him. But his men. It was pathetic. Just because of something small like that, his men were losing morale. "Of course we do. Have you forgotten the day?" his voice echoed in our minds. The commander stepped forward past his men and stared at Cliff. Cliff stared back, letting out a faint smile. "TCH. It was a kid. But that kid had somehow rallied the Adventurers Guild, Order of Instruction, and Order of the Church behind him. Not only that, but even some idiotic commoners had joined in a haphazard militia. A reckless charge. Even if the other knight orders had joined, they were just remnants. With God's aid and the Cardinal's actions, the strongest had been scattered to the winds. No matter what magic item they were using to block the arrows, when it came to a clash of blades, the result was already determined. So, stop wasting arrows and draw your blades. The commander ordered his men and then drew his own sword. At the same time, silver light wrapped his body. His battle aura flared as he prepared to meet those arrogant traitors and heretics daring to raise their swords against the church. An immediate response. Seeing the commander act brushed away the doubts in the paladins. With that, they all put their bows to the side and drew their swords, stepping forward to stand with the commander. A dozen other paladins roused their battle aura as well, silver wrapping around their dark blue armor. Seeing that, the commander smirked. No matter how many adventurers and peasants that kid rallied, it would be pointless. Even though they had a small army on that side, a single saint-rank fighter could take out scores of ordinary men. A king-rank fighter could take that army out by himself. And there was no one like that in the other knight orders. So it was inevitable. The moment that kid and his forces arrived, his elites would charge alongside him and tear through. Afterwards, his men would follow up and... A sudden burst of light. The dark night illuminated by silver. But it wasn't coming from his men. Instead, the commander's eyes widened and he instinctively took a step back. I am possible. Cliff stared at the shocked face of the enemy commander and then nodded. As I thought. The Order of the Temple was worthy of their infamous reputation. To be able to pull out a dozen saint-rank fighters for just an initial charge and at such notice was proof of that. It was a force that was enough to keep the entire Adventurers Guild in check. Perhaps the Order of Instruction might have stronger fighters, but those were scattered throughout the world on their training pilgrimages. And the Order of the Church had powerful fighters serving as trump cards in cases of national emergency, but the space-time Rend had scattered those fighters as well. That was why the Order of the Temple could run rampant like this under the Cardinal's direction and hold Militia in a death grip. However, it is nothing compared to father-in-law's forces. The White Knights had a minimum entry level of saint-ranked. It was necessary in order to survive against the harsh monsters and unexpected dangers of the magic continent. And as a result of facing those tribulations, in actuality, the White Knights were stronger than ordinary saint-rank forces. And that was just considering the White Knights who joined later. Lady Astolfo and the others who father-in-law had personally gathered. Cliff didn't know their limits. But from the oppressive light shining behind him, it was more than whatever the other side had. So it would be a rout. With the White Knights alone, they could run rampant through the Order of the Temple, barge into the White Palace, and take out the Cardinal. But this battle was not simple one of military might. Cliff carefully studied the expressions of the knights on the opposing side. A good number of them were wearing helmets, preventing him from gleaning any information. But others were not. And because of that, he could see the shock and hesitation. As expected, the Order of the Temple were known to be zealots. Those who would fight to the death against impossible odds. Trusting in the grace of Saint Meles and God's protection, they would willingly relinquish their lives for the cause. Because they knew they were in the right. But they lost their faith. Was it because of some of the heinous actions that had been perpetrated in the name of God? The fact that the Cardinal seized power for his own? Or because using his prototype force manipulation spell to give off the appearance of divine intervention struck them to their core? Either way, Cliff could tell. Just one more push would be enough. So, Lady Astolfo, Sir Venick, and Mr. Guild Leader, would you please stand back? A request to stand down. Are you an idiot, Cliffy? As scripted, Lady Astolfo spoke up against him. You might be smart, but you aren't a fighter. I do not need to be. Cliff turned back to the militia. Ordinary men and women. Some young, some old. People who followed him because they wanted to protect their home and get rid of the rot clinging to the church. Those who had faith in St. Melisa's teachings and not some false god who would discard them on a whim. Cliff closed his eyes and placed his hand over his heart. It was possible. Father-in-law had told him that mana could take on countless forms. That faith alone could create astounding feats, but faith, vision, and rationale could create impossible miracles. And so, this is a story about the resurgence of humanity. Humanity's potential was limitless. Anyone could become a hero. Anyone could become a villain. The capacity for good and evil lay within everyone. But in knowing evil and seeking good, in accepting weakness and seeking strength within the conviction to pursue the beautiful ideal, Cliff opened his eyes. And as he did, golden light swept out. The night sky vanished, replaced by a brilliant sky at dawn. At the same time, silver light flickered around the ordinary men and women, their inherent strength drawn out by the grace of the morning light. Seeing that, Cliff smiled. As always, father-in-law's theories were correct. RNG. It was the middle of the night. To be exact, early morning. Ari and Sylphie were already fast asleep, and both of them were clinging to my arms, preventing me from getting up. Well, it was super comfy snuggled between them, so I didn't really want to get up either. But I couldn't fall asleep despite how comfortable it felt. And the reason for that? As expected. It's dangerous to give random information to real geniuses, huh? I stared at the piece of displaced reality around the White Palace with my clairvoyance and then let out a sigh. Note to self. Be more careful with the what-ifs you say around Cliff. That guy's smart, crazy, and determined enough to reject reality itself to make it possible. Secondary note, remember to grab Cliff when we seriously start working on how to grab Mom and Mama Lily back from the future. Now, I think I'll just close my eyes and let Cliff do his thing. Yeah. Less of a headache that way. Huh. I wonder if this is how Master Roxy felt back then. Chapter 146, Children of the Beast Race. A bright and peaceful morning. Stella blinked her bleary eyes open and then let out a small yawn before sitting up in her bed. For a brief moment, she was confused. The surroundings were unfamiliar. Even the bed she was sleeping in was different. A bit too firm and not like the comfy one that Onii-chan made for her. And then Stella remembered. Right. We aren't in Arcadia anymore. She took a look around and then gathered her bearings. It was a small room. Basic, without many personal belongings or furniture. But it was supposed to be that way. Onii-chan. You're a pretty boring person, huh? The room was a recreation of the one that Onii-chan had at their old house. The same house where Stella had been born. It didn't have everything. After all, a lot of their belongings had vanished in the space-time collapse that whisked their family all over the world. But Onii-chan was a cheat who could make things from just his imagination and memories, so it was pretty much the same. Because of that, and because of how bare it was, Stella shook her head. Even if he was a reincarnated genius or something, you'd think he would have some toys or souvenirs, but there wasn't anything decorating the room. Then again, Onii-chan was the sort of person who valued the intangible things like knowledge, skills, and stuff like that. Except for when it came to women. Stella slipped out of her bed and sighed. At least Onii-chan knows how to keep them quiet. After that, she thought about what to do for the day. Onii-chan said that they were probably going to start heading back to their hometown soon, but she wasn't sure if they were leaving today or not. And even if they were, Onii-chan could come by and pick her up whenever. So, a glimmer of crimson sparks appeared in front of Stella, and then a girl with flaming orange hair appeared next to her. Stella blinked and then sighed before saying, "Are you going to follow me around everywhere like that now, Fai?" Fai rubbed her eyes and then smiled. "Of course." She smoothed down her simple white dress and said, "You're big now, so I get to be big too." A white mist shimmered next to Stella before a tabby gray cat appeared, floating in the air. It shook its body for a bit, causing some mist to leave its fur and turn it pure white. After that, the cat looked at Stella with its clear blue eyes and said, "Did you plan on going on an adventure today, Stella?" Stella walked over to pick up her bag, carefully rummaging through her belongings. Her notebook filled with various example magic arrays that she learned from watching Onii-chan. A makeshift one made from a magic stone Onii-chan gave her to play with, and some scrap metal that Fai and Wada helped find. Some spare clothes, snacks that Onii-chan gave her. And since Wada could always conjure water, that should be enough. Stella closed up her bag and slung it over her shoulders before turning back to Wada. "We probably won't be here much longer, so we should go explore while we have the chance, right?" A small breeze shifted Stella's blonde hair before a tiny green fairy appeared on her head. Wearing a green one-piece dress, Win yawned and said, "Can't we just relax?" She glanced off to the side and said, "The winds are hectic today. It might be bad to go." Stella rolled her eyes and said, "The winds are always bad, Win. Just like how you're always sleepy." She paused and said, "Why are you always sleepy anyway?" Win stretched and said, "Because you make me work so hard." The small fairy puffed her cheeks and said, "Do you know how many times a weirdo keeps trying to steal your fate?" Stella blinked. "What?" Win yawned and then looked over at Wada and Fai. "I'm going back to sleep. Don't let Fai get Stella into trouble, Wada." Fai huffed and said, "I am not trouble." Wada nodded. "I won't." Stella shook her head and said, "You three always make it seem like I'm going to get into some big mess." After saying that, Stella opened the door and walked out of her room. Wada floated behind her and said, "Because you're a trouble magnet like Rudy but a lot weaker. I am not as bad as Onii-chan." Stella huffed and walked down the hall to the living room. "He breaks the world and common sense wherever he goes. I'm perfectly normal." Fai walked beside Stella and nodded. "Yeah." She looked at Wada and said, "Stella is a normal girl, not a weirdo. Normally I'd be happy, but coming from you, Fai." Stella sighed and then shook her head. The house was empty, mostly because it was still pretty early. Stella's father had gone off somewhere last night after chatting with Onii-chan. As for Onii-chan, he was still asleep with his arrow wives. Or maybe up to Eki things since that silence formation was covering their bedroom. Either way, they weren't around. Eo's, Aina, and Roland's bedrooms were upstairs, and Stella's, nieces and nephew? Neichan's and Nichan? Family relationships were always so complicated when time travel was involved. Huh. Seriously, was Onii-chan the protagonist of a science fiction novel or something before he got reincarnated? He said he came from Japan too, but Stella was seriously starting to have doubts about if they came from the same Earth. Anyway, they were all asleep, or at least not downstairs yet. Neichan was probably asleep too since her room was still closed. So was Auntie Therese. Since that was the case, Stella scribbled a quick note saying that she was going exploring before placing it on the dining room table. After that, she headed outside, Fai and Wada following her. And then, "Are you leaving?" A soft female voice called out to her. Stella jumped and spun around to see a slightly chubby blonde girl standing there. The girl's blue eyes stared at Stella with unnatural pink diamond pupils, almost as if peering into Stella's soul. No, the girl was actually doing that, judging from the waves of mana rippling towards Stella. Stella watched those waves bounce away as the necklace Onii-chan gave her flashed. After that, she huffed and said, "How many times have I said to stop trying to read my mind, Miko?" "Yeah." Fai pointed at Miko and said, "That's rude." The girl, Miko, lowered her gaze and said, "I'm sorry." Wada floated over and bopped Fai's head. "You're the rude one here, Fai." "Ow!" Stella shook her head and said, "Whatever. I'm going out to play today. Do you want to come with?" Miko tilted her head and said, "Is that okay? You're still really small." "I am not small." Stella huffed and said, "I'm a big girl now." "Yes?" Anyway. Stella spun towards the door and said, I'm going with or without you. Come on, FAI. Aya! Miko quickly started walking after Stella. Wait for me. SNG. Saint Port. Apparently, it was supposed to be similar to the Wind Port back on the Magic Continent. Of course, since that place had been destroyed by a big distortion, Stella never got to see what it was really like. But walking around the area. This place really is a fantasy world, isn't it? Of course, there had been demons, beastkin, and other fantasy creatures back in Arcadia, but everyone there was normal. Or maybe it was because the place was something Onii-chan built up? Either way, it didn't feel like a real parallel world. But here, looking around, Stella could see adventurers chatting and merchants hawking their wares. Some sailors were walking around, stumbling back after a long night drinking. Altogether, it was like a real fantasy setting. And since Stella was finally off by herself, it was even more exciting. Now, if only she could have a chance encounter and start a quest or something. Stella paused, noticing something off in the distance, hidden between dark alleyways. A flash of white, darting into the darkness. Wada paused as well and then followed Stella's gaze. Did you see something interesting, Stella? I think so. Stella pulled out her wand from her bag and then started walking over there. Miko quickly followed, hugging her white robe. I don't think we should dash. It'll be fine. I'm not a baby anymore. Right. Stella was grown up now and she could solve her own problems. Plus, it was time for her to show Onii-chan that he didn't need to fuss so much worrying about her. Let's go, everyone! Now, to see what that white flash was. I sat up and then glanced off to the side. Eri and Sylphie were still fast asleep, completely exhausted. Scanning around the house, my kids were sleeping, Norn was studying, Aunt Therese was sleeping too. Dad was knocked out at an inn nearby, watched over by Pierre and Rostalina. But Stella was missing. She wasn't in danger. And when I focused on her, it seemed like she was just out having fun with her friends walking around in town. But then she suddenly ducked into a side alley, chasing after a fluffy white dog. A fluffy white dog that was almost blinding with the amount of golden holy mana radiating from it. Trouble really does run in the family, huh? I carefully slipped up from Eri and Sylphie before heading out the window and trailing after Stella. It should be fine, but it was always good to have an overpowered NPC on a tutorial mission, right? Chapter 147, Children of the Beast Race. Stella clutched her wand and then cautiously peered down the dark alleyway. It was sketchy. If it was back in Japan, Stella would never have gone anywhere close to a place like that. But I'm no ordinary girl. Right. She wasn't an ordinary high school girl, and she definitely wasn't an ordinary girl in general. Watching Onii-chan use magic, experimenting with magic formations on her own, and even secretly using healing magic to grow a little faster. Yes. Stella was definitely not an ordinary girl. Instead, she was a magical girl, one setting off to solve mysteries and beat up the bad guys. Okay. Maybe not that. Still, it would help Onii-chan if some of the bad guys weren't around, right? Right. So. Focus, Stella. The flash of white that Stella saw was gone now. They had chased it down the alleyways towards the ships, but it suddenly vanished. Wada floated through the air and spun around, frowning. I don't see anything, Stella. FAI walked next to Stella and looked around as well. Yep. All clear. Miko cautiously stopped behind Stella and looked around too. After a quick survey, she looked towards Stella and said, Is it okay for us to be here? Stella looked towards Miko and crossed her arms. What? Are you scared? Miko nodded. Yes. Oh. Stella hadn't been expecting that answer. Miko frowned and said, I'm surprised that you aren't scared. She pressed her hands against her chest and looked around, trembling. People can be scary, especially in places like this. Well, I can be scary too. Stella held up her wand and then stared at the rundown door in front of them. Now that Miko mentioned it, Stella felt her heart speed up a bit. Even if Stella knew she was safe, it was still a bit scary. In her past life, she wouldn't be caught anywhere near places like this. She had read horror stories about kids and even high school girls being lured into shady places and then trafficked against their will. But because of that, I can do it. Right. This place definitely looked like the sort of shady area where innocent people would be trafficked. And since this was a world where slaves existed, there were probably a lot of those here too. And Stella had the ability to free them. So, she swallowed down her fear and hesitation and then said, Wada, can you break down the door? Wada puffed up his chest and said, easy. After that, he floated towards the door and snapped his fingers. A flash of blue light lit up the dark alley. The moment it did, the rundown door frosted over, turning white. And then it shattered, dissolving into icy particles. Fai pouted. Ah. I wanted to break something. Wada floated back to Stella's side before turning towards Fai. No burning down the whole town, Fai. Do you want Rudy to yell at you? No. Miko looked between Wada and Fai before turning her gaze back to Stella. As she did, Miko frowned and said, I don't understand you, Stella. Why aren't you scared? Stella started walking through the opening and said, because I'm smart and prepared. Right. Oniai-chan was the strongest, and the necklace he gave her would definitely protect her against bad guys. Although. Stella paused and then turned towards Fai. Could you stay close and protect Miko, Fai? Ah. Fai frowned and said, but I want to walk next to you, Stella. And I appreciate that. But Miko is squishy, so we need to protect her. Miko puffed her cheeks and said, I am not squishy. I might be a little pudgy, but I'm not squishy. Sure. Stella wasn't about to open that can of worms. Nope. Besides, there were more important things to worry about. After watching to make sure Fai was seriously protecting Miko, Stella started walking again. It was dark, but a quick flick of her wand lit up the surroundings as a floating light ball emerged. And like that, the party advanced. The building was damp, and the doorways seemed to be leading underground, giving the impression of walking into the mouth of a breathing creature. Stella knew that wasn't the case, but with the moist air, warm atmosphere, and icky smells surrounding her, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried. It was irrational. Stella knew that. After all, Oniai-chan was nearby and she could call for help at any time. Not that she wanted to. This was a chance to prove to everyone that she wasn't just a kid. If she managed to foil like a big criminal plot, then everyone would definitely stop coddling her. And she could even show off to Norn-chan too. Imagining all of that brought a smile to Stella's face. A smile that froze as the group stepped out into an open area. By Mealy's. Miko let out a hushed whisper and instinctively took a step back. Fai's usual bright demeanor vanished, replaced by anger. Anger that caused her flaming red hair to actually become flames for a brief moment before she closed her eyes and brought it under control. Wada was angry as well. But unlike Fai, his anger was cold, causing the air around him to frost up. As for Stella. Is this real? A dark and empty stone room, barely lit by a flickering oil lantern and the light orb she had summoned. Within that room, cages were laid out, each containing nude boys and girls. There were a few who looked to be around 10, but most of them were younger. Primary school age. They were handcuffed and gagged. Some had animal or elf ears, but there were a few who were definitely just human. All of them were crying or trembling in fear. Some had bruises on their skin or their face. And others. No, it looked like they didn't suffer that. But even so. Stella! Wada cried out and flew in front of Stella, conjuring an ice barrier. Crack! Stella's eyes widened, staring at the sword stopped right in front of her eyes. It wasn't moving. But the force that had been thrown must have been immense. Wada had conjured a thick wall of frosty ice, but cracks were rapidly spreading through it, making it look like a broken window. Through that broken window, Stella could see someone moving. TCH. A man walked into the center of the room from a dark hallway, dragging a bloodied white dog behind him. Staring at Stella, he clicked his tongue and said, "I was worried that this dog drew in some adventurers, but it's only a bunch of kids and their pet." Stella gulped and took a quick stock of the situation. The captured children in the cages were huddling in fear. Wada was on edge and FAI had moved in front of Miko, who was trembling with wide eyes. "It's okay. Right. It was fine. She wasn't alone, and even then, it was just a random thug." Judging from the man's shaggy dark hair, gaunt eyes, and scruffy beard, he was just an ordinary thug. The sort of typical bandit. He definitely wasn't anything special. So, let's save them. She could do it. The children. Stella didn't know how they got here or why they were here, but it definitely couldn't be for any good reason. And it was clear that man was underestimating them, so Stella swung her wand and focused. Magic formations flashed and stone spires shot up from the floor, aiming at the bad guy. At the same time, she ran forward. "Stella!" "Arg!" Wada groaned and then shattered the ice wall, quickly moving towards Stella's side. The bandit snorted and said, "Stupid kid." Reaching up with his left hand to crack his neck, he took a step back, completely relaxed. And then his eyes widened. "What?" Stella smiled. It worked. A theory that Stella was working on. Inspired by how Wada, Win, and FAI used magic, she figured out how to use magic formations to directly control the elements. The bandit thought it was just stone spires, but in actuality. "Go on time out for a bit, Mr. Bandit." Stella swung her wand and caused the stone to flow like water before wrapping around the bandit. "You brat!" The bandit cursed and then tried to break free, struggling against the stone constraints. Seeing that, Stella swung her wand again and then wrapped up his mouth too. After that, she turned her attention to the caged children. Oniai-chan was definitely going to be impressed by this. Although it wouldn't be good to have all the kids walk out since they were naked. Maybe she should try making clothes like Oniai-chan? Wada flew over and then snapped his fingers, causing the locks on the cages to freeze and shatter. After that, he turned to the bloody dog lying on the ground and said, "Hey, Stella. I think we should heal that dog." Stella looked over and then cleared her throat. "All right." She didn't forget about the dog at all. Definitely not. Especially since it seemed like the one who struggled to escape and get them to come and help. Stella walked over to the dog, ignoring the dark glare the bound-up bandit was giving her. Holding out her wand, she stood over the dog and smiled. "Don't worry, doggy. Just a bit and I'll have you all dash." Miko suddenly gasped and then said, "Stella, no, Wada, block him." Stella blinked. A flash of silver erupted around the man. Shortly after, a loud crack echoed as he broke out of the restraints, suddenly drawing a knife from his sleeve. Stella's eyes widened and she took a step back. At least, she tried. But the bandit glared at her, and her body couldn't move. Stella suddenly remembered it. The terrifying glare that Mr. Rudeus had way back when that made it seem like the entire world would crash down. Oniai-chan was able to stand against that. But Oniai-chan was Oniai-chan. Faced with that glare. No. That killing intent. With the realization that the man wanted and was going to kill her. "Move!" She tried to force her body to move. And her hand clumsily swung her wand. But she couldn't concentrate. Wada moved like before and tried to make an ice barrier. But before he could, a dagger flew towards him, stopping him in the middle of casting. Wada reflexively ducked away. But then he realized that Stella was left wide open. "No!" The bandit sneered and dashed forward, pulling out another dagger from his boot. Stella's mind stopped, staring at the gleaming blade rushing towards her head. And then, blood sprayed. Fai was standing in front of Stella, arms thrown out wide, somehow arriving in an instant to serve as a human shield. Because of that, Stella thought the blood came from her. But then she realized that wasn't the case. Instead, I knew I should have cleaned up these ship rats earlier. A familiar calm and collected voice. Not only that, but a familiar hand patted Stella's head. Onii-chan's. Stella blinked and watched as Rudy appeared in front of her. Was it because he was in a rush? Instead of his dyed hair and fancy clothes, his hair was white again and he was wearing a plain gray shirt and pants. Before Stella could even comprehend what was happening, people started appearing from the dark hallway further in the room. Is it a raid? They got Gerald. Rudy clicked his tongue and then turned to face them. Exploiting children like this. And scaring my baby sister. He stepped forward and cracked his knuckles. Well, I've been meaning to test out my physique. Thank you for volunteering. Filled with relief, Stella suddenly found her legs giving out. Against her will, she staggered back and fell on her butt. Even so, that was fine. She was safe. The bad guy was. Stella's mind froze. She had instinctively glanced over to see what Rudy did to stop the bandit. And she couldn't comprehend it. No. She could comprehend it. It was clear. The bandit was dead. It was a rational result. He tried to kill her. Because of that, Onii-chan killed the man to save her. But a wave of nausea took over Stella as she saw it. The bandit was dead. But he wasn't just dead. He was crushed. A human body that was just standing in front of her had turned into a crimson smear. It was the same way Rudy took care of monsters. Overwhelming pressure that crushed them. But shards of bone, bits of hair, and pink chunks that were still moving in places. Screams drew Stella out of her daze, causing her to look towards them. And then she wished she hadn't. Onii-chan was doing what Onii-chan always did in protecting her. And Onii-chan was strong. Because of that, the bad guys didn't stand a chance. But limbs flying from a casual flick of Onii-chan's wrist. Punches that ripped a hole wherever they flew instead of sending the person backwards. A horror film. Right. Stella forgot. This world. It was a fantasy world, but there. Rudy turned back to Stella and smiled. Now, it was a bit messy, but everything's settled. How about we start helping these kids out, Stella? Stella didn't answer. Rudy blinked. Stella? A massacre. In the middle of the bloodstained room and shredded corpses, Rudy was standing there untouched. Not even a single drop of blood was on him, even though he was the one responsible for it. Stella thought it was a joke. Because Onii-chan was nice, she thought that the fact that he was a demon lord was just for fun. A title that he picked up because he was literally a lord over demons. But Onii-chan. Stella stared at Rudy with dazed eyes and said, "You're really a demon lord, aren't you? HM? What do you dash?" Thump. Stella? Hey. This isn't a place to sleep. Chapter 148, Children of the Beast Race. Okay. So it turns out that even I can make bad decisions right after waking up. Since I saw Stella walking with such confidence and acting so mature, I thought that she was like me and didn't get affected by seeing people die. Though to be fair, I had taken her with me when fighting off monsters and seeing much more gruesome sights in the past, but it seemed like it was a bit different when you saw a person get turned to red paste compared to a monster. Definitely should have realized that. Sheesh. People talked about post-sex clarity, but it sure didn't seem like that for me. Must be the Greyrat genes. Definitely would explain a lot about Dad. I sighed and picked up my baby sister before taking a look around the surroundings. The place was a mess. I definitely didn't expect my opponents to be so weak, so my miscalculation meant that I sprayed the walls red. I managed to keep the blood away from the children, of course. Though, it seemed like that might have left a worse impression because of it. Well, first off, let's clean this place up. I focused on all the gore and viscera before gathering it into a bunch and dissolving it into ambient mana through some handy mass-energy conversion. The conversion ratio was horrible, of course. But the point wasn't to just get rid of the mess, so that didn't matter. In the blink of an eye, the room was clear. Of course, only to my eyes. Since my baby sister fainted, the light orb she had been using to illuminate the surroundings had vanished. And probably because of that, I could hear and see some of the kidnapped children crying even harder out of sheer dread and despair. Yeah. Definitely need to wake up a bit more next time before heading out to do things. Ah. I should start making that list for my sons in the future. 1. Never leave home without the list of things to keep the Greyrat stupid in check. 2. After getting up, make sure you're completely awake before doing anything that other people can see. Greyrats are prone to bouts of stupidity, especially after a long night. 3. Don't show children bloody and gruesome sights, even if they seem mature enough to handle it. That should be enough for now. Anyway, dealing with the current situation. Miko. The Miko? I still wasn't sure if her name was Miko or if that was just a title. But anyway, Miko was terrified and clinging onto Wada for dear life. FAI was going around opening the cages. Win was floating around Stella in mana form and protecting her? Huh. Didn't know she could do that, but good to know. I picked Stella up and then held her close before walking over to the white dog that I saw earlier. The dog was still alive, but only just. It seemed like the kidnappers took out their anger on the poor thing for running away and getting help. Good work. I crouched down and then patted the dog while healing it. The dog blearily opened its eyes to look at me and then let out a soft sigh before cozying up to me. I smiled and then turned to look at Miko. Are you hurt? The young girl looked at me and then slowly shook her head. I'm fine, Mr. Rudy. At that time, Wada managed to escape from Miko's grasp and said, I'm not. He quickly fixed up his ruffled fur and said, I might look cute, but I'm not a stuffed animal. Sheesh. Miko lowered her gaze and said, sorry. Wada sighed and then floated over to me, looking at Stella with a worried look. Is she okay, Master Rudy? She'll be fine. I shifted Stella into a princess hold and then looked at the other children who were still staring at me. The problem is what to do with these guys. It seemed like they were calming down after FAI went around to free them. Still naked though. And judging from the fact that they were here at the port on the continent with a church that held power over everything. Well, we'd find out if that aspect of the church being corrupt is true after Cliff reports back. But for now, I snapped my fingers and conjured a basic loose shirt for each of the children, as well as healing any wounds they might have. The finger snap wasn't necessary, but appearances were important. And it also let them know that I was the source of the magical situation. Wouldn't want the kids to start panicking now. I didn't have to worry though. For the most part, all of the kids had calmed down and were looking at me with trust and hope. Not sure how it ended up that way after the bloody massacre, but maybe Beast and Elven kids were different? Must be a cultural thing. Yeah, the human kids still looked a bit cautious. But for now. HM. Well, I was planning a trip to visit the Great Forest anyway. And Sylphie had been talking about wanting to take care of some kids, right? This could be a good practice run. Blood splatters. A human body turned into a crimson smear along the pavement. Stella recognized it. The blood-stained high school uniform. Clumps of long dark hair. The side bag with a cute button that Aki gave her pinned along the side. It was the accident. Right. That was how she died. A giant truck blew past a red light, and she ran forward to push Aki out of the way. As a result, she died. That must have been how she ended up before she died. Obviously, a human body versus a giant truck was an inevitable outcome. Stella stared at the pavement. And as she did, the crimson smear started wriggling before turning back into the bandit that tried to kill her. This was a nightmare. Stella could tell. This was definitely a nightmare. And like all the nightmares she had, Onii-chan showed up to end it. Or so she thought. But when Onii-chan showed up, splat! Something warm splashed against Stella's face. Looking down, Stella saw a pool of blood flowing towards her. Not only that, but other things flowed with it. Fingers, feet, random body parts. Rudeus flicked his wrists, splattering the pavement with the blood that had been on his sleeves. After that, he turned to Stella and smiled. That was pretty fun, wasn't it, Stella? Stella didn't respond. Rudy laughed and started walking towards her. Come on. He reached out his hand and said, you should try too. Didn't you want to learn magic? Here, let me show you the cool things you can do with Blood Dash. A sudden flash of gold light shattered the scene. Stella gasped and then opened her eyes to see Onii-chan looking down at her. Then she punched him. Gah! Rudy flinched, clutching his nose. What was that for? Asterisk baka. Hentai. Kimoi, asterisk Stella's eyes teared up and she swung her fist again. Owo. Rudy didn't dodge. Instead, he reached out to pick Stella up. Calm down, Dash. I'm calm. Baka Onii-chan. Rudy winced, but held onto her anyway. Right. Onii-chan's an idiot who made you see that traumatic sight. You can keep smacking me if it makes you feel better. Humph. Stella calmed down. No. She could feel her heart racing and her body was shaking from being so close to Onii-chan after that nightmare. But she could think things through now. Because of that, Stella took a look around to see where she was. And she saw that it definitely wasn't the room she had just been in with those kidnapped children. Instead, it was the room that she had been staying in. The one modeled after Onii-chan's old room. Seeing that Stella wasn't going to punch him anymore, Rudy set Stella back down on her bed. After that, he pulled out a chair and table from thin air and sat across from Stella. Stella crossed her arms and stared at Rudy. Rudy stared back and then waved his hand, causing a pair of steaming mugs to appear on the table. When they did, a delicious smell of chocolate and peppermint filled the air. Here! He shoved one of the mugs over and said, some hot cocoa should help calm your nerves. And don't worry, it's the perfect temperature. Humph. Stella picked up the mug and took a sip. Sweet, creamy, and cozy. Something she didn't expect to ever taste again in this fantasy world. Then again, Onii-chan was Onii-chan, so it didn't surprise her too much. Although, Stella peeked up at her Onii-chan, watching him through her bangs. He was sipping on his cocoa as well and looked thoughtful. But after a bit, he looked at Stella and spoke in Japanese. Asterisk, I think it's about time we had a chat about everything, my baby sister. Also, there's a few things you should probably know about being reincarnated that you wouldn't realize, asterisk. Stella tilted her head. Chapter 149, The Hero. Rudy set down his cup and then continued speaking in Japanese. As you know, I was reincarnated just like you. He paused and then said, you are reincarnated, right? Stella rolled her eyes and spoke in Japanese as well. Of course I am. What kind of toddler can do things like this? Well, your big sisters were pretty smart too, so I had to make sure. Also, I spoke a lot of Japanese when you were a baby and babies pick things up really easily. Rudy rubbed his chin and then stared at Stella and said, who's the Prime Minister of Japan? Stella frowned and said, Abe Shinzo? I think? She remembered her dad talking about him a lot and ranting about how his policies threatened Japanese pacifism and were damaging relations with China and South Korea. Rudy blinked and then said, "Really? Huh." He frowned and then said, "Do you remember what day you died?" Stella gave Rudy a blank stare. "Is that something you should be asking your baby sister?" Rudy let out an awkward laugh and said, "Probably not. But it will help clear some things up." He reached over to pick up his hot cocoa and took a sip. After that, he frowned and said, "Like why both of us were reincarnated in the first place." "Eh?" Stella blinked and said, "You mean you don't know why you reincarnated, Oniai-chan? I thought you were an isekai protagonist." She sipped on her cocoa and said, "Didn't you get to talk to a goddess or something to give you your cheats?" "What?" Rudy blinked and then burst out laughing. He waved his hand and said, "No way. I was just an ordinary person before I died." He paused and then said, "Well, probably less than ordinary considering how much trouble I left behind for everyone." "Oniai-chan? An ordinary person?" Hearing that, Stella couldn't help but give Rudy a blank stare. He laughed again and said, Yeah. Things got a little out of hand, but I seriously was an ordinary person. Even in this life, you know? The only reason I'm like this now is because I took advantage of my head start as a reincarnator and bootstrapped my way all the way up here." Stella didn't believe that. Even if magic was some wishy-washy concept that you could do anything with, like that story with the scar-faced wizard kid, no ordinary person would be able to do what Oniai-chan was doing now without some help. Rudy waved his hand and said, "Enough about that. For now. Let's get a timeline sorted out." He put on a serious face and said, "I died around the new year of 2015 after my life support was turned off. Shortly after that, I woke up in Mom's arms and came face to face with our silly dad. What about you?" Stella felt like there was a lot of information in that bit Oniai-chan said, but he had a point. Knowing when they died might help figure out why they reincarnated. And if they figured out why they reincarnated, well, maybe they could figure out how to stop all the craziness around them? And also smack the person responsible a few times. Stella had some choice words to give to the person who dropped her in this crazy world without her permission. Granted, she wouldn't give it up since she had a super cool and reliable Oniai-chan, pretty and kind, if a little arrow, Oni-chans, and both friends and family who cared for her. But she'd still like to slap that person in the face, or kick in their balls if they were a guy. But anyway, Oniai-chan's question. Stella swirled her hot cocoa and tilted her head before saying, "I think it was mid-January? I remember it being just before winter break ended." "Huh." Rudy frowned and said, "Then is it not related?" "That's definitely later than when I died. Unless I really did linger around as an earthbound spirit for a while before I passed? That would explain why my memories are kind of fuzzy." He blinked and then said, "Wait. Do you have all your memories of your past life, Stella?" Stella blinked and slowly nodded. "Yes." She just tried her best not to think about it too much these days, but she definitely remembered everything. Rudy's frown deepened and he muttered, "Does samsara exist then? If so, did the fact that I had a proper Buddhist funeral mean that the sins committed were washed away and let me be reborn as a human instead of a monster or an animal? No, did I break out of the cycle of reincarnation then?" Oniai-chan kept saying he was a normal person, but with everything he kept casually saying, "Hey, Oniai-chan." Rudy blinked and said, "Yeah, Stella? What were you in your past life, really?" Rudy tilted his head and said, "I told you, didn't I? I was just an ordinary guy. I mean, I wasted a lot of my life and talents trying to take shortcuts to make it big, but in the end I was just a normal salaryman. I even died a fairly normal death all things considered, haha." Rudy laughed and brushed it off like it was nothing, using that excuse again. Stella didn't let it go though and kept asking, "Well, what was your job as a salaryman?" Oniai-chan can't have been just an ordinary person. There was no way. He was too smart, too creative, and too much a natural at being a demon lord for him to just be an ordinary person. Rudy shook his head. "I don't know what to tell you, Stella. I got hired at a typical 9-to-5 job as a project manager for a finance firm, or something. He paused and said, come to think of it, I don't remember the details, but that should be it. Ah, I remember it had good life insurance policy though. In the end, I managed to help pay off my family's debts and get them good Christmas presents. After saying that, Rudy finished with a bright smile. After hearing all of that and seeing his face, Stella realized it. Oniai-chan. Yeah? You're an idiot. Rudy laughed and patted Stella's head. Yep. He pulled out a notebook from his sleeve and waved it around. And that's why I started making a dummy's guide on how to not be a Greyrat. I'm sure it's going to be a coveted heirloom in the future. For now though, it's doing a lot of good. He paused and said, oh yeah. He put on a serious face and said, something I forgot to mention that's really important for you especially, Stella. Stella put on a serious face as well and said, what is it, Oniai-chan? Rudy placed both his hands on Stella's shoulders and stared deep into her eyes. Then, with a solemn tone of voice, he said, remember. You're still a kid. Stella puffed her cheeks and brushed off his hands. I am not a kid. Dummy. I don't need you to dash. I'm serious. Rudy cut her off and said, even though your mind might be older. I mean, you are probably a high schooler, right? Yes. Right. Rudy nodded and said, then you have to be more careful. He placed his hand on his chest and said, even though I didn't have many memories, I still clearly knew that I was an adult. But after being reincarnated, I naturally started to be a kid again and acted like one without me realizing it. And when I tried going against that natural instinct. He paused and said, well, I guess being W was messing around, so it wasn't entirely my fault, but in the end things got messy. Stella crossed her arms and said, so what? I should just play pretend and ignore everything? Of course not. But Stella. Rudy placed his hand on Stella's head and said, whether through fortune or misfortune, you got a second life. You really got reincarnated and have a chance to have fun as a kid again. Don't be in too much of a rush to grow up, okay? Oniai-chan will be here to handle things, so you can do what you want. And if that's saving children from being kidnapped, that's great. But don't do things just so that you won't be treated as a kid. Because even if you think you aren't, to us, well, to me at least, you're still my cute little baby sister, okay? So just have fun. Stella lowered her gaze, suddenly finding it hard to meet Rudy's bright gaze. Baka Oniai-chan. It's not fair for you to be that cool. Rudy laughed and said, well, I'm just happy that my baby sister thinks I'm cool this time around instead of the scum of the earth. It's a nice change of pace. But anyway. Rudy stood up and finished his hot cocoa. How about we go meet your new friends and get everyone ready for a field trip, Stella picked up her cup and hopped off the bed, shyly moving behind Rudy. Fine. Rudy smiled and then started walking off. I'll lead the way then. Oh. And Stella? Yes, Oniai-chan? Don't tell Norn that I gave you hot cocoa. Your Oni-chan's already been hounding me about playing with her and making up for breaking my promise, so she'd definitely start clinging to me even more if she found out I was spoiling you a bit. Stella sipped on her hot cocoa, thinking about it for a bit. And then she nodded. Okay. Great. Then dash. I'm definitely telling Oni-chan that Oniai-chan is playing favorites. Hey now. Let's talk this out, Stella dash. Stella giggled and then ran ahead to open the door. Wait! Stella. Stella. Chapter 150, The Hero. After messing around with Oniai-chan a bit more, Stella headed outside of the house to check on the rescued children. At least that was the plan. But the moment she opened the door to walk outside, she got attacked by a white fluff ball. One. Gah! Wada! I thought I told you to not do that anymore. Stella wrestled with the white fluff ball for a bit before managing to push it to the side. And when she did, she saw Wada floating next to her, clearly not the white fluff ball she was just wrestling with. Stella blinked. Eh? Wada shrugged. I'm as confused as you are, Stella. He rubbed his hand behind his head and then turned to look at the white fluff ball, or rather, at the white puppy that had jumped on Stella. Stella turned to look as well. The puppy had backed off, obediently sitting on the ground in front of Stella. Because of that, Stella could make out all its features. It was cute. A little cuter than Wada if Stella was being honest. White fur that had a bit of silver tint to it as well as a cute red mark on its forehead, beady black eyes. Basically a normal adorable white Shiba puppy. Except it clearly wasn't. Especially from how the beast race children were staring at Stella with wide and odd expressions. Stella reached out to pat the puppy's head, smiling as it happily leaned into her. After that, she took a look around and said, "Is everyone okay?" She saw all of the children from the cages sitting around the courtyard. It also looked like they all managed to get a proper bath and new clothes to change into since they looked a lot less scruffy than before. Miko and Fai were missing though, which made Stella a bit concerned. Wada floated over to Stella's right shoulder and nodded. Fai went out with Eos and Aina to do a bit of last-minute shopping and Miko went with your aunt to have a talk with your dad. I think because Miko saw some important things in the bad guys before they died? Stella winced. Right. She suddenly felt a bit guilty about that. Miko couldn't really control her powers yet and she had that passive mind-reading thing going on. With how Oniai-chan showed up, Miko must have seen some scary things. Or maybe she saw stuff when talking with the rescued children? Either way, Stella was starting to see what Oniai-chan meant. Stupid kid body making her do dumb things. It's not like being praised was that important. Humph. Stella puffed her cheeks, doing her best to ignore her embarrassment. But after that, she shifted her attention to the children they rescued. There were 12 children. 3 of them were human, 2 boys and 1 girl, 1 was an elf girl, and the rest were beast race children, with 4 boys and 4 girls. They were all older than Stella, probably closer to 10 years old than Stella's. How old was she now anyway? 2? 3? She cheated a bit to grow up, so she probably looked around 5 years old, but on paper. Well, Oniai-chan looked like an adult despite being technically less than 10 years old, so. Wait. He mentioned something about meditating for like 10 years and a time distortion, so maybe he was actually an adult now? It would explain why he seemed a bit more sensible. A bit. But. No, she was getting distracted. Anyway, the children were all older than Stella, but everyone there was looking at her with respect. Especially those beast race children. And in particular, a cat-eared girl with silver hair along with a dog-eared girl with gray hair. At that time, the white Shiba puppy moved over to Stella's right side, happily leaning against her. And as a result, those 2 beast race children gasped, rapidly talking to each other in a language that Stella definitely didn't understand. Ho! Wada's eyes widened and then he puffed out his chest with pride. I knew Stella was special. Stella blinked and said, "You can understand them, Wada?" Of course. We spirits can understand every language. Except for the one that you and Rudy use. But anyway, it seems like you're the legendary hero, Stella. RNG. Sylphie gave me a bright smile as she watched me cook and said, I know I mentioned wanting children, but you didn't have to go pick up a group of them for me. Very funny, Sylphie. I flipped a pancake out from my frying pan and onto a stack of pancakes off to the side. After managing to convince Stella to not brag to Norn about hot cocoa, for Stella's own safety as well as my own sanity since Norn seemed to be a brocon and about half a step away from turning full Yandere. Anyway, after breaking that immediate flag, I started prepping some food for the children that my baby sister managed to rescue. Nothing complicated, just some pancakes, syrup, and fruit juice. I could have made something else, but I wasn't too sure how they would react to heavy food. Pancakes should be easy enough on their stomachs though since it was just all carbs. While I was in the middle of prepping the food though, my lovely wives got up, lured by the smell. Sylphie was wearing a loose nightgown, not bothering to change since getting up. On the other hand, Eri was fully dressed, wearing a loose beige sweater and dark pants. Eri grabbed a plate and picked off a pancake, pouring herself some juice along the way. After that, she glanced outside to look at the kids and said, "What's up with all the brats anyway? You planning to start an orphanage here too, Rudy?" I poured out the batter for another pancake and said, "Maybe later when I get some more people over." But no! These kids were all rescued by my cute baby sister after she went out on an adventure this morning. Eri paused in the middle of eating and let out a sigh. "Does troublemaking run on your side of the family, Rudy?" I thought Stella might be better, but at this rate she's going to be as much of a hassle as Norn was. I flipped the pancake and tilted my head. Norn was a hassle. Eri rubbed her face and said, "Don't get me started. She's smart, but the number of times she drew her sword first and asked questions later." Ah. That explained why Eri became more grounded, having to deal with Dad and Norn. Though the fact that Norn was like that. I materialized the rule book I was writing for the future male Greyrats and started adding a new rule. Eri blinked and then pointed at the book with her fork. "What the hell is that?" How to not be an idiot guide for future generations. 4. Being an edgelord is terrible. In the event you start becoming one, people start telling you that you're becoming one, or you realize that you think it's easier to kill people than to talk things out. Remember that your cute baby siblings will follow in your footsteps, and that your ancestor Rudeus Nodo's Greyrat will definitely find a way to come back from beyond the grave to smack the sense back into you. There. I tossed the rule book back into a little pocket space I made and went back to cooking. Anyway. Speaking of my baby sisters. You two still okay with heading out to meet Roxy and Aisha in the Renoa Kingdom? Sylphie's smile dimmed a bit when I mentioned Roxy, but she sighed and said, "I suppose." Eri raised an eyebrow and said, "What? Jealous?" And no! Sylphie shook her head and said, "I'm not jealous. It's just..." She looked away and muttered, "It's okay. I'm a mature woman now too." I decided to pretend not to hear that last part. Instead, I nodded and said, "All right. Then since things are probably going to get troublesome here, I'll let Dad and Pierre handle things with Cliff while we make our way back to the central continent. We'll take the scenic route through the Great Forest though and help those kids get back home." Sylphie started to nod. But then she paused and gave me a pointed look. I blinked and said, "What? Rudy won't pick up a pet from the Great Forest, will you?" I rolled my eyes and went back to cooking. I'm not like Dad. Even if cat girls and dog girls are cute, it's not like I'm going to go out of my way to chase after tail. Especially when I have an arrow elf and horn dog already following me around everywhere. Sylphie blushed and placed her hands on her face. Arrow elf?" Eri jumped out of her chair and pointed her fork at me, face a deep red. I am not a horn dog. So your favorite position is in dash." Eri growled and chucked her fork at me. I plucked it out of the air and laughed. Fine, fine. I'll stop teasing. On a more serious note though, you two really should pack and get things ready. I glanced out the window at the cloudy sky and said, "The rainy season's going to start soon, and I'd rather not have everyone stare at us when the rain magically gets brushed to the side." Sylphie pouted. "But that would be cool." Eri rolled her eyes. "And you're acting awfully childish for a supposedly mature woman, Sylphie." Sylphie crossed her arms and said, "Meanie. Do you have any right to say that with how much you bullied me? Well, I guess I'll bully you some more later tonight then. Dear Master Roxy, I cannot wait to see you again and have your help instilling common sense and decency into my troublesome wives." Chapter 151, The Hero. Stella awkwardly patted the white puppy cuddling in her lap while doing her best to avoid the pointed gazes from the dog-eared and cat-eared girls sitting across from her. After finding the gazes a bit too unnerving, Stella cleared her throat and then turned her head to the side. She was in a carriage, one headed to the Great Forest. Onii-chan said that they were heading there anyway, so he arranged things to take some of the children back first before he set up a warp gate to bring the rest. For now though, most of the children were waiting back at the house Onii-chan made with Miss Rostalina, Mr. Totally Not Onii-chan Pierre, Papa Paul, and Aunt Therese. The result was that their house turned into a makeshift daycare/school, but it wasn't like their family was planning to live in St. Port permanently. Plus, it was going to be mostly empty since Onii-chan took the entire family along for the ride. Well, along for the ride in separate wagons. Stella didn't know how everyone else was getting there, but right now she was stuck in a carriage with those two beast race girls and Nico while sister-in-law Eris was driving. Riding? She was sitting at the front and directing the horse leading the carriage, whatever that was called. Anyway, the scenery. Green, green, and more green with lots of dark green up ahead. It was pretty, but it was also pretty boring. Unfortunately, Stella couldn't really do anything about it. Was this Onii-chan getting back at her for telling Nornei-chan about the hot cocoa? Stella was stuck with two girls she couldn't understand, a puppy that apparently chose her as a legendary hero, and Miko, who recently started following Stella around like she was Miko's only lifeline. Stella petted the puppy again, smiling a bit as the puppy snuggled against her. And then she felt a pair of sharp stares directed towards her. A floating Wada and a mini floating FAI staring daggers at the puppy. Stella rolled her eyes and said, "You two can have your turns later." Mr. Puppy worked really hard to save the kids, so he deserves to be pampered a bit. FAI puffed her cheeks and said, "I worked hard too." Wada nodded. "Yeah. And I helped translate." The puppy raised his head, letting out a smug look and then barked. "One." Wada stuck up his fist and said, "Don't think you're special just because you're a Holy Spirit animal. When I grow up, I'm going to be a primordial." FAI's head bobbed up and down and she said, "Yeah. And I'm going to grow up to be a seraphim. Plus wins already AWO." A sudden breeze blew past, spinning FAI around. After that, Wind materialized on Stella's head and yawned. "Stop bragging, you two. And don't be so smug, you mutt. A hero's companion is nothing special, you know?" "One." The puppy whined and then buried his head beneath his paws. The cat-eared girl frowned when she saw that and started talking, pointing at Win. Of course, Stella didn't understand a single word, so she just gave the cat-eared girl a blank stare. The cat-eared girl seemed to realize that Stella didn't understand and then let out a deep sigh, muttering under her breath. The dog-eared girl looked downcast and then turned to talk to the cat-eared girl, clearly upset. Maybe Stella should have tried things like Onii-chan when she was a baby. Apparently he developed a crazy mana-sight thing because he crossed some wires when he was a baby, so maybe Stella could have. Wait. Win, FAI, and Wada didn't always speak a normal language, right? But Stella had always understood them even when they couldn't talk. So why couldn't she? The hero have to be a human, Tony? She can't even understand us. It was that easy. The dog-eared girl sighed and said, "She's nice and Holy Beast Sama says she's special, but it's really disappointing." The cat-eared girl Tony nodded and said, "I know, Senna. I thought the hero would be someone super cool like the white-haired man who saved us." Stella snorted and then said, "Well, sorry that I'm not as cool as my Onii-chan." Eh? The cat-eared girl, Senna, suddenly turned to look at Stella. The dog-eared girl, Tony, gasped and looked at Stella as well. Stella coughed and then averted her gaze again, feeling her face heat up. At that time, Miko suddenly giggled. She had been quietly sitting in the corner of the carriage the entire ride, but it seemed like the situation was too funny for her. Glancing at Stella, she smiled and said, "You really are a meanie, Stella." "I'm not." Stella puffed her cheeks and said, "It's not my fault that those two couldn't talk clearly enough." FAI floated next to Stella and then reached out to pinch her cheeks. "You meanie. Why'd you pretend you couldn't understand them and make us translate?" Stella smacked FAI away and said, "Quit that. And I just realized it, okay?" She coughed and then looked at Senna and Tony. Anyway, you can understand me, right? The cat-eared girl, Senna, nodded and said, yeah. You sound a little funny though. The dog-eared girl, Tony, nodded as well and stared at Stella with sparkling eyes. Did Holy Beast Sama give you special powers to understand us? Wada snorted. As if that mud is so that special. The puppy growled and then barked. And after that, at least I'm a real dog instead of a fake cat like you. Wait. Did she just? Wada flew over and started smacking the puppy's head. Say that to my face again, you mutt. Fake cat. Fake! Grrrr. Roarer. Stella covered her face and let out a deep sigh. This is going to be a long ride, isn't it? Miko giggled. Oi! Eris glanced back from the front of the carriage and said, keep it down back there before I decide to take the fast way there and send you brats flying through the air. Tony and Senna flinched, quickly scooting towards the back of the wagon. Miko flinched as well and covered her mouth. But a big smile could still be seen behind her hands. Wada and the puppy kept glaring at each other, but they stopped growling at least. Even so, Stella still thought that Oniai-chan was lying about who he was. Like, come on. There's no way that stuff like this would happen to an ordinary person that got reincarnated, right? Right. This was definitely all Oniai-chan's fault. If Stella had been reincarnated in a normal family, she definitely wouldn't be dealing with this sort of hectic situation and sorting out whether or not she really was a chosen hero or something. Are you sure it's fine to leave Mama Eris with the kids, Daddy? Aina glanced back at the wagon behind us and said, what if she gets mad? Roland nodded and said, Red Mama has a bit of a temper. Sylphie nodded as well and said, what Rolo said. Don't you remember how Eri was when we were kids? I rolled my eyes and said, I don't want to hear that from my wife whose adventurer title is Eternal Witch of Frost because you permafroze an A-ranked adventurer party who looked at you funny in the past. Sylphie puffed her cheeks and said, they deserved it. And it's not as bad as Roxy's Callous Witch of Destruction. I dunno. Master Roxy's title is from Collateral Damage. Yours is pretty purposeful. Sylphie pouted and then leaned on Roland. Rolo! Why yes, mother? It's Mama! And hug me! Mama sad. You Roland looked at me for help. I rolled my eyes and decided to let my dear son sort it out while I checked on the situation. We were traveling in 2 carriages. One was obviously with all the kids. I figured that it'd be a good chance for them to all make friends and also much better than hanging out with us boring adults. Also, Stella needed actual friends. But anyway, the kids were in one carriage and I asked Eri to keep an eye on them because she was the most responsible adult out of us all. Still ironic considering all I heard about her from Rudeus and how she acted when we were kids, but she was definitely the proper mother-like figure needed to handle the kids in case issues came up. As to the other carriage, there was me, Aina, Eos, Sylphie, Roland, and Norn. Eos was the coachmaster right now, but I was probably going to switch out with her in a bit. In short, me and the whole family, minus Dad. He was being a responsible adult and helping to both babysit and rescue the rest of the kidnapped children at St. Port. I think getting showed up by Stella got him motivated. I felt like there was something funny there that I was forgetting. But anyway, the plan was pretty straightforward. Me and my little family went on ahead to set up a waypoint before we sent all the rest of the rescued beast race children home. In the meanwhile, Pierre with his dubious connections all over the place would work on getting the other children back while Rostalina and Aunt Therese ran a daycare. And the key to a peaceful diplomatic mission with the beast race was my baby sister, who had apparently been declared the legendary hero because that white puppy she saved was the equivalence of the M***** sword or something. Kind of funny how that worked out. And also kind of confirmed my working theory that the Greyrats were a family of protagonist-type individuals with different main character archetypes among the family. Rudy? A familiar voice in my head. Rika's. I blinked and then tilted my head to listen. We have a problem. Chapter 152, The Hero. A heavy rainfall. Thunder resounding in every direction, paired with the sound of a torrential downpour. As if to put a damper on Stella's day, the weather had taken a turn for the worse. Not only that, but since they weren't in the Great Forest yet, it meant that they'd have to make their way through the rainfall. It wasn't really a problem since they were in carriages, plus the fact that Onii-chan, Arifune-chan, and both Aina and Eos were good with magic. But, damn it, Rudy. Eris clicked her tongue from up ahead and said, "You didn't tell me the rain was going to be this bad." Right. The problem was that Arifune-chan was driving the carriage and their horse was getting spooked by the rain. Though considering that the water outside was already halfway up the horse's leg, Stella didn't blame it. But still, what kind of crazy weather did this world have? Arcadia's microclimates made sense because Onii-chan was Onii-chan, but for the rest of the world to be like this. Did the space-time things mess up the weather that bad? Stella sighed and then sat back down in her chair, idly stroking her new puppy's fur. Since the weather took a turn for the worse, Tony and Senna, whose full names were apparently Minitona and Tersena, had huddled up together in the center of the carriage beneath a blanket and cried themselves to sleep. Stella had wanted to talk with them a bit more, but she decided it was better to let them rest. Especially since they had been dumbstruck at how Stella suddenly understood them. As for Miko, the blonde-haired girl stared at Stella with her pink and blue eyes and said, "Are you tired, Stella?" Stella shook her head. "No. Are you?" Miko shook her head as well and said, "I'm fine." She smiled and looked out the window. "This is actually pretty exciting." Stella gave Miko a blank stare and said, "How sheltered were you to think a thunderstorm is exciting?" "Well." Miko frowned and said, "I've only been out of Militian twice. The first time was with Miss Therese when assassins were after me, and the second was when Mr. Pierre showed up in my room with Miss Therese to take me away." "Ah, I think your father was there too. Are you the secret NPC princess that the hero has to recruit or something?" "Excuse me?" "Nothing." Stella sighed and leaned back in her chair, staring out the window. Watching the torrential rain and water splashing past, Stella got reminded of her earliest memories. At least, her earliest memories as Stella. She absently stroked her new puppy's fur and muttered, "A hero, huh?" She had joked about it before, but maybe it was true. Aki always talked about stories where the main character was sent to another world after getting hit by a pickup truck. And in that world, they became super strong and ended up being the hero to defeat the Demon Lord. Considering how Stella died and her current life, she definitely fit the bill of that sort of hero. But at the same time, it didn't make sense. After all, there was Onii-chan. Stella was smart. She was top of her class in her past life, and she was confident in figuring out how magic worked here if she had enough time. She was also confident that she could create a whole new magical system. But Onii-chan was even crazier. He put himself down a lot and was fairly humble, but Onii-chan was an insane chi character. But that didn't make sense if Stella was the hero like how those two girls and the magical spirit puppy was saying. The sacred beast born from the sacred tree would emerge when the world faced a crisis. Then, it would set out alongside a hero using its great power to save the world. It was an old story. Similar to King Arthur drawing Excalibur or those old games with the mana sword. But one part didn't fit in that story. Stella glanced towards the other carriage and muttered, "Onii-chan. You aren't going to become the demon lord I have to beat, are you?" RNG. Achoo! Rika rolled her eyes and handed me a handkerchief. "I told you to take better care of yourself. If you somehow die and leave me to run this kingdom by myself, I'll figure out a way to kill death and drag you back." I took the handkerchief from Rika, wiping my nose, and then smiled. "Thanks, Rika. Love you too. Should I get the marriage certificate?" Kidding, kidding. At least wait until I get a proper wedding ceremony for the others." I rubbed the back of my neck and said, really don't want to have to figure out how to do a continental time reversal to undo the aftermath of that cat fight. One of the problems of having women who could destroy entire continents head over heels for you. I shook my head and then leaned back in my chair. After Rika sent that message, I made some quick arrangements and warped back to Arcadia for an emergency meeting. Sylphie had seemed a bit upset about that and pouted some more, but my loyal son threw himself on the sword for me and helped deal with his mother. Which meant being mercilessly teased by Sylphie while his sisters, half-sisters, whatever that relationship was, Eos and Aina watched on without helping. Either way, my family was going to continue on their way to the Great Forest while I sorted out things back in Arcadia for a bit. Hopefully they didn't mind the intense downpour. And hopefully Eri remembered to get help from Wada to get rid of the rain instead of deciding to try to recreate the water god style to pair with her fire dragon sword technique. Anyway, I swept my gaze around the room. My office was pretty much unchanged from when I left it. My bed was off to the side. My desk in the middle of the room with my chair behind it. Stacks of my research papers and books lying on the ground next to my desk. And a few new bookshelves to organize things. There were also a few more minor touches here and there that were barely noticeable, but were signs that Rika used the place pretty often. A faint scent of violets hanging in the air, a cup of fancy black and gold pens, a box of paper clips carefully sorted and stacked instead of chained up like I left them. I shifted my gaze back to Rika, seated across the desk from me. Was it because the time scaling was still a bit off between the magic continent and the outside world? Because she went to go explore some distortions? Or was it just because she was rapidly recovering her full mana potential after I helped her get her demon eyes under control? Either way, Rika looked a bit different from before. She still wore a typical secretary outfit, mostly a tailored black suit and dress with heels. But she had filled out a bit more and gotten a bit taller. Her violet hair had also grown longer, and she had taken to keeping it in an intricately braided side ponytail. If before I left she looked like a teen, she was definitely a young woman now. Though considering that she technically was centuries old and was only young because she respawned after death, maybe that shouldn't be too surprising? But putting apart the fact that she looked more mature now due to her appearance. She definitely was giving off overworked salarywoman vibes with the dark circles under her eyes. Seeing that made me feel a bit guilty. Rika noticed and then waved her hand. Don't worry about me. You can't escape taking responsibility at this point anyway, so I'll keep working to keep the place afloat. I frowned and said, don't die of overwork. If you do, I'm definitely going to embarrass the heck out of you and take pictures of you doing stupid baby things. As if I'd let that happen. Rika crossed her arms and said, the Demon Empress has to maintain some dignity, doesn't she? Mom and Mama Lily are going to be so disappointed in me when they get back. Rika laughed. And then she stopped and then looked towards the picture sitting on my desk. So what do you think we should do? I shifted my gaze to look at the picture as well and frowned. It was a crater somewhere in the mountains of the Magic Continent. An obscure area that was out of reach for all but the most ambitious and powerful adventurers. There, a ruined castle was shrouded by a dark miasma. Apparently, there was also a magic formation covering the area, but that couldn't be seen in the picture. However, so you're saying that the dark miasma started to show up recently and that Richard recognizes it as Laplace? And that the magic formation created by Perugius to seal the demon god away is breaking? Rika nodded and said, yes. And... She hesitated and looked at me. I blinked. What? Rudy. If you were offered Laplace's powers, you wouldn't take it, would you? Of course not. Plus, there's nothing that guy can offer that I would want. Not to mention that if Laplace's powers, well, demon god Laplace's powers. If those were the same as that weird inverted mana I used when I was younger, it was definitely something to stay away from. I had just gotten over my edgelord phase. I was not going to go back. Rika stared at me and then let out a relieved smile. Of course you wouldn't. You aren't magic god Laplace. That's right, wait. Is now about the time that magic god Laplace appeared in your time? Rika nodded. No one knows exactly when, but the time frame seems to be roughly the same. I tapped my fingers on the side of my chair and frowned. Now the question is if that's a fixed point in time or if it's variable, huh? From Pierre's cryptic comments about messing with fate and divergent timelines, it seemed like time wasn't absolute. We weren't operating on world lines with fated events, at least. Well, not absolutely fated events. But there were still major events and common themes that seemed to play out. The metastasis event didn't happen here, but we got a space-time rend across the world that was effectively the same. And come to think of it, I think Rudeus mentioned that his first encounter with Dad after the incident resulted in a big fight. That still happened here. So the events wouldn't necessarily play out the same way in terms of detail, but the broader strokes. Hey Rika. I shifted my gaze back to her and said, what exactly was the first thing that Magic God Laplace did after he made his appearance? Rika frowned. If it's too painful, you don't have to tell me. Rika shook her head. No. It's not that. It's just. Now that you mention it. I believe that there were rumors from fleeing humans that he made a brief appearance in the Mealy's continent for a while before he started conquering the Magic Continent. And if I remember right, there were rumors that Perugius appeared as well. But that man never showed his face after Magic God Laplace started gathering his forces, so. I'm not sure. Yeah. Let's go fix up that seal. I had enough potential doppelgangers running around these days between Pierre and whatever parallel alter versions of me were hiding out in distortions. I did not need a lookalike demon god showing up and ruining my good name before I even had the chance to reunite with the rest of my family. Chapter 153, Thanks for the Memories. It's been a while, Rudy. Rudyard gave me a warm smile as I arrived. Unlike his usual attire of a tribal vest and pants, he wore form-fitting steel armor with Arcadia's crest emblazoned across the chest plate. His spear hung on his back, kept attached by mana, while his green hair had grown out a bit, reaching his shoulders. Compared to when I first met him, the superb warrior had changed quite a bit. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say he regained his former vigor? The man had been a commander in the past, and it seemed like the experience of both teaching Norn's rivals and leading military forces had drawn him out of his dark past. Though I suppose the fact that the Superd were starting to erase the stigma around them with his efforts played a role in that. Either way, he was more calm and level than he had been when we first met, and even more so than the last time I saw him. I smiled back at Rudyard and held out my hand. It has. You look like you've been doing well. Rudyard shook my hand and then nodded. All thanks to you. I'd say it's more of your own effort, but I won't reject your praise. Now. I ended the handshake and looked at the site in front of me. I've heard you've confirmed that the seal on this place is breaking? A thick dark miasma. An ominous-looking castle shrouded by that darkness. Mountains jutting out all around that darkness as well, almost like a crown. The place definitely gave off last boss vibes. But at the same time, it wasn't really malicious? I wasn't sure why, but for some reason the entire thing felt more like a showpiece than an actual Demon Lord castle. Rudyard shifted his gaze to look at the castle and then frowned. Yes. I confirmed it with Rika in regards to the seal. But moreover, his gaze sharpened and he said, I can sense it. That malevolent mana that ruined my clan and family. He grit his teeth, causing a cracking sound to echo. HM. I don't sense anything though? It wasn't like I doubted Rudyard. Even if he didn't have the same level of mana sensitivity and perception as me, it would be impossible to forget the presence of your mortal enemy. The problem was, despite the ominous appearance, I didn't see anything off. The mana floating around just felt like natural mana and didn't have anything that felt demonic. A flash of light emerged beside me and Rika walked over, adjusting her glasses. Staring at the castle, she said, if that's the case, then we should take even more caution. She frowned and said, though unlikely, if the situation is that Magic God Laplace managed to arrive in this world. I nodded. That could be a problem. And it would definitely explain the situation. If Magic God Laplace was an alternate version of me who doubled down on mana manipulation, then it was possible to explain why I couldn't sense anything. After all, if I went to a parallel dimension, the first thing I would do would be to mask my mana signature from myself. Though, is that guy really good enough to do that? I could objectively say that I was strong. At this point, I understood mana on a fundamental enough level to turn the imaginary into reality. Moreover, I was fairly confident I had a good idea on what it meant to be a god according to the rules of this world, and just needed a bit more time to sort that out before smacking being W in the back of the head. But I guess it's better to be safe than sorry. I held out my right hand and grasped the hilt of a sword that didn't exist. But the moment I did, reality flickered and it emerged with a flash of crimson light. Rika glanced over at my hand and then flinched, immediately covering her eyes. What in the world is that? God-slaying blade. Works all the time, except for that one time when being W cheated. I've worked out the kinks since then though. God-slaying dash. Rika shook her head and let out a deep sigh. Whatever. She shifted her gaze back at the castle and said, I'd negotiated with Perugius and he said that we can have the first attempt at things since this is our territory. However, his familiars, and Chaos Breaker are on standby to step in the moment he thinks things have gotten out of hand. I nodded, but then I suddenly felt a shiver down my spine. Rudyard glanced at me and said, Is something wrong, Rudy? No. Just. I frowned and said, I'm starting to really dislike that phrase. Rika blinked. What? Step in? No. Things getting out of hand. I walked forward and swung my blade towards the barrier surrounding the castle. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the barrier shattered. At the same time, the ominous darkness started to spread. I swung my blade again, forcing all of that darkness to condense into a black orb before falling on the ground in front of me. Which was weird since I clearly meant to disperse the darkness instead of gather it. Rudyard gave me an approving nod. As expected of you, Rudy. To so easily erase Laplace's ominous aura. I frowned and activated clairvoyance. At the same time, I cautiously stepped forward while activating an upgraded magic erase. I swear to God, this better not be a fake-out. With that thought in mind, I took the lead, Rudyard and Rika trailing behind me. S&G. Achoo! Eris sneezed as she rubbed her arms, glaring at the dark skies. Stupid rain cloud. Next time I'll have my revenge. Stella patted her new puppy's head while she sighed. I think that's your fault for trying to stop the rain by cutting it, Eris Nachon. Humph. Eris crossed her arms and then closed her eyes, as if meditating. The moment she did, a crimson haze surrounded her body and steam started drifting as her wet clothes dried from the heat. Oni-chan's harem members are all pretty scary, aren't they? Stella sighed again and then took a look around. The downpour had intensified, making it almost impossible to see anything around. Not only that, but it was raining so much that the rain had created an artificial lake. Which was why Eris Nachon had tried to cut the rain away. Unfortunately, what was inside a rain cloud was more rain, so it only made things worse until Wada created a makeshift ice boat to carry the carriage and the poor waterlogged horse. An overhead roof blocked out the rain now, but it didn't do much for the sound. Because of that, Tony and Senna were doing their best to try and ignore the sound by sleeping inside the carriage. Miko and Fai were with the Beast Girls, the former two thinking it was a bit too pitiful to leave the latter whimpering by themselves. So that just left Stella standing at the front of the boat with Eris while Wada steered them. But speaking of boats, Stella squinted her eyes, peering through the rain up ahead. As she did, she could see a sparkling silhouette of a floating object. It seemed like Stella's Arifu sister-in-law had the same idea as Wada. Still. Stella shook her head and said, Why doesn't Oni-chan just magic the weather away like in Arcadia? Eris opened her eyes, dismissing that crimson haze. After that, she sighed and said, I asked Rudy the same thing. She huffed and said, apparently, He doesn't want to mess with the local weather patterns because it would draw attention and send off the wrong message to the beast race people. Oh, right. If those Tony and Senna were treating Stella like that just because she was a hero, what would the beast race people do to a literal god? And what if there was a misunderstanding? Stella paused, suddenly remembering her a bit unstable Arifu's sister-in-law. Eris Nachon. Sylphie Nachon won't go on a rampage, right? Eris laughed and patted Stella's head. Arrow. Good one, Stella. Yeah, Sylphie is definitely Arrow. Nachon. Stop! Eris smiled and then said, don't worry though. Since she's trying to show off as a good mother to Rudy's kids, she won't do anything too crazy. Are you sure? Stella shifted her gaze to look through the downpour. And when she did, she saw something that made her sigh. Even if some people try to ambush us? Eris turned to look and then let out a deep sigh. It's never just a peaceful time when Rudy takes us out on a trip, is it? It was still hard to see through the rain for normal people. But everyone in the Greyrat family was far from normal. A sea of colors. Mana's signatures slowly drawing closer, numbering in the dozens. Not only that, but Mana's signatures that seemed to recognize the danger Sylphie Nachon posed and were diverting their path to circle around towards Stella's boat. Eris drew her sword and said, sit tight, Stella. I'll dash. A silver flash skipped across the water surface and then that cut apart the dense rain, flying at Stella. A speed that Stella barely registered, appearing like silver lightning. But one that Eris easily matched. A thunderous explosion echoed as the boat rocked among the waves, water splashing everywhere. Stella's puppy leapt out of her arms, landing on the ground and barked at the figure. No, it wasn't just barking. It was talking in the beast god language. Stay away from the hero. Stella wobbled to maintain her balance and said, I'm not the hero, puppy. Eris shoved the ambusher away and moved towards Stella, nodding. That's right, Stella. Don't be like your big brother and try to do crazy things. The ambusher stepped back, holding out a crimson blade. Their features were obscured by a thick hooded robe, making it impossible to make out who it was. But Stella could clearly see a glowing green light from beneath that hood. Eris raised her sword at the ambusher and grinned. Now, how about I cut off that hood to see dash? She froze, suddenly cutting off her words. The ambusher chuckled and then said, I thought you matured a bit from those words, Oju-chan. But it looks like you still can't hold yourself back from a good fight, can you? Stella blinked and then looked back at Eris. Nachon. Do you know Dash? Geislane. Geislane? The ambusher pulled back her hood, revealing a beautiful woman with wild silver hair, a scar over her face, and dog ears? Watching how happily Eris and Geislane were, Stella frowned and muttered, just how many beautiful women have Onii-chan met? RNG. Achoo! Damn it. I wiped my nose and said, who the hell's talking behind my back at a time like this? Rudyard chuckled and said, it's to be expected of one with your power and position, Rudy. Just because you're correct doesn't mean you're right. Ha! I shook my head and focused on advancing through the dimly lit obsidian corridors. Let's just hurry up and confirm whether Laplace is in this damned place so I can get back already. Chapter 154, Thanks for the Memories. Ever since Being W tried to get rid of me by going all out after Stella's birth, time and space had become fragile. The countless distortions and time bubbles meant that it was possible for weird things to happen. People spending years inside a dungeon while seconds passed on the outside. Rumors of people who had died in the distant past coming back to life. In short, it was a mess. Not only that, but there was the fact that I even came face to face with an alternate version of myself before. Because of that, I wanted to make sure that nothing crazy was happening with Laplace's seal. And I was hoping that the seal was just weakening due to the weird flux of mana going around the world right now with the time distortions. But it's never that simple, huh? Laplace's castle was ominous looking from the outside, but on the inside, it was fairly regal. Black and gold decor. Paintings. Flower arrangements. Objectively, it was elegant. Refined. Subjectively. Rudy. Rudyard paused to look at a painting, frowning. "Is this you?" It was eerie. I turned to look at the painting. Rudyard stared at and frowned as well. It was expertly done. Whoever painted it was a master artist who could capture complete photorealism with paints. As to the subject material though, it seems like it. A young man with a familiar face. Wearing glittering silver armor emblazoned with the Azura Kingdom crest, he raised a sword in the air at a shadowy figure. His green eyes were narrowed in anger while his light brown hair was windswept. Rika stepped forward to look at the painting as well and frowned. "How is something like this here?" I turned away from the painting and said, "Lots of weird things have happened with time distortions. Nothing new or surprising about this." Rudyard glanced away from the painting as well. But as he did, he frowned. "That may be true. But..." He shifted his gaze and looked deeper into the castle. "This is Laplace's palace. One that Perugius himself sealed with a god-rank barrier. Could something have truly disrupted that?" I took the lead in our exploration again and started walking. "You're thinking a bit too highly of that guy. And of god-rank spells." A long corridor lined with paintings. From what I could tell, the big bad would be down the end of this hall in the throne room. The question was what that big bad would be. Or rather, who that big bad would be. Rudyard and Rika followed after me, remaining quiet and simply observing the paintings we passed. I did the same. There were a few different portraits around. All familiar faces, but with different circumstances. Or to be exact, versions of me in different settings. There was a painting of me standing in what looked like a modern city, wearing a red coat in front of a group of blood-stained soldiers. Stains from a pool of blood still fresh on the ground. There was another me standing in a starry expanse with a bit longer hair, looking every bit like a Chinese cultivation novel protagonist. And then there was a me wearing what looked like a suit of power armor. But it wasn't just me in the paintings. I saw a few of Eri as well. One where she looked extremely harsh and vicious, wearing a blood-stained fur coat while standing atop a pile of corpses. Another where she was wearing proper armor emblazoned with the Boreas family crest. There were some pictures of Sylphie. One where her hair had been cut short and she was petite, wearing a black visor. Another where she had a lean build and carried an emerald rapier. Then there were pictures of Master Roxy, Dad, Norn, Mom. Familiar faces all around, but dissimilar settings. Walking past those paintings, I frowned and tightened my grip on my sword. And then we arrived. A large pair of looming double doors, black and gold. Without hesitation, I swung my hand and blew them open. A loud bang echoed. The doors swung open to reveal a grand throne room with a looming obsidian throne. But no one's here? Empty. Save for the throne, the room was empty. Rudyard walked from behind me, spear raised and cautious. But after looking around the room, he tilted his head in confusion. "The room is empty." "But..." He trailed off and then kept scanning the room. I glanced back and said, "Rika? Can you see anything?" Rika frowned and took off her glasses. When she did, her eyes shimmered before turning iridescent, shining with every color of the rainbow. And then her frown deepened and she said, "Nothing's here." "Nothing?" I frowned and looked around the room again. Then was this bait? Rudyard set his spear down and leaned on it, rubbing his chin. "It could be a trap. But if neither you nor Rika sense anything, then there isn't anything here." It might sound arrogant, but I was fully aware of my capabilities. Even if there was a god of concealment in front of my eyes, they wouldn't be able to escape me. Gauging time, space, mana levels, air pressure, temperature. When I focused, I could perceive countless streams of information to survey the surroundings. And what I didn't miss would be picked up by Rika's eyes, which had been strengthened to essentially be able to pick up the record of the world itself. Not exactly, but close. Which meant that my first intuition about this place was correct. There was nothing off here in terms of mana or anything else. It was just an empty palace with strange paintings. And here, we just had an empty throne and a flicker of white amidst the black throne. I frowned and focused my attention on it, using clairvoyance to read what it said. You know, instead of walking towards it in case it was an obvious trap. The white turned out to be writing. It also turned out to be silver instead of white, faint traces of silver mana left on the throne to convey a secret message. And that message: you are the fourth. I spun around and started walking away. Are Rudy? Rika called out and jogged after me. Where are you going? Back to my family trip. I sighed and dissolved my sword before shaking my head. There's nothing out of the ordinary here, and I am not in the mood to decipher cryptic messages from someone who had left this place a long time ago. The castle was empty. Whether the occupant was Demon God Laplace or Magic God Laplace, they had been gone for a long time considering on how faint those traces of mana were. Probably around the time the distortions first started popping up. And from those paintings as well. Yeah. The person here definitely wanted me to do something. Maybe get curious and dig deeper into what it all meant and why there were multiple versions of me and people I knew portrayed on the wall. But joke's on him, I didn't care. I was me and nobody else. All I wanted to do in this world was to live a nice and peaceful life with my lovely wives, kids, sisters, parents, and friends. Rika walked beside me and frowned. So, there is no danger of Magic God Laplace emerging? Too late to worry about that. Whoever was being kept here is long gone now. Hold on. Rika pinched the bridge of her nose. Say that again? I waved my hand and said, this place is clear. You can send some people to explore it later without worrying. And tell Perugius that if he's hunting for Laplace, the guy's already gone. Rika groaned. Do I have to deal with this mess? No. But even if I take you with me to relax, you're going to stress about it, aren't you? Only because you don't concern yourself enough. Ha! Rika took off her glasses and rubbed her eyes. Rudyard walked over and patted Rika's shoulder. If you need my help, Dash. I do. Rika immediately nodded and said, get adventurers and comb this place for clues with a Toph and her people. Meanwhile, I'll go deal with Perugius. I raised my hand and said, and I can go, right? Rika glared at me and said, just go and have your trip, you bastard. But I expect you to take proper responsibility when you get back. All right. I nodded and said, make sure to get a bit stronger before I get back then if you don't want to lose in the inevitable catfight. Rika snorted and then waved me off. Seeing that, I smiled and locked onto the mana signature I left on the carriage at the Great Forest. With that as a focal point, I warped away, expecting to pop back into a cozy ride with Sylphie and the kids. Instead, Rudy! Sylphie giggled and waved at me while covering a beast man in ice. Did you have a nice trip? I blinked and then looked around. Ice in every direction. Beastmen subdued in ice blocks while shivering from the cold. Eos and Roland giving me an awkward expression and refusing to meet my gaze. And Aina trembling from the frosty temperature. Ha! I ran my hand through my hair and muttered, if it's not combat, it's trauma for misunderstandings. I shook my head and pulled out my notebook to add another rule to the Greyrat Guy's Guide for Dummies. Note to self, do not leave overpowered women on their lonesome when in the middle of a mission. No matter how much you emphasize negotiation, you will always return to a giant mess. Somewhere in the Azura Kingdom, a nondescript man wearing a travel cloak suddenly stopped in the middle of an open field. A soft beeping noise echoed from a digital watch on his left wrist. The man paused and then pressed a button on the side, stopping the beeping. After that, he shook his head and looked at the Azura Kingdom capital barely visible in the distance. A strange mix of emotions crossed his eyes, but then he sighed and continued walking. Chapter 155, The Stellar Sister Takes the Lead. Wow! You've grown into a respectable young man, Rudy. Ghislaine gave Rudy a once-over and said, You also seem a bit more tempered than the past. Did you get some enlightenment? Rudy chuckled and said, Considering everything I've gone through, I've learned that it's better to take things in stride and not take things at face value. He paused and then looked to the side at Sylphie. Unlike my cute elf wife here. Sylphie pouted and said, It wasn't my fault. Those who attack should be prepared to attack back. You're the witch, not the demon emperor. Stop using the wrong lines, Sylphie. Eris laughed and said, See, Sylphie? I told you that you need to loosen up a bit. But I have been loosening up? You damned erotic dash. Rudy cleared his throat and then glanced off to the side. Specifically, to Stella, who had been watching the entire conversation with a dull gaze. Just like an MC would, Onii-chan showed up late and fixed the misunderstanding in an instant. After that, he even made a giant boat to fit everyone on that somehow phased through all the trees without hitting them. Plus he stopped the rain from falling over them, splitting apart the downpour like an invisible umbrella was propped up. Not only that, but the loud rain had turned into a soft pitter-patter, like a person had turned down the volume slider on the ambient noises. And now Onii-chan was standing at the front of the boat, surrounded by a buxom wolf Amazoness, a lewd and busted silver-haired Arifu, and a slightly tsundere hot-headed tomboy, chatting with a casual smile and without a care in the world. All of this after apparently popping away for a minute to do a side quest back at the Demon Continent. It was enough for Stella to start questioning again whether the world was a game where Onii-chan was the main character and she was just along for the ride. She hadn't forgotten about how Onii-chan had used a controller to steer the ship across the seas on the way to Mealy's either. Stella? Stella blinked and saw that her Onii-chan was staring at her. Rudy frowned and said, Are you feeling seasick again? Stella blushed and said, That was one time. And I'm not. If you say so. But anyway. He glanced at Ghislaine and said, Have you been introduced yet? This is Stella, my baby sister. Ghislaine's eye widened and she turned to look at Stella. So you're Zenny's baby girl? Stella crossed her arms and said, Yeah. So what? Rudy laughed and said, No need to be son about it, Stella. Ghislaine here is a family friend. Basically an auntie. He paused and said, No, since you're Aries' first teacher and since she's my wife too, I guess you really would be an aunt? The relationship between a teacher and their student is like parent and child, so wait. But then Master Roxy and I. Stella ignored her Onii-chan breaking off into one of his mumbling rants again and then stared at Ghislaine with a cautious gaze. So you aren't another busted beauty trying to snuggle into Onii-chan's bed? Ghislaine snorted. That's a good joke, but no. I've already been conquered by one Greyrat and I don't plan to lose to that guy's pup. Not to mention that both Zenny and Lily would kill me when they get back, and these two would kill me right now. She pointed behind her at Sylphie and Eris. As if on reflex, ice crystals were already forming around Sylphie. Flames started around Eris as well, but she quickly stopped them and then reached out to swat Sylphie's shoulder. Stop that. Sylphie flinched and then looked away, pouting. Stella gave them a blank stare and then sighed. Ghislaine chuckled and said, Looks like I have a lot to catch up on. Rudy finally broke out of his trance and then nodded. That's right. He glanced off to the side and said, We have a long trip ahead of us still, so should we share some stories? I should probably introduce you to my kids too. Ghislaine's eye widened. Kids? You? She looked at Eris and whistled. Always knew you had it in you, Oju-sama. Eris blushed and said, And not me, Ghislaine. Oh. So you lost to Sylphie after all? That's not. Ugh. Explain it properly, Rudy. Ha ha ha. Don't just laugh this off. Every day with Onii-chan was a sitcom, huh? Maybe she should start hanging around Norn-chan more instead. Wait. Speaking of Norn-chan, where was she? Norn sighed and swung her legs off the side of the boat. Rue forgot about me again. Since the trip started, Norn had been working hard to train so that she could catch up and be helpful to her big brother. Because of that, she didn't get the chance to sit inside with him and the others. A tiny sacrifice. She had already been on her own for a while now, and she didn't want to intrude on the others. But there you are, Nei-chan. A cute young girl's voice. Norn looked back to see Stella walk over, hugging a puppy. No, not just a puppy. The sacred beast of the Rudeus tribe who had chosen Stella as a hero. For a split second, Norn felt a pang of jealousy. But then that was replaced by guilt and fatigue. She quickly brushed even those aside though and put on a bright smile to greet her baby sister. Hi Stella. She hopped back onto the deck and said, Did you need something? Stella shook her head and said, No. I just wanted to play with you for a bit, Nei-chan. She sighed and said, You're the only normal person here. Norn blinked and then laughed. I guess so. It sounded like an insult. Compared to everyone else around Big Brother, even compared to Norn's grown-up nieces and nephew, she was ordinary. And that wasn't even taking Stella into account. But Stella set her puppy down and then walked over to Norn's side, casually holding Norn's hand. You can't change, okay, Nei-chan? I need one of us to be normal in this crazy family. Norn stared at Stella's hand and then looked into Stella's eyes. Stella stared back and tilted her head. HM? Nei-chan? A cute and trusting expression. One that didn't have a shred of malice in it, but just faith and expectation. It was a bit heavy. But so this was what it was like. Norn had been starting to become jealous. She envied how Stella had gotten to spend so much time with Big Brother and how he seemed to dote on her. But when she saw Stella's gaze... Okay. Norn smiled and then reached out to pat Stella's head. Big sister will there for you when you need her, Stella. Right. This was what it meant to be a big sibling. Unlike Big Brother who didn't keep his promise, Norn had to keep hers. Didn't Big Brother say it too? You learned better from negative role models, like Papa. So then... Norn's smile widened and she said, Whenever you get in trouble, Big Sister will come running, okay? I won't be like Big Brother who left me all alone and scared with Big Sister Eris and our unreliable Papa. Okay. Stella paused and then hesitantly held out her arms. In that case, hug. It seemed like Norn would need to be vigilant in the future. Big Brother wasn't the only one who could make people fall in love so easily. Achoo! God damn it. I wiped my nose and said, freaking being W. You're being petty now, aren't you? Using your damn powers to make me sneeze. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow and said, You sure you just aren't catching a cold? I'm practically a god. I don't get colds. But anyway, what was this about Stella being a hero? Chapter 156, The Stellar Sister Takes the Lead. Oh holy beast Sama. You've returned safely. 1. It was a fun adventure, 1. Stella stared at the scene in front of her with a blank stare while hugging Wada as emotional support. It was a blitz of activity. After comforting Norn-chan who had been practicing in the rain on the other ship and scolding Oni-chan about neglecting her, Stella went back to her room to take a nap. A lot of things had happened and she was exhausted, so she took the time to get some proper rest. And it was the right choice considering the current situation. Rudeus Village. The home of the Rudeus beast race tribe within the leaves of the Great Forest. For some reason, Stella had a flashback to a loudmouthed and ramen-loving ninja, but she set that aside. In any case, when she woke up, they had already arrived. In fact, they had arrived for a while, long enough for Stella to be tucked into a cozy warm bed. But shortly after that, Oni-chan came to grab her and her new puppy to meet some people. which led to the current situation. Stella's new puppy sat in the middle of a formal banquet hall, licking his white fur. That much wasn't too strange. But the fact that there were over a dozen big and burly Onii-chans with dog ears kneeling in front of the puppy was. And stranger still was the fact that there were even more people waiting outside, straining to take a look inside the building. Including Tony and Senna, who were peeking in from a back window barely out of sight. This feels like a Yakuza meeting. It reminded Stella of something she saw by chance once in the past. A high-profile Yakuza member had been released from prison and a group of men in suits had knelt down before the guy, welcoming him back. Actually, now that she thought about it, wasn't this how the White Knights reacted whenever they saw her? Oh. Right. Since Onii-chan was a demon lord, which was kind of like a Yakuza boss, that would make her a princess, or something. A Yakuza princess? After all, she was the youngest. And then Nor-ne-chan would be the scary tomboy big sis, meaning that Aisha-ne-chan is probably the smart secretary type who's secretly the scariest? So you are the hero we have been waiting for. A gruff old male voice. Stella blinked and saw that someone had walked over while she was thinking. It was an old man wearing tribal clothing with some red face paint. He had fluffy white ears and a full face beard with hair just as white. He was also still in great shape despite the wrinkles on his face. Like a retired army Aji-san. He placed a fist into his left palm and gave a deep bow. Thank you for saving my granddaughter along with the other children of our tribe, hero. Stella's puppy turned around to look at her and barked. One. See? She's really a hero. One. Wada finally spoke up at that and glared at the puppy. Stop trying to act cute and talk normally, you mongrel. I don't know what you mean. One. Wada pointed at it and said, there. That. You hesitated. You almost forgot the one. Stella sighed and patted Wada's head. Ignore him, Wada. He has an image to uphold, you know? Humph. Wada huffed and crossed his arms, leaning back in Stella's embrace. The old man laughed and said, the hero is beloved by the spirits as well, I see. Stella puffed her cheeks and said, who are you, old man? After that, she looked off to the side at Rudy and said, and why am I here, Onii-chan? Couldn't you have talked with these people by yourself? Rudy looked up from writing in his journal at a table off to the side and then said, I could have. But this mess isn't my fault for once, so I'm just taking some notes. Aren't you supposed to help out as my Onii-chan? Rudy waved his hand and said, don't worry. I've chatted a bit already and you've just become a sort of messiah figure for the beast race folk. It's nothing new. Nothing dash. Stella paused, thinking about her Onii-chan's current status. Right. There wasn't any point into complaining about the spotlight to someone like that. Stella sighed and then patted Wada's head again. Wada preened and then looked over at the puppy with an arrogant smirk. The puppy grit his teeth, but endured and pretended to be happy and cute. Anyway, Stella said. What do you mean that I'm a hero? Explain it to me like I'm 5. Maybe they were just talking about it in the sense of her being their benefactor? Someone who saved their children and was honored because of it? The old man looked confused for a bit. Are you not? No. He shook his head and then looked Stella in the eyes. As you wish, hero. You see. The old man smiled, eyes sparkling with excitement. Lady Stella. You are the hero who Holy Beast Sama has selected as his lifelong companion. The one he will aid in the future to prevent the destruction of the world. Lady Stella, you are this world's savior. PFT. Stella sent a death glare at Rudy. Rudy smiled back. This damn family of cliched archetypes. S&G. And then he just laughed at me the entire time. Stella smacked her small hand on the table and said, Isn't that mean, Ne-chan? Norn smiled and said, It is a bit mean. Right? Stella reached out and chugged her cup of hot cocoa and said, It isn't fair. Miko idly sipped on her own cup of hot cocoa and said, W will. she shifted her gaze to the side and smiled. It is a bit funny. Not you too, Miko. Miko's smile widened and she giggled. I mean... Stella puffed her cheeks and then finished the rest of her hot cocoa. A few days had passed since they arrived at Dodoria village. During that time, Stella had been busy trying to deal with being hailed as the chosen one or the world's savior. That, and she had to sort through all the gifts she was being given for saving all of the beast race children plus the ones that she was apparently entitled to as the hero. Onii-chan thought it was hilarious, and his arrow wives thought it was cute. Unlike them, however, Aina and Eos were helping Stella out by sorting through all of that for her. Wada and Fai were helping too, so it shouldn't take too long. As for the last member of their family, Roland, after hearing Stella being proclaimed as the hero and seeing her walk around with Holy Beast Kuin, aka Leo per Roland's suggestion, he was acting a bit weird. So because of that, Stella bugged Onii-chan for some hot cocoa and went to drag off the few people that she could actually unwind and vent to. Stella reached over for the giant thermos of cocoa that Rudy made for her and poured some more into her cup. At the moment, she, Norn, and Miko were sitting in a small one-room house on the outskirts of the village. A little hideaway that she prodded Onii-chan to make while Eos and Aina were cleaning up the dedicated hero apartment for her in the middle of the village. Sipping on her cocoa, Stella looked outside the window and frowned. It's still raining, huh? Norn sipped on her own cocoa and nodded. Machum. Apparently, it won't stop for another few months. Stella's eyes widened. I thought it was just a few weeks. Are we going to stay here the entire time? Miko shook her head and said, Mr. Rudy said that it's only a few days. She sipped on her cocoa and then tilted her head. Didn't he tell you? Stella crossed her arms and said, Of course not. Ever since we got here, he's been laughing at me being a hero and run off to do whatever he wants. She looked at Norn and said, It's not fair, right, Nei-chan? Onii-chan should be playing with us. Norn frowned and said, I do want to play with Rue. But he's really busy. Stella slammed her hands on the table and said, No. I've had enough. Norn's eyes widened. Estella? Stella hopped off her seat and grabbed Norn's hand, dragging her away. We're going to complain to Onii-chan. Mikochi. You come too. And Mikochi? Wait, Stella dash. RNG. So this is the sacred tree, huh? I looked up at the glittering bronze tree and thoughtfully rubbed my chin. That's right, Dad. Roland walked over to my side and said, You called it something else in the future though. I think Yggdrasil? The world tree? Well, I guess something like this qualifies. Since my cute baby sister was being coddled by the entire Dodoria village and my wives were catching up with Ghislaine, I took the chance to survey in detail what it meant for her to be the hero. And by that, I meant take a look at the ritual site that the leader of Dodoria village, Gustav, was talking about. Speaking of Gustav, the old warrior looked around with wide eyes and then muttered, to be able to cross such vast distances in an instant. Gustav looked at me and said, Are you truly human? It's complicated. I ran my hand through my hair, dissolving the disguise magic dyeing it brown. At the same time, I removed the magic changing my eye colors and took a closer look at the surroundings. Although the outside was still a torrential downpour, about a mile around the base of the sacred tree, it was perfectly calm and sunny. It was also a bit eerie because of it. The water that should be flooding in was kept at bay by an invisible force, and even the thunderous sound was muted. Moreover, the dark surroundings were lit up by a mysterious green light. And that was separate from the towering bronze tree in front of us that was emitting its own soft golden light. Gustav's eyes widened when he saw my changed appearance and said, That appearance dash. This is a sacred place, right? It's the least I can do to show my true self. Now. I crossed my arms and stared at the sacred tree. Is there a sword in the tree that Stella's going to have to pull out? A blade of pure mana that can control the fate of the world? A sword of light forged to defeat pure evil? Or maybe some great ultimate light magic meant to destroy an incoming meteor? What? Gustav shook his head. No, nothing like that. I turned to look at Roland. Roland laughed. You were disappointed then too, Dad. I see. Damn. There goes the hope that I could get some more useful stuff to smack Being W from behind. Wait. I narrowed my eyes and took a closer look at the sacred tree. Glowing bark that seemed to be carved from bronze. Fluffy white leaves with a bit of gold tinged around the edges. Warm and holy manna. Hey, Gustav. Yes, Lord Rudeus? Just Rudeus is fine. But, I tilted my head, mentally comparing the tree I made for Mom, the forest of trees I had in Arcadia, and the sacred tree in front of me. Is the sacred tree that special? Special? Gustav threw his hands out and said, the sacred tree is the guardian of the world. The last resort against the wicked scheming god that destroyed and usurped the creator god himself. Right. Then, is it a bad time to say that I've made about 100 more trees like this back in the demon realm? What? Chapter 157, The Stellar Sister Takes the Lead. Stella kicked open the door to Rudy's room and then walked in, arms crossed. Oni-chan. We need to talk. Silence. Miko walked up behind Stella and looked around the room. I don't think Rudy is here right now, Stella. Norn walked in as well and nodded. It looks like Big Brother is on a trip again. Ah, come on. Stella huffed and stomped her foot on the floor. Why is Oni-chan always doing side quests? He's already strong enough as he is. Norn blinked and said, side quests? Stella sighed and waved her hand. Never mind. After that, she took a look around the room. Unlike Stella, who had a giant fancy tree house all to herself because she was a special hero, Rudy just had a small and simple studio apartment on the outskirts of the village. Which was odd in itself considering that it looked like it literally got pulled away from Earth and stuck in the middle of nowhere. A pristine glass sliding window. A light switch with fluorescent light bulbs. A desk, fold-up futon, wardrobe. Did Oni-chan unlock a portable home system off-screen or something? No. That wasn't important. Stella walked over to Rudy's desk and started flipping through the papers there. Norn's eyes widened and she quickly walked over. Stella. You shouldn't do that. Stella pulled the papers away from Norn's outstretched hands and huffed. I'm doing what I want. What's so important that Oni-chan keeps ignoring us any dash? A straight parchment fell onto the floor. But not just a parchment, a colored print. One of a silver-haired elf with green eyes, black lace, and at $at. Stella quickly picked up the print, stuffed it back in the pile of papers and chucked everything in the desk drawer. Norn's face turned a bright red and she placed her hands on her cheeks. Miko blushed and her eyes kept glancing towards the drawer. W was that dash. We didn't see anything, okay? Stella felt her face heat up and she quickly wiped what she saw from her memory. Damn it! She knew that Oni-chan was a secret super pervert. Really now? Stella froze and slowly turned to the side. When she did, Norn and Miko slowly followed suit. Rudy was standing there in the doorway, leaning against it with his arms crossed and one eyebrow raised. He was wearing some of his fancier clothes again, a black dress shirt and white cloak, but his hair and eyes were still the average brown and green that he used as a disguise. Judging from your reactions, it seems Sylphie left me a gift again, huh? Ha! He shook his head and said, I keep telling her the kids are around. Stella blinked. Gift? Then that paper. Sylphie really was an Arafu, wasn't she? And it seemed like Stella was going to have lots of nieces and nephews in the future at this rate. Anyway. Rudy waved his hand, vanishing the desk and bed before replacing them with comfy-looking beanbag cushions. Did you girls need something? It must be serious if you barged in here without being scared of what would happen if Sylphie caught you. Stella froze. Alright. If Sylphie Nachon had been in here. Just kidding. Rudy winked and said, she's too busy catching up with Ghislaine and Eri right now. He walked inside and sat down on thin air. Like, literally. Rudy sat down and then just floated there. But as if it was perfectly natural, Rudy continued talking and said, apparently, Eri's parents and Sylphie's parents met up and started conquering the Strife Zone together. Ghislaine was with them, so she's telling how everything unfolded. Norn's eyes widened and she said, Aunt Rosie is okay? M'm. Rudy nodded. Her, Laws, Philip, and Hilda are all fine. Even that old Sorrows is kicking around but I don't think any of you've met him. He paused and tilted his head. I wonder if kicking him out that window straightened him out a bit. Miko walked over to sit on one of the cushions and then smiled. It's good to hear that the people you knew are safe, Rudy. For the most part. But enough about that. He looked at Stella and said, I'm guessing you're the leader of this party, Stella. He grinned and said, did you get bored and decided to set out on an adventure like a proper Yusha now? Stella flopped onto a cushion and crossed her arms, puffing her cheeks. Shut up, Oniai-chan. I'm in this mess because of you. Now. I'm not the one who decided to go play magical girl and save a bunch of kidnapped children. Rudy chuckled before materializing a platter of chocolate chip cookies. Have some treats, by the way. Norn's eyes lit up and she took one. Thanks, Rue. Nibbling on it with a content smile, she took a seat on the remaining cushion. Miko eyed the cookies and then pursed her lips, subtly tugging her tight blouse. Rudy noticed and then said, oh yeah. Forgot most people don't burn through calories like nothing because of their raw mana output. Here. He waved his hand and then materialized another platter of cookies in front of Miko. Those should be fine to eat. Miko looked at Rudy and said, really? Really? Then, okay. With a hesitant nod, Miko started eating the cookies as well. Stella rolled her eyes and said, stop distracting everyone with sweets, Oniai-chan. Rudy took a bite out of a cookie and said, I just want to make sure my baby sisters and their friend are having a good time. Damn it! This guy. Like always, Oniai-chan was marching to his own beat. If Stella wasn't careful, he'd end up going off on a tangent and then leave again before she had a chance to talk. So, before then. Stella pointed at Rudy and said, take us sightseeing. Rudy blinked and tilted his head. What? Stella felt her face heat up from embarrassment, but she continued and said, why you keep running off on your stupid side quests or being lovey-dovey with our arrow Nachans? Would it kill you to play with me and Norn for once? Silence. Norn slowly lowered her cookie and looked up at Rudy, mixed emotions on her face. Miko sat there awkwardly, looking between Rudy and Stella. As for Rudy himself, HM. He finished his cookie and then brushed off the crumbs. I was going to wait until we got to Renoa Kingdom for us to go have fun together, but I guess I've pretty much cleared away all the important stuff here. I even left a proper mana sword to choose a proper hero later in the future, so... Sure. Stella blinked and said, wait, what was that about a mana dash? Rudy clapped his hands together and then smiled. Now, how about we go smack around some monsters? Oh, and you can stay here and relax, Miko. I'll leave a few storybooks for you to read along with a fridge an icebox filled with calorie-free goodies. Miko's eyes flashed a bit, activating as if trying to peer into Rudy's thoughts. Rudy's eyes flashed as well, but they quickly returned to the casual green color he was using. After that, Miko turned to Stella and placed her hands on Stella's shoulders. Emikochi? Stella. Miko let out a bright smile and said, your big brother is the best. Okay. Great! Rudy clapped his hands again before reaching out to grab Norn and Stella's shoulders. Then, no time like the present. Adventure time. Wait, Oni-I dash. Pop. Miko blinked, looking around the now empty room. And then she blinked again, staring at the sleek metallic box that just appeared in front of her as well as the stack of books on the floor next to it. She hesitated for a bit, but then she opened the box. And when she did, even if Lady Therese is right about Rudy being the devil, she pulled out a small ice cream cup along with a tiny gold spoon and scooped up a bite. Things that taste this good can't be bad for you, right? C.G. We've taken care of the last of the rebels, Your Holiness. Cliff sighed and set down the stack of papers he was looking through at his desk. Glancing at the fully armored knight kneeling on the ground in front of him, Cliff waved his hand and said, I keep telling everyone, just call me Cliff. He frowned and said, I'm still a far cry from being qualified to be called Your Holiness. After all, when compared to father-in-law and even Aina. Yes. There was still a large gap to cross. Cliff shook his head and then looked back at the messenger. That aside. So you've hunted down the last of them? Yes. The knight stood up and smacked his fist against his chest. The false prophet was imprisoned and those that follow the false human god have been locked away. Sir Astolfo is interrogating them as we speak. I see. Cliff shifted his gaze back to his papers, organizing his thoughts. There probably wouldn't be much new information from them, but it was good to tie up any loose ends. Still. Cliff wrapped his fingers on his desk while recalling what the cardinal said before they executed him. You fools! Lord Perugius is on our side. You will all regret choosing to stand with Laplace. What did that man mean? Your Holiness? Nothing. Cliff shook his head. It wasn't something he should be concerned with. To the people, to the nobles, and to the knights, their victory was won by the grace of St. Meles with Cliff as the saint's mortal incarnation. For now, there is much to be done if I am to become a man worthy of Aina. With that thought, Cliff gathered up his papers and went back to work. Live. In the floating castle Chaos Breaker, a stern man with wild silver hair, sharp golden eyes, and an aura of nobility looked down from his throne. Are you certain this time, Aramanthi? He narrowed his eyes and said, We cannot risk a single mistake when it comes to this matter. A man with golden hair and a fox mask nodded and said, I am certain, Lord Perugius. Aramanthi clenched his fists and said, Laplace has broken free from his seal and is hidden among the human kingdoms. And while I could not find him during the revolt, I saw his traces all over Milishan in the recent battle. I see. Perugius was silent for a few moments and then said, 2 years. Lord Perugius? Perugius slowly stood up and said, We will prepare for 2 years. Turning his head to look out at the distant clouds, he said, If Laplace has truly broken free. If he has grown strong and wily enough to manipulate the humans and hide among them. And if that man was telling the truth. Silence. Well. Perugius spoke again and quietly said, We will see who is telling the truth and who is telling a lie soon enough. Live. Patience. Patience. In an endless void, a figure wreathed in white mist muttered to himself while staring at a model of all the continents in the world. Even if that bastard is cheating and modifying the record somehow, it will all work out. This time, I have pieces that I never even considered using before. Hidegami clenched his hand into a fist and said, Rudeus noticed Greyrat. Don't think you'll have a happy ending. Even if I can't kill you, everyone else, he. Ha 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 ha. Live. Somewhere in the Azura Kingdom, a nondescript man wearing a travel cloak stopped and raised his left hand. A soft beep echoed from his wristwatch and he muttered, 2 years. He reached out to press a button with his right hand and said, For better or for worse, that's when everything ends. I hope your calculations were right, Shizuka. A soft breeze blew the hood off the man's cloak, revealing his features. Black hair, foreign-looking almond eyes, a young face that looked to be in the early 20s. Pulling his hood back over his head, Shinohara Akito sighed and said, Time travel and Isekai really aren't as fun as all the light novels make it out to be. Chapter 158, The Stellar Sister Takes the Lead. Ugh. Stella flopped into her bed face first and grumbled. Stupid Onii-chan. Making his baby sisters work so hard. Norn staggered into the house behind Stella with a weary smile. Even so, that was fun, wasn't it? She tossed a bag filled with magic stones off to the side and said, "It's the first time we went adventuring with Big Brother. If it's going to be like this, it's going to be the last." Ugh. I'm so sore. Stella flipped back around and stared at the ceiling. It was her house. The one that she was given as the hero. Looking around, the mountain of gifts she was given had been replaced with 3 chests. Stella wasn't sure exactly how they managed it, but she was sure that those glowing magical chests were definitely holding all of her things like a portable inventory. Still, she could think about that later. For now. Stella sat up and said, "Hey, Onii-chan?" Norn walked over to a refrigerator, "When did that get there?" and pulled out a water bottle. After opening it to take a drink, she sat back down and said, "What is it, Stella?" Stella decided to ignore the refrigerator that definitely just popped into existence and instead looked at Norn. "What do you think Onii-chan will do in the future?" Norn blinked and tilted her head. "What do you mean?" Stella spun around to sit on the edge of her bed and started kicking her legs. "Onii-chan is super strong. The strongest in the world. And he's already a demon lord, so do you think he'll decide to become god or something?" She wouldn't be surprised if he did. Onii-chan was super ridiculous and apparently already had one god as a mortal enemy, so... Norn laughed. Stella frowned and said, "What's so funny?" Norn shook her head. "It's nothing. Just..." She laughed again and said, "Big Brother Rue? A god? He's nothing like what they say Saint Meles or the other gods are like, right? Even if he's super strong, I don't think he'll be much different in the future. If anything, I think he might just be playing around a bit more with Big Sis Eri and Sylphie." "Yeah. You're probably right." Norn sipped on her water and then said, "Why did you ask, Stella?" Stella sighed. "It's just..." She frowned and said, "I don't know what I'm supposed to do." Onii-chan was the main character. And he was a cheap main character too. Even so, Stella was supposed to be the hero. How was that going to work out? Was Onii-chan going to have a big villain arc? Or... isn't it obvious? Stella blinked. Obvious? Norn smiled and said, "Right. You're our baby sister, so you can just do whatever you want. And then when Mommy and Mama Lily come back, you can surprise them with how cool you are." Stella stared at Norn. Norn stared back. Stella rolled her eyes. What? Norn looked confused and said, "Did I say something weird?" "No. But be careful, Onii-chan. At this rate, you might become a musclehead swordsman like our dad." Norn huffed and said, "I won't. I'm much smarter than Dad and Big Sis Eri. It doesn't have to do anything with how smart you are, but alright." Stella hopped off her bed and said, "Now, since you said I should do whatever I want." She walked over to grab a few magic stones from the bag and said, "I've always wanted to try alchemy. RNG. Alright everyone." I looked around and said, "Are we all here? Got everything we needed?" A few days had passed since we arrived at Dodoria village. In that time, Stella became a hero, got a new puppy called Leo, and made some new friends in Senna and Tony. At the same time, Eri got to catch up with Ghislaine to hear news about her family. Sylphie too, since Laws and Rose ended up near the same place. My kids, Anna, Eos, and Roland, also managed to spend some time off catching up with each other as proper siblings. Not sure exactly what they did, but they were a lot less awkward around each other at least. I think I overheard something about Cliff at some point, but I decided not to dig too much into it. Anyway, it was a brief trip, but it was time to get going. And because of that, everyone had gathered in the middle of Dodoria village for our takeoff. Well, kind of. We were going to be teleporting most of the way there, but that was kind of like a flight, right? Stella rolled her eyes while tugging 3 floating chests behind her. Stop procrastinating and get us out of here already, Oniai-chan. She looked off at the distance and said, I'm sick of seeing nothing but water and rain. Norn nodded from beside Stella and said, it's been nice meeting everyone in Dodoria Village, but I think we should get going. We're meeting Aisha and Miss Roxy now, right? Eri adjusted her sword and then glanced back towards the village chief's house. Sylphie noticed and said, are you missing Miss Ghislaine already, Eri? And no! Eri turned her head back and said, I'm just worried that she'll beat everyone up. You saw how much her brother didn't like her, right? While those two chatted, I activated my clairvoyance and started up the calculations for the transport. As I did, I said, Ghislaine is a grown adult, Eri. She'll be fine. And besides, some people only learn lessons the hard way. Sylphie giggled. Eri blushed and said, and what's that supposed to mean? That Ghislaine's brother needs to get pumped around a bit. Now everyone here? Miko? Miko stopped eating a cup of ice cream and raised her hand. I'm here. Kids? Eos waved at me with Aina and Roland next to her. We're here, father. Stella, all your elemental buddies and new doggo present? Stella groaned and said, just hurry up already, Oniai-chan. We're all here. And even if we weren't, stop acting like you couldn't just come back and grab whoever was left. Hey. Just wanted to be a responsible adult since I'm the only one here. And wasn't that a terrifying thought? Really made me wish Mom or Mama Lily was here. Laws and Rose would be great too. Well, that's why we're heading to see Master Roxy, so. Alright. Then. I shifted my gaze to the beast race villagers peering out at us from outside my transport circle. Then I looked over to Ghislaine who was giving me a thumbs up. Ah, that was probably because Gustav was looking listless and Ghislaine's brother was staring at me with blank eyes. Nothing new. I shifted my focus back to everyone for a bit to make sure we really weren't missing anyone. And then I focused on our destination and nodded. Here we go. Next stop, Renoa Kingdom. Mana started to swirl around us, letting off dramatic white and gold light. The moment that happened, gasps echoed from all around us. And sighs echoed from the people near me. Damn it, Oniai-chan. Stella glared at me and said, do you have to be so overdramatic all the time? It makes life fun and puts people off guard, so yes. Now try not to throw up when we get there. What do you blurg? R.M. The Renoa Magic Academy, situated in the city of Magic, Sharia. Sitting at her desk, the current headmaster of the academy paused in the middle of reviewing research notes. She quickly glanced at the various magical tools sitting on the shelf used to measure and track down spatial distortions before frowning. Did I imagine it? It was a split second. For a moment, she thought she saw a distortion in time and space on the outskirts of the city. But nothing was out of the ordinary. And the detectors for the hidden god weren't active either. Huh. Roxy sighed and rubbed her eyes. Maybe Aisha was right. I should take a break. All of this stress managing the magic triumvirate and dealing with the politics around the magic guild was starting to take its toll. Not to mention all of those annoying suitors. Seriously. Roxy ran her hand through her long blue hair and said, is it that hard to find someone competent to help with my work? She grumbled and said, maybe I should just grab a man off the street and dump my work on him? Ha! She placed her head down and said, I miss Rudy. I bet my genius student would be able to sort all of this out no problem. RNG. I paused, feeling a shiver run down my spine. Big brother Rue? Norn looked at me and frowned. Is something wrong? No. But, I ran my hand through my hair and said, I'm properly disguised right now, right? Brown hair, green eyes? Yes. Weird. I tugged the collar of my shirt and muttered, why do I feel like a noose just got tossed over me then? Big sister Eri will be mad if she hears that after your promise for the wedding ceremony, Rue. Ah, that's probably it then. Don't tell your big sisters? Only if you make me hot chocolate. Deal. Chapter 159, The Genius Sister is Doubtful. Aisha noticed Greyrat. That was the name of the young teen walking through the streets of Sharia. Wearing the white blazer and pleated black skirt uniform of the Renoa Magic Academy, she stifled a yawn and then tucked a strand of her maroon hair behind her ear. After that, her violet eyes swept across the windows of the shops around her, looking for anything useful. Let's see. Big sis Roxy has been busy recently, so something that could help her relax. As always, the streets were bustling with people. But since today was a break day from classes, Aisha could see a lot of other students walking around as well, their uniforms distinctly setting them apart from other people. Seeing them, she let out a sigh. It'd be nice to see everyone again. Aisha could still vaguely remember her family. The goofy father, her serious mother, her cute older sister, her super serious older brother. There had been some other people with their family as well, like big sis Sylphie, but after all this time it was getting a bit hard to remember. Fiddling with her purse, Aisha frowned and muttered, "Is Big Brother really that great though?" After the space-time distortion, everyone had been scattered throughout the world. It wasn't just Aisha's family that had been affected. As a worldwide phenomenon, it indiscriminately sent people all over, and it was the luck of the draw whether someone was safe or not. Well, Roxy said that wasn't entirely true. Apparently, her big brother was a super genius who made it so that they were all transported to a safe place. He was also apparently someone who could have resolved all of the issues Roxy was facing right now with a snap of his fingers. Not only that, but he was someone that big sis Sylphie was so desperate to see, she went off on her own to become an adventurer and dived into distortion dungeons to try and find him. It all went to show how great her big brother apparently was. Apparently. Aisha doubted that though. To begin with, if he was so great, why hadn't he showed up already? When they were in danger with Roxy and Sylphie risking their lives to keep Aisha safe, when they spent years and years in distortion dungeons trying to make their way out, when Aisha herself had grown up to a young teen from all the distorted time that she and Roxy had to go through while making their way to Renoa Kingdom. Yes. Aisha doubted that her big brother was that great. She had vague memories of him being able to use magic when he was pretty young, but Aisha could do the same. And she was even the youngest student to enroll in the Renoa Magic Academy in the past decade. No. Aisha thought that Roxy was just deluding herself. Especially since they hadn't received any contact from him despite Roxy being so famous. After all, by this point Roxy Magurdia had gotten so famous as the Thousand Master Sorceress that even people from the distant Greyrat continent and the Heaven continent had sent some envoys to meet with her and discuss the space-time distortion incident. If Big Brother was as great as Roxy said, he should definitely have heard about them and sent a message their way. And if not that, with how great he was, they should have heard something about them. For example, even their goofy father's name had come up recently as a sword god of a brand new school. And because of that, Aisha knew that her older sister Norn was safe and sound. But Rudeus? Nothing. Realistically, he's probably long dead. My baby sister too. Aisha mumbled to herself to sort out her thoughts as she kept walking through the streets. After this long without any news. Mom and Mommy Zenith are probably fine. Big sis Roxy said that Mommy Zenith was a famous adventurer and Mom was a good swordswoman, so they're probably just trapped in a dungeon somewhere. But Big Brother and my baby sister. No matter how much of a genius her big brother was said to be, Aisha just couldn't believe that he'd be able to survive being tossed into a random dangerous location. After all, Aisha was the youngest and best magic formation sorceress Renoa had ever seen, with innate talent in both seeing mana and manipulating every elemental branch of magic all the way up to king. Even then, that was when she was 10 years old. For someone even younger than that to be able to survive. Aisha walked past a stall selling kebabs and absently paid for one to snack on before walking away. As she did, Aisha heard a young woman's voice echo from behind her. HM. These look pretty good. Do you think the kids would like some? Aisha glanced back to see a group of 3 people standing at the kebab stall. A handsome young man with green hair surrounded on his left and right by a pair of beautiful blonde women. The green-haired man rubbed the back of his neck and frowned. I'm not sure. Aisha resisted the urge to snort and then walked off. Guys, they were always so indecisive. Like all the guys trying to date Roxy. Always beating around the bush and never saying things straight out. Aisha nibbled on her kebab and kept walking along the streets, thinking to herself. Seriously. Roxy should just relax a bit and go on some dates. Then again, the last time someone tried asking Roxy out, he was blasted through a window on reflex. Aisha sighed and finished her kebab, turning the stick to ashes with a small flame. After that, she stuck her hands in her blazer's pockets and kept walking. Okay. The problem was definitely with Roxy. If she would just loosen up a bit more and relax. After all, Aisha wasn't a toddler anymore. It wasn't like Roxy had to worry about her. And she also wasn't getting any younger, so... A light tug at the back of Aisha's shirt, followed by a young girl's voice. Excuse me? Aisha blinked and then turned around to see a cute blonde girl wearing a backpack, white shirt, and blue jeans. The young girl looked up at Aisha with sparkling green eyes and said, I'm looking for my big sister, but I got lost. Can you help me find her? Big sister? Aisha tilted her head and stared at the young girl. She was cute. Barely over 5 years old, if that. She looked like she also had really good mana affinity too, with how the elemental mana in the air were naturally drifting towards her. That made Aisha curious about who the girl was. If the girl was that much of a natural, then her big sister. Miss? Aisha blinked and realized she was spacing out. She let out a soft smile and said, sorry. But yes, I can help you find your big sister. Great! The young girl stuck out her hand and said, I'm Stella. Aisha smiled and took the young girl's hand. You can call me AI, Stella. Okay, Miss AI. Stella smiled and said, it's nice to meet you. And you too. Now, what does your big sister look like? And where did you last see her? Well, Stella placed her left hand on her chin and said, Wani-chan has blonde hair like me and green eyes. She's around your age too, I think. Really? Aisha hummed and said, does she go to the academy then? Not yet. Stella shook her head and said, Oni-chan said that he's heading there to do the paperwork, but Wani-chan isn't a student yet. So not someone that Aisha would know. That made sense. Since she was the student council president, Aisha remembered the faces and characteristics of all the enrolled students. And she would definitely remember someone like that enrolling. I see. It might be hard to find her then. Oh! Stella looked up and said, she's dressed like an adventurer too. And I think she said she wanted to go check the Adventurers Guild. Do you know where that is? I do. Should we dash? Growl. Stella blushed and looked down, covering her belly. Aisha laughed and said, how about we get you some food first? Please and thank you. Eng. Eos watched Stella walk away with a red-haired teenage girl and frowned. Looking towards Roland, she said, should we follow them? Roland stared at the red-haired girl with a strange expression before shaking his head. It's fine. Dad made Stella take all of her elementals with her, remember? Ah. Eos nodded. True. Since Rudy was going to be busy sorting out various affairs, he had forced Stella's elementals to be with her all the time in spiritual form to act as invisible protectors. Anna happily munched on a glazed barbecue kebab, ignoring how the sauce dripped on her chest, and said, these are delicious. Roland looked at her and then sighed. Sis. You need to be more self-conscious about these things. After saying that, he pulled out a handkerchief in his pocket and reached out to wipe off the sauce. An act that gave him a lot of pointed looks from all the males in the vicinity. Eos snorted. Hypocrite. Roland finished wiping off the sauce and then looked at Eos. What? She rolled her eyes and then grabbed Roland's left arm. Just hurry up and guide us around. Aina finished eating the kebab and carefully cleaned the stick with water magic before shoving it in her sleeve. After that, she grabbed Roland's right arm and said, "Yeah. Take us shopping, big bro." Roland sighed before muttering, "Some things never change, do they?" Norn looked around the fancy building she just walked into and whistled. Taking a look backwards, she said, "This is a lot prettier than the other adventurers' guilds we visited, isn't it, big sis?" Eris walked in behind Norn and gave an absent nod. "Sure." Norn frowned and said, "Are you still mad Rui didn't take you with him to see Miss Roxy?" "No. It's just," Eris blushed and then took a look around before leaning close to Norn and saying, I don't know how weddings work." Norn blinked and then laughed. What? Eris leaned back with a huff and said, "It's not funny." Sorry, big sis. It's just," Norn smiled and said, "You really are girly around Rui, aren't you?" "I've always been girly." Norn's smile widened before she grabbed Eris's hand and said, "Come on. Let's go see if there are any fun requests we can do before meeting up with Rui." RNG. Miko looked around the fancy courtyard with wide eyes before looking back at me. "Mr. Rudy. Are you sure it's fine for me to be here?" I waved my hand and said, "Don't worry about it. You're both Stella and Norn's friend, so I can spot the enrollment fee for something like this." It was tough making new friends, so having Miko there to round out a group of 3 would help a lot. Especially since Miko was good at reading people's intentions with her special eyes. Leaning on my right side, with my arm wrapped within her own, Sylphie hummed and said, "So this is where we would have gone if father-in-law hadn't decided to betroth you to Eri, is it?" Back to calling him father-in-law instead of father or Paul, Sylphie? Sylphie giggled and said, "Well, I think Papa will get jealous, so I have to be careful." Who? That's a good point. I hadn't met Laws for a while, but since he laid out a symphony on Dad's face last time, I wouldn't be surprised if he could do a whole epic. Even if Dad was a sword god who mastered crazy and BS anime techniques. Sylphie shifted her gaze to the tallest tower of the academy and said, "Do you think the headmaster will agree to let them in?" "It should be fine." I was a bit curious though. Whoever was in charge of the Renoa Magic Academy was incredibly skilled at magic and understood it on a granular and fundamental level that I hadn't even thought about. Mostly because I was focusing on the bend reality to your will with Mana Avenue instead. I could still use my magic and clairvoyance without restriction here, but from the way everything was set up, that would trigger all sorts of red flags. Well, unless I thought real hard about how to get around it, but it wasn't worth the effort to antagonize the headmaster. Besides, I overheard from a few different people that Roxy apparently had a job here because of that headmaster, so I didn't want to be too rude. Moreover, I reached up with my left hand to adjust the bow tie of my fancy suit before pulling out my expensive-looking pure diamond cane from a subspace. Tapping it on the ground, I smiled and said, "And if it isn't? Well, I've always wanted to try and play the obscenely rich nobleman." Sylphie's eyes lit up and then she snapped her fingers. When she did, a black leather collar appeared around her neck. "What's that for?" Sylphie smiled and said, "Well, if you're an obscenely rich nobleman, that means that you're rich enough to afford a high-class courtesan slave like me, right? You've been reading those trashy azure and noble romance novels again, haven't you?" Tee. I sighed and ran my left hand through my currently brown hair. Whatever. I grabbed my diamond cane again, left floating as I ran my hand through my hair, and walked towards the main entrance, ignoring the curious gazes of the students around me. Let's go finish this paperwork and entrance interview before looking for a priest to ordain our wedding. Hopefully there was one that wasn't a super stringent St. Mealy's follower nearby. If not, I'd need to go pop back into Mealy's to grab Cliff. Oh! And I should probably go look at real estate to get a house here. Since it was the center of magic research, it'd be a hassle if I just magicked something into existence, so I had to make sure I went through the proper red tape. Then there was dealing with Roxy, setting up a place for everyone else. Well, better than running a kingdom and dealing with politics, right? Chapter 160, The Genius Sister is Doubtful. Stella nibbled on a potato crepe and stared at the young teenage girl leading her around. As she did, two things went through her mind. First, Wani-chan was mean for leaving her behind and running off with Eri-ne-chan. Stella thought that her big sister would have a bit more sense than that, especially in a big and unknown city like this. But it seemed like Wani-chan was still a kid at heart and got swept up by all the new shiny sights. As for Eri-ne-chan, well, Oni-chan didn't know how to read the room and promised to hold a big wedding for her as soon as they got settled down in the city, so her head was somewhere else at the moment. Stella didn't blame her. In the end, it was all Oni-chan's fault again. I agree. It's all Rudy's fault. Fai's voice echoed in Stella's head. I don't disagree. But it's not very nice to blame everything on Rudy when he's trying so hard, is it? Wada's voice. Blame whoever you want. It won't change the fact that your life's going to be troublesome in the future, When? What? It's true, Win stifled a yawn and her voice echoed again. Do you know how hard it is to block the winds of fate? Especially when that annoying puppy keeps trying to drag Stella to being a hero, TCH. That smug mongrel. A lively conversation. It seemed like Stella's elemental pals had a lot to say about her current situation. Frankly, Stella did too, but it wasn't that productive. So instead, she let them bicker and focused on her surroundings. Miss AI had bought Stella some food after that embarrassing moment of Stella's stomach growling. That was good, because Stella didn't have any money on her and it would cause a big incident if she called for Oni-chan over something small like that. It was a big oversight though. Out of all the weird things she kept in her expandable backpack that she managed to make with Oni-chan's help, Stella didn't have a single snack. Definitely needed to bug Oni-chan about that later. Especially since she saw him secretly make chocolate for Wani-chan earlier. TCH, playing favorites like that is no good, Oni-chan. But anyway. Stella munched on her potato crepe and took a closer look at Miss AI. Judging from her neat uniform, she was definitely a student at the academy that Oni-chan was talking about. And she gave off student council president vibes too. Especially with how she helped Stella out without question. Plus that short red hair and pretty violet eyes, yep. Definitely like the main female lead of a Magic Academy anime that her younger brother used to watch. Then there was the fact that Miss AI seemed to have a really good handle on the mana around her too. Stella was pretty good at magic. She wasn't a straight cheat like Oni-chan, but she was able to handle it pretty well and had a good grasp on theory. Because of that, she could also roughly tell how good other people were at using magic from how mana flowed around and through them. Eri-ne-chan, for example, was terrible at magic. While she could use mana to fight and create flames, she fumbled around in trying to mold mana into spells. In comparison, Norn-Wani-chan was really good at fighting while casting spells and could intuitively use them while swinging her sword around. And that was because mana seemed to be sticky around Norn and move how she wanted it to. As expected of Stella's big sister and Rudy's younger sister, of course. But Miss AI was kind of similar? From how she looked around, it seemed like she could see mana too. And with the look she gave Stella, she probably recognized how good Stella was with magic. Well, that or she picked up on Fai, Wada, and Win. But she'd definitely be freaking out more if she did, considering that Stella's elemental friends were apparently on the level of Spirit Kings or something. Another fun fact that confirmed that Stella was doomed to not live a normal life, but that was something to think about later. Is there something on my face, Stella? AI glanced back at Stella and then reached up to rub her face. Is my makeup wearing off? Stella blinked and then said, You wear makeup, Miss AI? But you're already super pretty. AI nodded. That's why I wear it. She sighed and said, It gets a bit annoying being too pretty when I walk around, so I put a little bit on to dress down. Is it wearing off? Stella shook her head. I don't think so. But this was Miss AI nerfing herself with makeup? How pretty was she without it then? Good. AI let out a relieved sigh and then smiled. Now, are you enjoying your food? Mmachum. Stella took another bite out of her potato crepe and said, It's a bit salty, but it's tasty. It was also pretty nostalgic. Oni-chan had been making a lot of food from Earth, but most of them were either sweets or drinks. When they weren't, it was usually an entree or something like pizza. A proper meal instead of snacks. This though. Stella finished her crepe, smiling at how it reminded her of sneaking away with Aki after school to get some junk food. AI nodded and said, I'm glad. Hopefully your big sister won't be too upset at the unhealthy snack. Stella snorted. You don't have to worry about that. Oni-chan eats way more unhealthy things. Like tons of sugary sweets, chocolate, and almost nothing but meat. She blamed Eri-chan. AI laughed and said, Even so, you're still growing, so you have to make sure to eat a bit healthier as well. Fruits and veggies, even if they're bitter and you don't like them. Stella gave a light nod and then brushed off her hands before grabbing the hem of AI's shirt. When Stella did, AI pulled her close and continued walking. While keeping an eye on their surroundings, AI said, So what brings you and your sister to Sharia? Are you two traveling alone? Stella shook her head. No. We're here with Oni-chan, with my big brother too. But he's busy registering us at school or something with my sister-in-law and best friend. AI frowned and said, And he let you and your sister wander off alone? Stella shrugged. Oni-chan is a cheat. I'm pretty sure that even if something bad happened, he'd spin back time to undo it. She was about 95% sure of that at this point. Considering that Oni-chan could teleport them all over the place and kept scribbling equations and diagrams that looked a lot like the theoretical time travel black hole stuff she saw on TV once, Stella wouldn't put it past her Oni-chan to be able to do time stop or time rewind stuff. Like, he was practically a god already anyway now with how many people kept worshipping him. But besides that, and even if he couldn't, I'm strong too. Stella puffed out her chest and said, I beat up a group of bandits. Well, she almost beat up a group of bandits. Oni-chan showed up to finish them off and turn everything into a gore fest, but Stella was doing okay. And she made contingency plans for next time. Like always having a barrier spell up and getting better at dodging. Also a lot of mental strength training by sparring with Oni-chan. AI frowned and said, Even so, that's a bit reckless. For both your big brother and big sister. If I had a baby sister as cute as you, I wouldn't let you out of my sight. Stella nodded. I didn't say it wasn't. Objectively, Stella was cute. Super adorable. There were still times that she stared at her reflection and didn't believe it was her. Pudgy cheeks. Sparkling green eyes. Golden blonde hair and a face that had a super great puppy dog look to guilt-trip people into doing what she wanted. Not only that, but judging from Eos and Aina, as well as Aunt Therese, Stella was definitely going to be a drop-dead beauty in the future. Obviously, you would take every precaution to protect a girl like that because bad guys the world over would try to snatch her away or do terrible things. But of course, nobody in Stella's family thought like that. Though that was mostly because Oni-chan would tear time and space apart to reach her before anything bad could happen. Wait. Was that why all his entrances whenever Stella called for Oni-chan was so dramatic? Was that guy literally cutting time and space apart with his sword to reach her? More on that later. Stella shook her head to clear her thoughts and then put on a smile with her cute face. Looking back up at AI, she said, What are you doing here, Miss AI? I live here with my big sister. You have a big sister too? She's not really my sister, but she's close enough. AI fiddled with the ribbon on her shirt and said, Maybe more like a mom? She raised me since I was small, so. Ooh. That's like me and Oni-chan. AI blinked. Really now? Umachim. Stella nodded and said, after the big-time space thingy, Onii-chan was teleported with me. I was just a baby, so he had to do a lot of things to take care of me. AI smiled and said, it looks like he raised you well then considering how smart you are. Stella paused to think about that. In recent years, that would definitely be a no considering the shenanigans they were wrapped up in. But Stella could give that a pass since it was because her Eki-ne-chans showed up and started hogging Onii-chan. When Stella was small though. Yeah. Onii-chan worked really hard. Making sure she was safe and well-fed. Keeping an eye on her all the time and singing lullabies when she couldn't sleep. Changing her diapers, reading her stories, chatting with her in Japanese when she still didn't understand the world around them to calm her down. Stella was definitely glad that her Onii-chan was Rudy. If it was anyone else, well, she definitely wouldn't be as carefree as she was now. Knowing her, Stella had a feeling that she would have been extremely paranoid about everything and anything around her. She probably would have walled herself off too and focused desperately on trying to get back home or do the impossible and resurrect herself back on Earth. But because Rudy was here, and because of everything that he did, she could accept herself as Stella, along with her new family. Well, except for her dad. She still refused to believe that man was her biological father, no matter how ridiculously talented in the sword he might be or how much he looked like Onii-chan. Stella glanced up at AI and said, but your big sister did a good job with you too, Miss AI. Polite, smart, and good-natured. Maybe a bit naive considering she was taking the fact that Stella was definitely not a normal 5-year-old in stride, but otherwise Miss AI was definitely a model example of what a respectable teenage daughter should be. AI laughed and said, I'm sure that she would appreciate hearing that. Stella smiled and said, well, I'm definitely going to tell her that. Miss AI is great. AI smiled back and said, you're pretty incredible yourself, Stella. Now, I think we've arrived. Stella looked around and then realized that they had left the crowded streets and arrived at a fancy-looking building. There were still people walking around, but most of them looked like adventurers. No, they definitely were adventurers from the way they carried themselves. AI reached down to grab Stella's hand and then started leading her toward the building. We'll take a quick look inside and see if anyone's seen your sister. If not, I'll take you back to meet my big sister. She'll definitely be able to help. Stella nodded and followed after AI. But as she did, the front doors of the building opened. Norn and Eris walked out, both reading over a bundle of parchments. The moment that Stella saw that, she broke free from AI and then ran over to kick Norn's shin. Ow! Norn winced and then looked around. Who's Stella? Onii-chan. I told you to take me with you when you go to the Adventurers Guild. Huh? But you said that you wanted to take a look around for a bit dash. You're supposed to wait for me. Baka! Dummy! Idiot! Eris looked over at Stella and let out an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Stella. I should have noticed. Did you get lost? Stella stepped back and said, I'll forgive you, Eri-ne-chan. Onii-chan was being dumb, so you have a lot on your mind. But you! She pointed at Norn and said, Onii-chan no. Norn noticed Greyrat. How could you leave a kid like me and run off with Dash? Wait. A voice cut through Stella's tirade. AIs, sounding confused and in disbelief. Stella glanced back and huffed. What is it, Dash? Norni? Norn let out a sharp gasp and then pointed at AI. No way? Aisha? Sis? Eris gave Stella a blank stare. Stella tilted her head. What? You really have a talent for finding your family members at the strangest times, don't you? I stood in front of the looming pair of double doors and then reached up to adjust my tie. After that, I looked to my right at Sylphie and said, You remember the plan, right? My lovely elf fiancée smiled and said, Smile and be pretty like the trophy wife I am. I groaned and reached up to pinch the bridge of my nose, staving off a budding headache. I'm going to beat the crap out of Dad for introducing you to those books when we get back. Damn it. It's one thing to have your fetishes, but it's another to try and pass them off to your son's wife. Especially going out of your way to secretly supply her with BDSM noble/slave relationship smut. Don't hit him too hard? I'm the one who asked him. I reached up to fix Sylphie's silver hair, lacing a light blue ribbon through it. She leaned into me with a smile and let out a content sigh. Seeing that, I let out a sigh of my own and said, "How did my sweet Sylphie become such a lewd person? I just love you that much?" "No. Pretty sure this is Dad's fault. Did he show you some porn or something when you were young?" "He must have. Or maybe he talked about some weird kinky stuff that happened in the Azura Kingdom. I think he was doing stupid things like that around the time he rattled on about my betrothal to Airy Dash." Ahem. A soft cough. Miko, clearing her throat from beside us. I finished up fixing Sylphie's hair and then let out an apologetic smile. "Sorry, Miko." She glanced towards Sylphie and then turned a beet red after making eye contact. Don't worry about it, Mr. Rudy. BB, but I think we should hurry up. Let's not think about what Miko saw from Sylphie with her passive mind-reading mystic eyes that made her turn beet red. Instead, yeah. I made sure my clothes were pristine one last time and then reached for the door. Let's meet this infamous headmaster everyone's talking about. A soft click. The door handle turning. Me pushing through the door and walking in. And then immediately walking back and pulling the door shut in front of me after I saw the person sitting at the desk. Sylphie blinked. Rudy? I have made a terrible miscalculation. What dash? An explosion erupted, blowing the doors off their hinges. At the same time, a blue blur rushed towards me. Sylphie tried to intercept, but she was blown away by a 1,000-fold magic array and glued to the wall. Miko gasped and then was immediately warped away into the office, suddenly reappearing behind the desk. And as for the one responsible for all of that, is that how you greet your master after all this time, my dearest student? Ah, good to see you again, Master Roxy. And, I can explain? Chapter 161, The Hardworking Teacher's Wrath. It was completely out of the blue. Roxy had been busy finishing up paperwork since the students and staff were out for a break. Since she also thought things might get troublesome soon since her magical instruments were starting to act strange, she wanted to clear her workload so that she could spend the time doing maintenance on them. And then her door opened. At first, she thought it was a student. Another one of those idiots who got dared to barge into her office for a prank. On a second thought, she figured that it might be more idiots trying to build an alliance with the Magic Guild by trying to woo her. But when she took the time to actually see who was there, she froze. It was a familiar face. At the same time, it was completely different. A handsome young man with bright green eyes that seemed like they could pick apart the mysteries of the world. Light brown hair that was neatly combed to the side. A pristine suit and diamond cane that reeked of nobility. He took a single step in the room, carrying a haughty air around him as if he owned the entire world. At the same time, a pulse of mana emanated from him, triggering all of Roxy's magical detection artifacts. Strong. A man that couldn't be categorized by any sort of metric. Someone who had the qualifications to act haughty like that. But he took a single look at Roxy and his demeanor fell apart, replaced by shock, and then mild panic. An expression that Roxy saw before a long time ago, and one that she couldn't forget considering all the trouble that came after it. Then it clicked on why that face was so familiar, as well as who was standing there. Rudy, her dear disciple. The genius who stubbornly called her master when she didn't have the qualifications. A surge of relief in her heart at seeing that he was safe after all. A faint tinge of guilt and embarrassment crossed her mind as she felt her heart race a bit seeing what a handsome and suave young man he had become. And then fury when he immediately took a step back and shut the door. It was a reflex. Seeing Rudy act like that, Roxy moved without thinking. A brief part of her registered that Sylphie was there as well, all grown up. Another part registered that there was someone who gave off the aura of a God-blessed child similar to Roxy's second student. But most of her was focused on the child, no, on the man who rudely shut the door in her face and ran away like he was trying to escape responsibility. Well. Roxy crossed her arms and then let out a faint smile. You mentioned something about an explanation, dear student. What would that be? Where were you all this time? Where were the others? Was your baby sister safe? What happened to you? Why were you all grown up now? Why were you with Sylphie? All sorts of questions swirled around in Roxy's mind as she stared at Rudy. Even so, she didn't ask them all. Instead, she waited. As always, she patiently endured her burning curiosity and let her disciple start talking before she said anything else. I smacked the human god in the back of the head, became a demon lord who's apparently the reincarnation of Saint Mealy's according to a couple 100,000 people, and established a kingdom in the magic continent? There's a few other things that happened too, but I think that can wait a bit since you seem upset. Oh! And your parents told me to say hi? Roxy's eye twitched and her smile started to fade. Rudy let out a nervous laugh. How have you been, master? You look even more beautiful than I remember. And it seems that you've inherited your father's bad habits, my dear disciple. Ah. I brought cookies though. S&G. A small cafe in the middle of Sharia. There, Stella and her big sisters, along with her big sister-in-law, were having a late lunch. On one side of the table, Stella sat next to AI, or rather, her half-sister Aisha. On the other was Norn and Eris. Norn sipped on a tall glass of fruit juice and then shook her head. Staring at Aisha, she said, I can't believe that you're bigger than me now. She puffed her cheeks and said, It's not fair. I'm the older sister. Aisha smiled and said, Well, I was always more mature. Was not. Was too. Norn stuck out her tongue at Aisha and then went back to drinking her juice. Eris shook her head and then looked at Aisha. To be honest, I can't really believe it either. I mean, I expected Rudy to do some crazy stuff and Sylphie is Sylphie. But for you to grow up too. You look a lot like Miss Lilia now, you know? Aisha tilted her head. Do I? M'm. Eris nodded and said, I think you're still a bit short up there though. Aisha blinked and then turned bright red, crossing her arms underneath her chest. I am still growing. And I'm still bigger than Norn. Norn shrugged and said, You can keep the big things. It gets really annoying to fight with them moving around anyway. Right, big sis? Eris nodded. That's true. She frowned and then muttered, I still don't get how Ghislaine does it. Maybe it's because she's a beast race? I don't see how any ordinary person could fight like that. Stella puffed her cheeks and then said, Could we not talk about stuff like that? The other girls blinked and then looked at Stella. After that, they shared a look. Eris spoke up first after that and said, Don't worry, Stella. Miss Zenith was bigger than Miss Lilia, so you'll be fine. Stella's face turned red and she said, That's not what I'm worried about. She waved her arms around and said, This. Aren't we supposed to have a big happy reunion? Why are you all so casual about it? Eris tilted her head. HM? I mean, we knew that Aisha was fine though? Norn nodded. Yeah. Dad sent a letter over already. We were going to go visit anyway before we found you and Rudy, you know? Stella blinked. Eh? Aisha nodded as well and said, Right. Although I didn't expect you to still be so small, Norny. Norn huffed and said, I would be bigger if Dad let me go into more time-space rifts with Eris. Eris sipped on a glass of iced tea and said, Growing up isn't that fun, Norn. Norn frowned. That's not what Sylphie says, ow. Eris pulled her hand back from smacking Norn's head and said, You shouldn't listen to that perverted elf. She's a bad influence. Norn rubbed her forehead and then muttered, You're not much better, big sis. Hitting people all the time like that. At least I leave people alive. But anyway. She looked at Aisha and said, so Miss Roxy is the headmaster and magic guild leader? And you're already a teenager going to school at Renoa Magic Academy. Eris let out a wistful smile and said, time really flies, doesn't it? Aisha nodded and said, it does. Especially since the whole world still seems to have distorted space-time. Stella looked at the others carrying on a conversation without her and then slouched down in her chair, crossing her arms. This is why she hated grown-ups. Always chatting like she couldn't understand them. At least Oniai-chan treated her normally. Well, when he wasn't trolling her. And speaking of Oniai-chan, Stella looked in the direction of the academy. Didn't he say he was going to go see the headmaster? And if the headmaster was this Miss Roxy who was supposed to be his old teacher? And considering that her Oniai-chan definitely seemed to be an Eroge protagonist. Drip. HM? Stella looked up and noticed that the sunny sky had changed. Seemingly out of the blue, storm clouds had rolled in, slowly letting out a light drizzle of rain. Eris blinked and then stared at the sky. Weird. Wasn't it just sunny? Norn looked up as well and said, yeah. She shifted her gaze down to Aisha and said, does it always change weather this fast here, sis? Aisha frowned. No. It definitely doesn't. Oh wow, Wada's voice echoed in Stella's head. I didn't think you could use runes without mana like that to control the elements. Huh? Whoa! Is that fire mana mixing in with the water to make lightning? Wait. You can't just say stuff like that without explaining it. Asterisk, you should look away from the academy, Stella. Also, close your eyes, asterisk. Sure? Stella didn't know what was going on, but since Wynne said it, she decided to look away and close her eyes. The moment she did, boom! A bright white flash filled the air, quickly followed by a thunderous explosion. Gah! Aisha's voice. My eyes. Norn. Damn it, Rudy! Eris, cursing Rudy out as usual. It's a good thing that Rudy is immortal. I think that lightning strike could have taken out a couple of spirit kings. Stella opened her eyes to see what was going on. And then a familiar voice echoed from the distance. I said I was sorry, master. Shut up and let me hit you, you ungrateful disciple. It was an accident. How do you accidentally have kids? And defy the rules of magic? And then marry two women without even asking me out on a date first? Wait, what? Aargarg. Get back here. And don't you go anywhere, Sylphie. You're next. And don't even think of running away, Eris. Eris slowly turned to look at Aisha and said, I thought you said that Miss Roxy was mature and sensible. Aisha stared off in the distance, watching as a figure wearing a white robe flew across the sky while being chased by a woman wearing a pointed hat who was riding on a storm cloud. Well. She reached up to adjust her ribbon and said, I guess the stress finally made her snap? Eng. Eos looked up at the stormy sky, watching her father be chased around by a mature blue-haired woman wearing a pointed hat. Lowering the ice treat she was sucking on, she looked over at Roland and said, That's Blue Mama? Roland stared at the sky and slowly nodded. That's definitely her voice. Though, I don't think I've ever heard her that upset. Enoch took a bite from a cream-filled pastry and licked the bits of cream smearing her mouth. After also wiping the bits that fell on her chest, she tilted her head and frowned. You don't think she'll get mad at us, will you? Roland shook his head. No. Even if she got annoyed at Dad or the other mamas, she never took it out on the kids. Although. Eos raised an eyebrow. Although. She was the most strict with us, so. We'll find out? Roland cleared his throat and said, Anyway, the house I was talking about is over here. Dad said it started as a haunted mansion, so it should be fun to take a look at and hide out until things calm down. A bolt of lightning flashed and screams echoed from the distance. You're going to hurt people, master. They'll be fine. Now shut up and show me what you learned, you scoundrel. Roland looked back up at the sky and then muttered, how the heck did Dad stay alive with 3 women when he wasn't as strong as Dad here? Chapter 162, The Hardworking Teacher's Wrath. Have you calmed down a bit, master? Roxy huffed and grabbed a chocolate chip cookie from the platter in front of her before stuffing it in her mouth. After that, she took a long swig from the vanilla shake I whipped up before finally letting out a sigh. For being a genius, you're an idiot, my dear disciple. I let out a nervous laugh. We were back in Master Roxy's office after an hour-long roundabout chase through the skies over the city. Also after I dodged about 200 lightning bolts in a row. It was a shame I didn't get a cute little onion knight doll for it or a magical crest, but I'd settle for having Master Roxy calm down. There was also a lot of property damage in that little chase sequence we did, but it seemed like it might have been a routine thing with Roxy considering how people only looked exasperated than afraid. Just what exactly was my master's reputation here anyway? Roxy munched on another chocolate chip cookie before brushing her hands off. After that, she leaned back in her chair and said, so. It seems like you've gone through a lot, Rudy. You could say that. But it looks like you've gone through a lot too, master. I stared at her and focused on the flow of mana around her. Or rather, the distinct lack of mana flow around her. It seems like you've done something a bit ridiculous? I had gotten a glimpse of it while I was being chased around, but up close I could see it in detail. In the past, Master had been inspired by my magic arrays and used it to create her own system. Something like a portable and moving magic computer with pre-stored spells and stuff. Kind of like those magical girl animes, actually. And considering how Master looked back then. But anyway, it gave her the ability of being essentially magic artillery with a constant bombardment of magic without any cost to the user. It did have a pretty big flaw though. And that came up in the fight against Orsted where the entire system got blown apart by magic disruption. Now though, it was a bit hard to explain. And I didn't even know how she managed to make it work. Could it be said to be something like hardening electronic circuits to work against EMPs? One way or another, Master had created a completely rigid and isolated space around her that rejected the flow of mana, giving the appearance that she didn't have any magical power at all. Yet, in spite of that, she could still cast spells somehow. And spells that were much stronger than ordinary incantations or runes too. Did she manage to figure out the rules of existence or something? Break down magical runes to an even more fundamental principle that it didn't need mana to operate? Or was it a harmonic resonance of some sort where she created a void that automatically resolved itself with an incantation? Roxy snorted and then took another sip from her drink. After that, she glared at me and said, I don't want to hear it from the man who managed to create a spell-conjuring substance from nothing. I made myself my own drink, a quick orange juice, and started sipping on it. It's not from nothing. It's from my imagination. There's a difference. Roxy gave me a blank stare and then set her cup down. After that, she massaged her forehead and said, I'm started to remember how much of a headache you were when you were younger. I leaned back and smiled. Come on, master. I wasn't that bad. Roxy looked at me and then nodded. You're right. It's worse now since you're so damned handsome. Roxy rolled her eyes and said, nothing. That didn't sound like nothing. But I wasn't about to blow it now. Women were creatures of emotion more than logic, so better to not press too hard. I pulled out my handy journal and jotted that thought down. Roxy blinked and then stared at my book. What's that? A sacred treasure to be passed down to my sons and male descendants of the Greyrat household from this point onwards. Roxy gave me a blank stare. I shut the book and put it away before smiling. Just kidding. It's a diary. Roxy smiled at that and said, You're still a bit childish, huh? Better to be a kid at heart than an old man battered down by the world. Because the latter led to the path of an edgelord, and nobody likes an edgelord. Not to mention things never went well for them. But anyway, I finished my glass of orange juice and then said, "It's good to see that you've been well, Master. And thanks for taking care of Aisha." Roxy shook her head and said, "There's no need to thank me." She smiled and said, "Aisha's like my family, so I would have taken care of her regardless." Right. An awkward silence. Was it because of the age difference? The fact that Master let out more than a few Freudian slips about how she felt about me earlier? Or because there was just too much that had happened? For some reason, it was kind of hard to get the conversation flowing. Especially since Master seemed more than content to just stare at me. After a few more minutes passed in silence, I decided to make myself another drink. Some tea this time. Seeing that, Roxy remembered her snacks and drink and started munching on some more cookies. I sipped on my tea, letting my nerves calm down a little and pointedly ignoring the upcoming catastrophe that would erupt from Ari, Sylphie, and Roxy being together in the same area after I'd crossed the line with the first two. Not to mention Rika. Another note to add to the journal later: having a relationship with more than one woman is trouble, even if you have the power to blow up entire kingdoms. Better to just stick to one wife and be done with it. But anyway, back to what I came here for. I set the cup of tea to the side and said, "There will be some time to catch up later, so how about we get to business first, Master?" TCH. Roxy's expression darkened for a moment. Clearly she wasn't fine with that, but she quickly put on a professional face and said, "Understood. I suppose we can talk more after I interrogate Eris and Sylphie as well." Ah. Right. Well, that was a girl problem, so I'd let them sort it out. Roxy set her cookies and shake off to the side before leaning back in her chair. "I presume you want to enroll that girl in the university? Her, Stella, and Norn." I paused, thinking about Aina and Eos. But then I considered how beautiful they were and the fact that it would be more trouble than it was worth. On the other hand, it might be good for them to get a somewhat normal school experience in while they still could. At least for now. Yeah. I'd see how my daughters settled in with a somewhat normal environment first. It'd be bad if like a chain of people started challenging me to duels for the permission to marry them or something because they said something like any potential suitors had to prove their worth to me. Cliff was already enough to deal with. I didn't need even more people to sort out. Roxy tapped on the table and said, "The semester has already begun, so it will be a bit hard to get them in. Those stiff nobles will disagree and those blockhead professors might start acting up even if I personally recommend them." Oh. I paused to think about it and said, "But is that it?" Roxy tilted her head. "What do you mean?" "I mean the only real issue is that nobles and professors might disagree with some nobodies showing up in the prestigious academy, right?" "I suppose so." Roxy hummed and said, "If you could get the recommendation of a few other professors or show that you have the proper qualifications, Rudy? Wait. Where are you going?" It was a break day for the students of Renoa Magic Academy. Even so, a majority of the students were still on campus resting in their dorms. Because of that, they were able to see it firsthand. Even so, the rumors were mixed. Some said that a nobleman appeared to audit the academy, sending the professors in despair as they had to account for their research expenses. Others, specifically the female students, said that a dreamy adventurer showed up with unbelievable magic that made the professors walk out of the academy on the spot. Others still said that it was Headmaster Roxy's fiancé appearing to reprimand and punish all the people who tried flirting with the headmaster since his absence. And the infamous student council president said that it was all a load of baloney because the professors were all just heading out to deal with the aftermath of Headmaster Roxy letting off some steam chasing out another suitor. A chaotic turn of events. A rumor mill working in overtime. Rumors and myths spreading like wildfire, and a fire that was fueled even more by the fact that Headmaster Roxy had activated noise cancellation magic barriers over her office for an entire day as beautiful women kept entering and leaving. Then, the next morning. "Good morning, class." A handsome young man with sparkling green eyes, lightly tousled brown hair and a tidy white suit. Tapping a diamond-topped staff against the ground, he smiled and said, "I'm afraid that the Academy staff went on strike for the week after a certain incident last night, so I will be your substitute teacher until that's resolved." Aisha stared at the substitute professor with a blank expression. She had never seen him before today. And while she had heard about all the mess happening last night while she was out catching up with her sisters and her nieces and nephew, who she still couldn't wrap her head around since they were definitely older than her. But anyway, she didn't recognize the man. At least, at first. But as he started talking and as he kept glancing towards her with a mischievous flash in his eyes. "My name is Rudeus Notice Greyrat. You can call me Professor Greyrat. And as for today's lesson plan..." He waved his hand, causing a blackboard to materialize from thin air. Shortly after that, a piece of chalk appeared as well and started writing. "Why everything you know about magic is wrong, Wizardry 101. After that, Professor Greyrat turned to Aisha and said, "Miss Student Council President, why don't you start class and explain what magic is to everyone?" Aisha was beginning to understand why Stella kept complaining about her big brother. "Liv, I can't believe it. That crazy disciple of mine." Roxy ran her hand through her hair and said, "I wasn't ever this terrible of a disciple, was I? Openly defying me and then running off to crush the spirit of every teacher at the academy." She looked up at the person she called in for life counseling and said, "Tell me I'm right, teacher." A man wearing a simple black robe. Seated across from Roxy's table, his aristocratic features seemed like they should have been sharp and overbearing. But the wrinkles around his eyes and creased forehead as well as his gray hair cut against that, especially with his soft eyes. Altogether, although he had the looks of a haughty noble, his current demeanor and air gave off a strong image of a diligent corporate worker and employee rather than a noble. The man, Genus Halfaz, let out a faint smile and said, "They say that the student reflects the teacher. Isn't that the case here as well?" Roxy narrowed her eyes. "And just what are you trying to imply?" Genus shrugged. "Simply that this was to be expected." He leaned back in his chair and chuckled. "After all, did you not do something similar when you returned to the academy?" Roxy blushed and said, "That was different. I had a child to take care of and needed a job, and those idiots didn't know what they were doing." After saying that, she paused, a flicker of realization in her eyes. Gina smiled and said, "See?" "Humph." Roxy leaned back in her chair and said, "Just the fact that you are correct does not put you in the right here, teacher." "Of course. But a bit of self-reflection will go a long way. Take it as one of the last lessons from your former teacher. Ah, and that jealousy is no good." Roxy tilted her head. "Why would I be jealous of Rudy?" "Ha." Gina sighed and shook his head. But then he put on a serious expression and said, "While this nostalgic musing was nice, I presume you did not call me here to simply reminisce, headmaster." Seeing that, Roxy turned serious as well and nodded. "That's right. You see." She trailed off. Gina shook his head and said, "There is no need to be shy around me." He chuckled and said, "It would be remiss for me to scold or critique my student when she has long surpassed me." "Fine. Then." Roxy cleared her throat and said, "How do we deal with the fact that my dear disciple has discovered and proven a unifying theory of magic?" "Say that again?" Chapter 163, The Hardworking Teacher's Wrath / A dark room lit with only a few candles. Not because there was a lack of resources to light the room. In fact, there was a pile of magic light fixtures laid off to the side that could have been used. No, the room was purposefully kept illuminated with only candles because someone wanted to set a certain atmosphere. And not a romantic one. A long rectangular table in the center of the room. There, 3 women were gathered, on at the head and the others at the sides. Roxy kicked her legs up on the table and crossed them, quietly looking at Eris and Sylphie. After a while, she said, "So, it's come to this after all. A tense silence followed while Roxy waited for a response. Sylphie was the first to crack, letting out a nervous laugh. It's not really a big deal, is it, Miss Roxy? Following Sylphie's lead, Eris quickly nodded and said, all right. It's what Rudy chose. Roxy let out a thin smile and slowly nodded. Yes. I suppose it isn't a big deal. My beloved disciple is intelligent and mature enough to make his own life decisions. Sylphie let out a more relaxed laugh and said, yes. Rudy is dash. Bang. Roxy pulled her legs off the table and then slammed her hand on its surface. Sylphie flinched and then started fiddling with her hair. Eris almost fell off her chair, but she quickly caught her balance. After that, she meekly set her hands on her lap and averted her eyes. Roxy huffed and then leaned back, crossing her arms. It's one thing if Rudy took the initiative, but from what I heard from my dear disciple. She glanced at Eris and Sylphie and said, draping yourselves all over him like that. Don't you have any shame? Sylphie winced. But immediately after, she regained her composure and pointed at Roxy. What about you? Miss Roxy is Rudy's childhood teacher. You're already an old hadash. Roxy narrowed her eyes. Sylphie stammered and quickly corrected herself. A mature woman. Going after Rudy is cradle robbing. Roxy raised an eyebrow and then looked at Sylphie up and down. After that, she said, and you are not? I commend your efforts looking for my dear disciple, reckless though they were. But from your appearance and depth of mana, if we are talking about age, are you not older than me now? GRK. Sylphie blushed and then lowered her gaze. Another tense silence filled the room. After a while, Eris cleared her throat and then looked at Roxy and Sylphie. Isn't it fine? If we all love Rudy, we can share, right? Roxy glared at Eris and said, I do not wish to hear that from the woman who stole the position of Rudy's official fiancé. Sylphie clicked her tongue at Eris and then nodded in agreement with Roxy. Right. As if you have the right to talk about that, Miss Arranged Marriage. Eris winced, but she didn't back down. Instead, she straightened herself with some conviction and said, well. Since I'm Rudy's official fiancé, I say it's fine. It's not like we're followers of St. Mealy's or anything, right? So. She blushed and then said, as long as we all love Rudy, it's fine to share. Sylphie still looked upset, but she let out a sigh. I guess it's better than having Rudy hate us. Eris rolled her eyes at Sylphie and said, as if you weren't already on board with sharing, you perverted elf. Sylphie looked to the side with an innocent expression and said, I don't know what you're talking about, Eri. Roxy looked at Sylphie and Eris. After that, she shook her head and muttered, Lily and Zenny were right about Rudy. Sylphie perked up and said, what were they right about, Miss Roxy? Roxy waved her hand and said, we can talk about that later. But for now. She leaned forward and laced her fingers together. Resting her head on her hands, she looked over at Eris and said, Eris. Would you kindly explain to me why Rudy asked for me to find an official priest? I can infer the cause, but I would like to hear it from you directly. Sylphie blinked and then quickly looked towards Eris. Eri? Eris gulped and then let out a nervous laugh. Well. Roxy smiled. Yes? S&G. Stella flopped into her bed and then stared at the ceiling. It was unfamiliar. Not just the ceiling, but the room, the house, the city, everything. At first, Stella thought it was cool. She finally met her other big sister, Aisha. Not only that, but Aisha was super calm and mature, unlike Stella's other older siblings. Well, Norn was pretty mature too, but she could be a bit off at times. Stella blamed their father. That man was a terrible influence. After all, just look at what happened to Onyai-chan. But anyway, although it was nice meeting up with Aisha, everything was just off now. Maybe it was because they were in a peaceful and ordinary city for once. Unlike the crazy sci-fi/utopian city of Arcadia where Stella grew up, the magic city of Sharia that they were living in now was just a normal city. Strip malls, concrete buildings, nice and clean paved roads, electric lights, or at least magical equivalents, and people walking around with normal clothes. If Stella didn't know any better, she would think she was back on Earth. Of course, she wasn't. But if she squinted, maybe that was why she felt weird. A faint shimmer of ice crystals appeared over Stella before coalescing into a floating white cat. Wada. The ice spirit tilted his head and said, "Whatcha thinking about, Stella?" Stella held her arms up to stretch and then sighed. "Dunno. Life is weird right now." For the first time in a long while, nothing was happening. No monsters attacking, no crazy people abducting children, no wandering around the world like it was an RPG. Just ordinary life. It had already been a week since they arrived in Sharia. In that time, Oniai-chan had gotten a job as a magic professor. Arifune-chan started up a small bookstore with Eri-ne-chan, Miko and Nor-ne-chan signed up for classes with Aisha-ne-chan, and then Aina, Eos, and Roland wandered around every day living it up like tourists. That meant that Stella was all alone in the big mansion that they called home. Of course, it wasn't like they left her behind on purpose. It was just... Ugh! Stella sat up and then ruffled her hair. This is a fantasy world. A real ice guy. Why is everyone living an ordinary life like it's back on Earth? Wada blinked and then said, "Earth?" Stella hopped out of her bed and waved her hand. "Don't worry about it, Wada." She let out a deep sigh and then said, "I'm just getting restless." This was Oniai-chan's fault. Stella had gotten so used to his crazy antics that normal wasn't normal anymore. Stella let out another sigh and then took a look around. The Greyrat family manor, as Oniai-chan called it, was a big fancy mansion with 3 floors, a big basement, and a pretty courtyard. Sitting on a hill just outside the city, it was a perfect suburban-esque home with just the right amount of nature and privacy while being close enough to the city life to commute. That was something that Stella would never have thought she would be thinking since being reincarnated, but that was just how life was now, apparently. But anyway, Stella's room was on the first floor and just off to the side from the main hall when you entered the mansion from the front entrance. Like, if you walked in and turned left, there was her room. It was also pretty big. Large enough to fit a fluffy king-sized mattress, a full-size study desk, a big walk-in closet, and more than enough room to run around in. At least for Stella. Well, it would be if not for all of the random things lying on the ground. Books, various magical trinkets, materials, magic stones, weapons, sheets of paper. Seeing how messy it was, Stella felt her face warm up a bit. She cleared her throat and then muttered, "I'll clean it up later. I'm still unpacking." Right. After all, she needed to sort through all the gifts they gave her as a hero back at the Great Forest. That was the reason why it was so messy. It definitely wasn't because she got bored and started trying to break apart magical items and recreate alchemy or anything. Stella carefully brushed a path through the mess and then started walking out of her room. As she did, light particles started forming beside her before turning into a fluffy white puppy. Leo, the sacred beast who got Stella into the whole mess of being hailed as the legendary hero. The puppy looked up at Stella and then said, "Woof. Are we going on a walk again, Stella?" "Woof." Wada rolled his eyes and said, "How many times are you going to keep acting cute, you mongrel? Just talk like a normal spirit." Rex barked at Wada and then said, "I can talk how I want. Woof. And I'm a real dog, unlike you, fake cat. Woof." "Fake?" Stella groaned and said, "Could you two not?" Rex immediately stood at attention and said, "Understood." "Woof." Wada sighed and waved his hand. "Fine, fine. I'll just ignore the mongrel." Stella walked out of her room and then closed the door behind her. After that, she made her way out of the house and said, "Why is it always you two being loud and following me around anyway? I don't see FAI and Win being so annoying." Wada shrugged and said, that's because FAI is pretending to be a student with Miko and your big sisters. And as for Win, Wada looked around and then tilted his head. I dunno. She's not here right now. Stella furrowed her brow and then said, some sort of guardian spirit Win is. Stella huffed and then muttered, dropping cryptic hints all the time and then only showing up when it's important. Leo looked up at Stella and said, that's because Lady Win has a lot of duties to attend to as well. Woof. Unlike the fake cat, she takes her duties seriously. Woof. Wada bristled and said, hey. My job is to protect Stella. No. Woof. That's my job. Woof. There it is. You hesitated again. I don't know what you're talking about. Woof. Grrrr. Stella sighed and then checked her magic pouch and wand. After making sure she had all her important equipment, she looked at Wada and Leo and said, let's just head out already, you two. Chapter 164, The Stellar Sisters' Talent Strikes Again. It was a bright and sunny day. Birds were chirping, children were laughing as they played on the streets. There were even couples strolling around being all lovey-dovey with each other. Stella watched them all with bleak eyes and then shook her head, continuing on her way. She didn't have a particular target in mind. The main objective she had was just to get out of the house and move around. Although she could do some magical experiments if she wanted to since no one was home to bother her, since Onii-chan said that she'd be going to magic school soon anyway, Stella decided to wait a bit. After all, it wasn't any fun doing cool magic things by yourself with no one around. Okay. Maybe she had been hanging around Onii-chan too much. Woof. There are a lot of people here today. Woof. Leo padded along beside Stella and looked around. Wada nodded from his spot sitting on Stella's right shoulder and said, I hate to agree with the mutt, but it looks like he's right. The feline water spirit looked around with a frown on his face and said, do you think Rudy is doing something again? Stella adjusted her backpack and shrugged. I dunno what Onii-chan's doing these days, but I wouldn't doubt it. She sighed and said, he's always doing things without me these days. Ever since they met up with Onii-chan's old teacher, Onii-chan had been spending less and less time with Stella. No, come to think of it, that started ever since they left Arcadia. On the one hand, it was nice to have some alone time and be a bit more independent. But Stella stopped in the middle of the street and then looked up at the sky. After staring for a bit, she flung up her hands and said, isn't letting your baby sister go around all day by herself too much independence? Seriously. Even if Stella was technically a grown woman if they went by her accumulated years, she was still physically just a toddler. Well, she was 5 years old, so maybe not a toddler anymore. But anyway, she was just a kid. What kind of big brother lets their kid sister walk out by herself without supervision all day long? Woof. Leo frowned, well, as close to a frown as he could get. After that, he said, you aren't alone, Stella. Woof. Wada nodded and then tapped his chest. That's right. And besides, Rudy wouldn't leave you alone if he didn't think you couldn't handle it. Or if he didn't think we could protect you. Stella sighed and said, I guess so. They had a point. Onii-chan was super duper overprotective. And she did have the magic charm to call him across space in a pinch if she needed it. Still, it was weird. Was she starting to miss being treated like a baby? No. That couldn't be it. She was a mature individual. There was no way that she would miss being spoiled by Onii-chan drinking yummy hot chocolate and eating candy while being carried around everywhere. Feeling her face heat up in embarrassment, Stella patted her face and said, Arg. Stupid kid body. This is because I'm still small. That's it. I definitely don't miss being spoiled by Onii-chan. Wada and Leo shared a look before wisely deciding not to say anything. There were a few onlookers who stared at Stella for a bit as well, but they quickly went on their way. Considering Roxy's usual antics, they didn't think too much about small girls and children making random outbursts. Though Roxy would probably send a few people flying with explosions if she knew that. Stella shook her head and then continued her stroll. She had a bit of pocket money, so maybe she should go buy some candy or something. She remembered seeing some cute sweets and pastries in some shops by the commercial district, so since she didn't have anything better to do. So this is the esteemed Magic City, is it? A male voice echoed from the distance. Ordinarily, Stella wouldn't have paid attention to it. But she noticed that it sounded vaguely similar to a voice she knew. It wasn't Onii-chan's. The only person who sounded like him was that suspicious Pierre guy who was still pretending to not be an evil time paradox version of Onii-chan even though he totally was. And it wasn't Roland either. Stella frowned and then looked around to see who the person was. Wada paused and then looked around as well. Is there a suspicious person around, Stella? Woof. Leo raised his head and sniffed the air, taking a look around. I don't smell any bad guys. Woof. Wada rolled his eyes and said, as if that nose of yours is worth anything, mutt. Who's the one who can block people from seeing Stella's fate? That's right, cat. Me. You. Stella clicked her tongue and said, shut up you two. I'm concentrating. Wada and Leo immediately shut up, but not before glaring at each other again. In the meantime, Stella took a look around, carefully watching the crowd. There wasn't anyone who stuck out. Just students, young nobles, and ordinary travelers. But just as Stella was starting to wonder if she was just hearing things, she heard another voice. It's not that impressive for a magic city. I think our heiress's husband would have made something much more impressive, wouldn't he? A female voice. One that was also weirdly similar to one that Stella knew well. This time, she paid attention to where it came from and then saw the source of the voices. An elegant woman wearing a purple dress, long red hair trailing behind her. And standing next to her, a relatively handsome man with light brown hair but shady squinty eyes, dressed in a sleek black overcoat with a fancy coat of arms emblazoned over his chest. The man adjusted his overcoat and said, considering how much of a genius Rudy was when he was young, I can only imagine what miracles he has been up to since then. The woman covered her mouth to laugh and said, true. Considering that he turned father-in-law into a reasonable person after throwing him out that window all those years ago, and seeing as he tamed our wild heiress, I'm curious to how much he's changed. Rudy, Airy. Stella didn't think those names were that rare. But hearing the two talk, as well as seeing how familiar they looked, Stella didn't recognize them. But staring at the man, she felt that he looked vaguely similar to that sorry excuse for a father she had. And as for that woman, she looked a lot like Reincarnated. Wait. That wolf lady, Gilly. Lainey? Gil something or another had mentioned that she met Sylphie Nachon and Reincarnated's parents after the space-time warp thingy. And then she had a talk with Onii-chan and everyone about getting everyone together after clearing up the misunderstanding. Stella? Wada looked at Stella and frowned. Following her gaze, the water spirit eyed the man and woman down, slowly materializing a stream of water. Are they bad guys? Woof. Leo shook his head and said, they're not bad people, dumb cat. Wada's eye twitched and he flew down to grab Leo's mane. All right. That's it, you mutt. Leo barked and spun around, trying to bite Wada. Woof. That's unfair. Wada held onto Leo and swung a water ball, smacking Leo's face. Life isn't fair. Now eat snow. Growling. Stella facepalmed seeing her two spirit friends act up. Is this what Onii-chan feels like? Being a main character gets you into all kinds of weird situations, huh? She shook her head and sighed, reaching out to grab Wada and Leo. Hey! No fighting. Wada and Leo immediately slumped, stopping their fight. But they kept glaring at each other even while Stella was holding them. Because of the commotion, a crowd had formed, surrounding Stella and staring at Wada and Leo. Stella pointedly ignored the group. Instead of reacting, she shoved Wada into her bag and scooped Leo up in her arms. After that, she started marching back home. This was a stupid idea. Next time, she was going to drag Fai around with her instead. At least she was just energetic and not troublemaking like these two idiots. Wait, husband. The woman spoke up in the distance and pointed at Stella. That girl, doesn't she look like Zenith? Stella froze for a moment, suddenly sensing trouble. The man rubbed his chin and said, she does. And she also looks a lot like Norn did when she was younger. Pardon me. With those words, the man started making his way through the crowd towards Stella. And so, like what any reasonable young girl would do with a strange man approaching her, especially a strange man who looked similar to her extremely strange and perverted father, Stella ran. Only to bump into a blonde elf man wearing leather armor. Kia! Stella instinctively screamed and stumbled back. Laws! A brown-haired woman spoke up, tugging the blonde elf man away. Be careful where you're walking. Look! You scared the poor. The woman trailed off as she stared at Stella. Child? Wait. Stella took a few more steps back, hugging Leo to her chest. Woof. Leo looked up at Stella and said, should we run? Stella looked behind her. The weird noble man was walking over, followed by his wife. The blonde elf man was staring at Stella with sharp eyes, and that brown-haired woman was staring intently at Stella too. The crowd had blocked off the exits, and those strangers were surrounding her. And at that moment, Stella realized just how tiny she still was compared to everyone else. Also how scary it was being completely surrounded. At that time, Wada squirmed out of the bag. Looking around, he said, let me at him. Who scared Stella? The man was in earshot, and when he heard Wada say Stella, the man frowned. Stella? Is that not Dash? Overwhelmed by everything happening, Stella did what her instincts told her to do. Stella grabbed her necklace and then closed her eyes, screaming, help me Oni-chan. The sound of shattering glass. Space and time twisting as a man leapt through both to reach Stella. With one smooth motion, he scooped Stella up in his left arm. In another, he swept his right arm out and drew forth a shimmering crimson blade from the void. Stella sniffled and hugged Rudy's arm, burying her face. Also doing her best to bury her embarrassment and instinctively calling out for Oni-chan again instead of resolving the situation herself. An oppressive aura filled the air as a calm but threatening voice echoed. Who dares to harm my huh? The oppressive aura suddenly vanished. And right after, the voice continued, but more confused than threatening. Miss Rose? Mr. Laws? And Uncle Philip? Auntie Hilda? Stella slowly peeked out. The noble man and his wife were looking at Stella with embarrassed looks. The elf man cleared his throat, looking to the side, while his wife let out an embarrassed smile. Silence. And then Rudy let out a deep sigh and said, my cute baby sister. You have got to stop giving me a heart attack every time you meet up with some of our family members. Teehee? Chapter 165, Things to Prepare Before Marriage. The recently acquired Greyrat household in Sharia City. There in the afternoon, a family gathering was scheduled to take place. Or rather, a family reunion. I let out a sigh as I handed Stella an ice cream cone while arranging the furniture in the house. Are you a people magnet or something, Stella? Maybe you tapped into karma magic or something? Because I swear, every time I leave you alone, you manage to meet up with more and more of our extended family. Stella grabbed the ice cream from me with a pout and said, I don't know. I just wanted to go do some normal things and have fun. Not my fault these things keep happening to me. Right. Just to be sure, I used my clairvoyance to check on her. There wasn't any sign of Whitey messing around with Stella. And her mana seemed normal. So maybe it was just her innate ability? Or her destiny? Well, destiny in the way that classes in video games worked. Maybe vocation was a better way of saying it? Stella seemed to be really good at connecting people and gaining allies. Not to mention the people around her seemed to be getting a passive experience boost, or something like that. After all, the random elemental spirits I sent to keep an eye on her had leveled up to be just a few steps away from primordial sorts of beings. At least, that was what I felt from them. Hadn't actually met a primordial being other than old Whitey just yet, so I wasn't sure. But anyway, maybe it was a buff from her being a hero and chosen by the sacred beast? I was pretty sure the prophecy and fate stuff didn't apply to her anymore since the causality ruiner that I was existed, but maybe she gained an innate talent to recruit allies? Or maybe she had really good luck to pull party members? You're doing that thing again, Onii-chan. Stella puffed her cheeks and said, just because you're a demon lord doesn't mean you can stand there and menacingly stare off into space like that. I laughed and ruffled Stella's hair. Sorry. Bad habit. Hey! Quit it! Stella huffed and scampered away from me, holding her ice cream close to her chest. I smiled and then took a look around the area. Eos and Roland had done a great job in settling the real estate stuff here for us, securing a big mansion with a large plot of land in the corner of Sharia close to the Magic University. Apparently, they got it for cheap since it was supposedly haunted, but Roland managed to sort it out since it was the same place he grew up in. But that wasn't really important. What was important was that the place was fancy and big, and I had to organize the place to host a party for everyone. Apparently, Pierre and my dad had told everyone we were headed to Sharia to meet up with Master Roxy, so both Aries' parents and Sylphie's parents had made their way over to visit. Ghislaine was supposedly going to visit later as well, and I got a magical long-distance scroll warped in from Orsted saying he'd swing by with Princess Ariel. Then Dad said he'd be coming over too with Pierre and Rostalina. Ah, and there was Cliff saying he was going to visit because there was important things to discuss. And then Rika and Rudyard said they had finished setting up the floating island and were going to test the warp gates by visiting with some of the White Knights. I sighed and said, I'm just one guy. People expect me to decorate the entire place, prep food, and prep refreshments for like 30+ people while they all get ready for the day? Stella rolled her eyes and said, please. You're a cheat character that can use mana to make everything, Onii-chan. I swept out my hand, subtly stretching space a bit to make the inside a little larger before turning back to Stella. Hey, just because I can do it doesn't mean I want to. Your Onii-chan is a proper working member of society now with papers to grade. Stella dragged over a chair and then plopped herself down, licking her ice cream and kicking out her legs while watching me work. I held up my hands and then started moving them like a conductor, making party streamers, tables, seats, and the works. Basically everything that would be expected at a party. It really wasn't necessary for me to do the hand motions, but it felt cool and helped me get in the mood to concentrate, so I stuck with it. Better than saying a long and embarrassing chant at least, or glaring at the space and trying to will things into existence. Not that I couldn't, but really, it looked a bit silly. And since I was going to do this work, I might as well have a bit of fun while going through it. Like my classes where I flipped the head on what my students thought magic was. Stella licked her ice cream cone again before tilting her head and said, why are you the one doing this anyway, Onii-chan? I snapped my fingers, causing a few leather couches to pop into existence. After that, I imagined a little GUI to move them around and drag them into place. While I was doing that, I said, well, Master Roxy is busy filing paperwork for us becoming proper citizens of Renoa Kingdom. Ari and Sylphie are out catching up with their parents. My kids are working on a secret project in the basement that they won't tell me about. Miko, Norn, and Aisha are studying. And that's about everyone. I paused and then glanced at Stella. Wait. Stella was hanging around enjoying her ice cream while I worked. Since I was used to her being around me all the time, I didn't think too much of it. But now that I thought about it, where are your little spirit friends? Stella huffed and said, Wada and Leo said they wanted to settle things once and for all and ran out to the outskirts to fight. Win is sleeping like always, and FAI. She paused and said, come to think of it, I haven't seen FAI for a while. I flipped my wrist, materializing a stack of pizzas on the table before humming. Well, I think I saw her hanging around the dorms with Miko. She's probably fine. I glanced back at Stella and said, I bet you're a bit lonely though. I'm not. Whatever you say, Emudo. Stella puffed out her cheeks and then quickly devoured her ice cream cone, leaving a small smear around her lips. After that, she held out her hands and said, Give me another one. Chocolate. Fine, fine. I flicked my wrist and materialized one in the air in front of her. Stella grabbed the hovering ice cream cone before starting to make her way through that as well. She was also pointedly looking away from me and pouting. Since that was the case, I decided to give my baby sister some quiet time and focus on my task. Now, prepping everything for a party was easy. But how in the world was I going to explain that I was planning to marry more than one woman to Eri and Sylphie's parents? And not only that, but that I was planning to marry Roxy and Rika too? Ah. And I needed to remember to bring Roxy's parents over to visit. Ha. I made a bunch of balloons and party streamers before mumbling, I miss Rika already. I'm telling Eri Nachon and Ero Nachon. You might as well since I've got to do it eventually. Wait. I glanced at Stella and said, Ero Nachon? Stella paused and then started blushing. That's WW. Well, it's true, right? I groaned. Note to self. Make better silence spell. And maybe information erasure spells. XXX. Evening at the Greyrat household in Sharia. Although it was dark out with a new moon, the entire mansion remained lit with floating mana light orbs and sparkly vines. It was also far more packed than it usually was, with everyone living in the house currently present, along with our guests from abroad. Not to mention people like Roxy and Aisha who usually lived at the academy. But either way, after a casual speech about it being a great pleasure to have everyone together for the first time, something I sped past because it was awkward and because the tension in the room could be cut with a knife. Literally, with the way Sylphie and Master Roxy were glaring at Rika and trying to pressure her with mana. Anyway, with that out of the way, the guests were free to mingle around and interact with each other. It was a bit rushed and awkward, but I planned to have the real big party reunion after we got Mom and Mama Lily back, so that wasn't a big deal. Except for one problem, explaining away my multiple marriages and talking about the upcoming wedding to Eri. A table in the corner of the room, stocked with various types of alcohol that I remembered and reproduced along with the various valuable ones I picked up in my spare time. There, I had managed to sneak away from most of the crowd by grabbing Cliff and feigning important business discussions. But, so I heard from grandfather that you were searching for a priest to officiate your marriages, father-in-law. Cliff sipped on a glass of red wine and said, You could have simply asked me. I would be more than honored to perform such a task. Dad laughed and slapped the table. I always knew you'd one-up your old man, but to do it twice? And like this? He grinned and raised a mug filled with ale. You grew up fast, kid. Some people were more persistent than others. I sighed and poured myself a glass of pure ethanol before chugging it. Didn't do much for me other than a burn going down, but that helped get my mind off things for a bit. After setting my glass down, I looked over at Dad and said, I'm just taking proper responsibility, Dad. Unlike you. He held up his hands and said, Hey. I took plenty responsibility. Yeah. With my help. I shook my head and then glanced at the other people joining us at the table. Pierre nursed a cocktail of different aged wines beneath a half-mask he wore in lieu of his usual full-face mask. Uncle Philip. Well, I guess it'd be father-in-law. Whatever his title was, Philip was sitting there too, sipping on a glass of fancy alcohol I didn't know anything about other than that it came from the Notice region. Rudeus was there as well, although he was keeping to himself and just enjoying the atmosphere. And as for the last person there, Orsted sipped on a glass of golden alcohol that I was pretty sure was either ambrosia or something close to it from the mana content inside. After that, he looked at me and said, I have to say, while I expected you to cause variables, I greatly underestimated you, Rudeus. Philip lowered his glass and said, Indeed. especially in how much you resemble your father." He gave Dad a sideways glance and said, "I'm morbidly curious about how Zenith and Lilia will react upon hearing such wondrous news regarding their beloved son." Dad froze and then drained his mug of ale before refilling it from a nearby barrel tap. "I am sure it'll be fine. It's not like Rudy here did anything bad. He's just an incredible man, like no, a better man than his old man." "Right, Rudy?" I gave a serious nod and said, "Yes. Especially considering I would never fondle my granddaughter's breasts." Philip raised an eyebrow at Dad. "Okay. I knew you were a degenerate disgrace of a man in the past, but dash." Dad slammed his hand on the table and said, "It was an honest mistake." Pierre sighed and muttered, "Some things never change." Cliff frowned and said, "Grandfather-in-law, I heard from father-in-law that you and grandmother-in-law were devout followers of St. Mealy's. To think you would sin so readily. It was an accident." Orsted simply smiled, quietly sipping on his drink. I sighed and then decided to shift my attention to him instead. "How have you been, Orsted? I heard that you managed to sort things out over in the central continent." Orsted set his glass down and said, "I have been well." He lifted up his left hand and clenched it, causing crimson and gold sparks to fly. "Since obtaining the parting gift you left me, preparations and plans I had for the next century have been accelerated to years." He let out a cold grin and said, "It will not be long before we take the fight directly to Hito no. To being W." I chuckled and said, "Is that so? How exciting." I might have lost in our last exchange because of shenanigans, but I wouldn't be by myself this time around. After all, like the games that Stella occasionally referenced, the final boss was always easier when you jumped him with a full team, wasn't he? And raid bosses were always taken down by an army of players. Well, if being W wanted to play the role of a tough final boss, I'd just have to assemble a team to take him down while I tie him up. He might be able to tie with me by doing shenanigans, but he definitely wouldn't be able to keep that up with an entire party hunting him down. Dad cut in and said, "Oi." He looked at me and said, "Don't forget to bring me along, Rudy. I've got a score to settle with that whitey bastard." Pierre glanced at Dad and said, "You'll just end up dying, Paul. Says you, Mr. Fortune Teller." Dad scoffed and said, "I'll have you know that my genius son left me the secrets to a swordsmanship so incredible it can dash." Pierre interrupted Dad and said, "In any case." He looked at me and said, "You can take some time to relax now, Rudy. In fact, it will be best for you to remain out of the picture as much as possible with Laplace returning." Rudyard tensed. Orsted froze. Dad blinked. And I felt a giant headache coming on. "Wait." I held up my hand and then said, "Run that back. What was it about Laplace?" Pierre blinked and said, I should clarify." He nodded and said, "Magic God Laplace was awakened and is roaming to make his own preparations. Since you two are so similar, it would be best to avoid contact. Not to mention the fact that ancient beasts of calamity will soon awaken along with other variations of Rudeus Greyrat." He trailed off, realizing that nobody was following him. "Oh. I did the thing again where I talk about events that I forgot to explain, didn't I?" I let out a deep sigh. Chapter 166, Things to Prepare Before Marriage. To sum up Pierre's explanation. There existed a Rudeus Greyrat in a very similar timeline who ended up tossed into the magic continent after Hitagami decided to do a direct intervention. Said Rudeus Greyrat failed to meet Rudyard and ended up losing Stella. Out of grief and rage, he went around and created an all-consuming mana spell that allowed him to absorb even the racial traits of all the races on the magic continent. Throwing away his name because he failed to save anyone, he took on the name Laplace due to discovering that he was one of Hitagami's enemies in the distant past and swore to have revenge. And to do that, he first decided to take over the magic continent by force. That would explain why Rika had been so terrified of me when I first summoned her. Apparently, that guy was a cold and calculating individual who only saw people and living creatures as resources. To put it in other words, He was like that guy who already knew that he was headed for a bad end, so he was burning everything to max out his stats to do a new game plus run with everything he earned. It was understandable. And to be honest, if I lost Stella back then, I definitely would have done the same. If I remembered right, that was also about the same time I was starting to experiment with the fundamental principle of mana. The answer I reached now was that mana was essentially an extension of will, and thus could be formed by logic, imagery, imagination, etc. From the way Pierre put it though, that version of Rudeus had reached an answer that apparently assimilated all sorts of mana to the source. Maybe it worked under the assumption of the conservation of energy? That it couldn't be created or destroyed, only transformed? My theory of magic went against that axiom. Well, more like it went over that axiom and rolled it inside as part and parcel. But in any case, if a guy like that was actually here and roaming around, I definitely would be better off not interacting with him. After all, I knew just how crazy my theory of magic could get when taken to the extremes. Especially with the hypotheses I had about what divinity really was. It'd be bad if there was a wild card roaming around with my level of magical expertise. Especially considering how much of an edgelord that person would be. But anyway, I'd be listening to Pierre's advice and let him deal with it while quietly making preparations on the side. After all, while it was possible that guy might team up with me, it was also possible that guy might decide that he would do a better job of being me. Especially since things were going great for me. That, or we might have this whole resonance effect where we feed on each other's powers and become super powerful, or cause a paradox collapse event worse than the spacetime collapse. Or he might just decide to try and off me to test the whole singularity soul theory where being the last you in existence allowed a person to reach omnipotent levels of power. Personally, I doubted that guy could beat me. While it was definitely true that despair and overall edginess brought a lot of raw power and strength to the table, it also tended to narrow your perspective and creativity. And considering all that I had going for me right now, I wasn't worried about a thing. But all of that was just a side tangent distracting me from the more fundamental issue that I was facing right now. As for that issue, Rudy! Ari smacked her hands against the table and jumped out of her seat. We agreed on just having Miss Roxy. Sylphie crossed her arms, frost starting to form around her. Yes. I'll allow Ari, and Miss Roxy has always liked you, so she's fine. But that demon? Rika adjusted her glasses and said, rude. You do not see me resorting to calling you half-breed mongrel, Miss Sylphie. Roxy narrowed her eyes at me and said, would you care to explain, my dear disciple? I resisted the urge to let out a deep sigh. I also resisted the urge to make an excuse. That would be acting like Dad, and acting like Dad was a recipe for disaster. So instead, I conjured a glass of pure ethanol again and sipped on it while I analyzed the situation. After Pierre dropped that bombshell on all of us, Rika showed up. Call it fortuitous timing, excellent woman's intuition, her demonic eye of foresight, whatever the case, Rika immediately walked over and started to question Pierre on what he was talking about. Unfortunately for me, she had been under strict scrutiny from the other lovely ladies who had taken a corner of my heart. And, as expected, the moment she walked over, Ari, Sylphie, and Master Roxy followed. And then, Rika somehow let it slip that she was the Queen of Arcadia and slated to be involved in a political marriage with me to help stabilize the demon realm/magic continent. Yes. It was a mess. Granted, a mess of my own making, but a mess nonetheless. And from how my kids were staying far away in the back, how Stella was munching on a bag of popcorn she had procured from somewhere along with her elemental pals, and how Dad, Rudyard, and Pierre had taken Philip with them and jumped back a good 10 meters or so the moment Rika walked over, I was on my own. Ari narrowed her eyes and said, Rudy. Sylphie pursed her lips and said, are you not going to answer, Rudy? Master Roxy let out a deep sigh and shook her head. As for Rika, well, she at least had a conscience and was giving me an apologetic look. But as for a solution to this puzzle, I finished the glass of ethanol and tossed it aside. After that, I looked at Ari and said, Ari. Ari flinched and then looked at me, her hands balled up into fists. What? Unlike the fiery tomboy she was when we first met and the accomplished swordsman she had become since we reunited, she was currently dressed in a regal blue dress that hugged her figure. Not only that, but she had her hair done up in a fancy braid, just like the elegant noblewoman she was supposed to be, at least on paper. And considering how unfamiliar she was with dressing up, plus how embarrassed she got at asking for help, Eri went through a lot just for the party here. Especially since it was also technically a proper announcement party for our upcoming wedding. Although we had a rocky start, nothing can change the fact that you were the one I was promised to first. Eri's frown instantly turned into a bright smile, though she tried to stop it. At the same time, her face flushed a bit red and she said, "As so what? That doesn't mean dash. My betrothed, my fiancée, and now my soon-to-be wife. Because of you, I learned to accept that I was a genius. Mostly because I saw how much she struggled at learning the basic stuff that should have been blindingly obvious, but that'd be a secret I kept to my grave. And that I could live as myself without caring what other people thought. After all, you did." Eri froze and then lowered her head, face a deep red. Good. One obstacle down. Now on to the next. Sylphie wasn't looking at me in the eye, instead staring at the ground with her ears drooping. Like Eri, she had dressed up for the occasion, wearing a beautiful lacy white dress with intricate snowflake patterns all across it. An outfit suited for an ice queen, but also one that she probably got to compensate. Unlike Eri, Sylphie was an ordinary person from a humble background. Although she was the one I knew the longest, and also the one who I gave my heart to first, she probably felt that she didn't deserve to be with me. Even so, she couldn't help being in love with me. And it was a love that was deep and strong enough to persist through the countless years she spent diving into space-time rifts to try and find me and Stella, enough to where her natural lifespan would have come to an end in a few years if I hadn't intervened. And that could be seen in how her beautiful light green hair in her youth had turned into a shimmering silver hue, like steel tempered by time. Sylphie's self-esteem had always been a bit low compared to Eri. While Sylphie could put on a strong front when it came to me, when it came to herself, she was weak. And so, at a time like this after what I just said, Sylphie. Sylphie flinched and then immediately looked up at me. As always, drawn to my voice and attention. Mixed emotions crossed her face before she forced on a neutral expression and said, "What do you have to say now, Rudy?" "Too much and too little." I stepped forward to cup her cheek with the palm of my hand and said, "Too little because no amount of words I could say could make up for the time you spent chasing after me out of love. And too much, because no amount of time would be enough for me to tell you how much I adore, appreciate, and love you for being with me until now, if not in person then in spirit." Sylphie flinched and then lowered her head. Still, she subconsciously reached out to hold my hand and muttered, "But I'm not the only one." I reached out with my other hand to wrap around hers before pulling them down. "Yes. But it's because of you that I can love in the first place." The concept of loving someone was clear to me. So too was the concept of being in love. But the actual emotions. The happiness at just spending time with someone beside you, the joy at exploring things together, the worry when that person was missing, and the relief when they were found. I lightly squeezed Sylphie's hands and said, "I would be a different person if I hadn't met you, Sylphie. So don't think that you're just some nobody, because you're the reason I can stand here today." Sylphie's eyes widened and then she tugged her hands away, stepping back. She shook her head, emerald eyes glistening with tears, and muttered, "It's not fair, Rudy. You always know what to say." Although she was complaining, I could tell that Sylphie was satisfied with that. But now came the hard part. I looked at the third major obstacle. No, the wall I had to overcome. Well, she wasn't really a wall these days since she had matured a bit too, but... Master Roxy. Roxy crossed her arms. "Yes, my dear disciple?" Like the other girls, she was wearing different attire. Instead of her usual mage outfit, she was wearing a mature black dress that emphasized her womanly charms. Probably also compensating a bit for the past, but I wasn't going to comment on that right now. Or ever. But in any case, you have always been my moon. The guide in my darkest times and the one who showed me the warmth of the sun without being blinded by its radiance. I stared into Master Roxy's clear blue eyes and said, but like the moon, you've always been out of reach. As a child, I could only look up at the moon. Yet, I walked forward until we were only a step away from each other. In the past, she towered over me. Well, maybe not towered, but I was definitely always looking up to her. Now though, she was the one looking up to me. Now that I've become the sun, how can I let the moon out of my grasp? Roxy snorted. You brat. Still too smart for your own good. So she said, but I could see her face turn red, along with the faint smile on her face. Roxy reached up to tuck her hair behind her ear and said, and you've gotten pretty arrogant too. Calling yourself the sun like that. Is that why you've started collecting a few stars around you? She stepped forward and placed her hand on my cheek, like I did to Sylphie earlier. Is the moon not enough? I kept staring at Roxy, but I focused my attention on the others with my clairvoyance. Eri was starting to get upset again, and Sylphie was surprisingly angry. Looks like the three still had a lot of unresolved tension between them. Something to fix in the future. But right now, I placed my hand on Roxy's cheek as well, mirroring her. It's not that the moon isn't enough, but that the sun can only keep its shape with the support of the planets that surround it. Without the other celestial bodies in the sky, all that the sun would be is a light doomed to collapse. And if there was just the moon? I lightly brushed her cheek with my hand and said, I think you would be swallowed by the light, Master. Roxy turned a bright red and then immediately jumped back. A stupid. I mean, that's a stupid and illogical argument. Okay. Master Roxy. Well, I guess I should start getting used to calling her just Roxy. Anyway, she was down for the count now. Which meant that I could get started on explaining Rika. So, like with the others, I turned to look at Rika, the great empress of the demon realm from another timeline. A beautiful, competent, and intelligent young woman who bore the curse and blessing of reincarnation after her death. Kishirika Kishirisu. Or as she went by now after discarding that name from arriving in this world, Rika. Again, like the other ladies, she wore a dress. But unlike the others, her dress was the definition of royal. Elegant black lace with literal gold embroidery. The stylized art that represented Demon Lord Rudeus spelled out in gold over her heart. Thin rectangular glasses with a gold frame that canceled out her demon eyes and allowed normal daily function. And a now mature and developed form that completely filled out the dress with all her curves. That, plus the fact that she was walking around with ease in a pair of black stilettos, she was the literal embodiment of Demon Empress. Which explained why Eri, Sylphie, and Roxy were so cautious. Rika. She nodded back at me and said, Lord Rudeus. If I was being honest, there wasn't much to say about Rika. Unlike the others, I didn't really have any deep feelings towards her. Instead, it was more of an equal standing of trust and appreciation. A true partnership in that she kept Arcadia afloat, literally after our recent renovations, while I paved the way forward. If I had to describe it, then it would be more like a proper arranged marriage instead of the betrothal that me and Eri had in the past. Right now, there was just a bit too much baggage on both sides to be love. But at the same time, we couldn't really live without each other without things falling apart in Arcadia. Well, maybe we could, but we kind of had a smooth running operation right now that we both didn't want to ruin, so... Maybe it was love in a different way? Not really the romantic storybook sense, but the practical modern sense of a working couple trying to reach the same endpoint? Okay. This was definitely a ticking time bomb that I still needed to defuse. But for now, I held out my hand and said, without you, Arcadia would be dust in the wind. Rika blinked, but she quickly caught on and smiled. Reaching out to shake my hand, she nodded and said, of course. Without this one's expertise, your trifling settlement would have remained a small village at best. I nodded back and said, and that is something I can never thank you enough for. Without you, Stella and I would have never been able to have a sense of safety or place to call home in the demon realm. Especially so close to the other demon kings. Rika laughed and said, yes. A mere human acting as a demon king, such a ridiculous feat would have been impossible without my backing. Which is all the more reason why you should pay that back in the future, Lord Rudeus. In due time, Rika. Rika's nose wrinkled and she said, and yet you are as disrespectful as always. But very well. This one shall be magnanimous and allow you such an address. It was a play put on by partners in crime. A hint of rationale, a bit of guilt, logical reasonings of debts and repayment, give and take. That, plus the critical hit from my little monologues earlier meant that Ari, Sylphie, and Roxy were buying it. Or at least, that ticking time bomb wouldn't go off right here. I had a feeling that would change without some direct intervention shortly after the wedding night with Ari, but that was a problem for future me. Hopefully after I figured out where Mom and Mama Lily were to dig me out of this mess I landed myself in. But for now, I let go of Rika's hand and then turned back to Ari. Glancing at Rika one more time, I said, I'll discuss the particulars of Arcadia's future in a short while. Right now, I would prefer to focus on the ones dearest to me, so. Rika waved her hand and said, yes, yes. This one we'll discuss with Richard and that Pierre before sending you a memo later. Appreciate it. I turned away from her and walked back toward Ari, Sylphie, and Roxy. In my clairvoyance, I saw Rika turn around and walk towards Richard and Pierre. And like that, the triple threat was concluded, game, set, and match. S&G. That smooth son of a bitch. Paul stared at Rudy with awe in his eyes before saying, I can't believe he solved that mess just like that. Stella gave her father a sidelong glance and said, I'm telling Mom when I see her. Mama Lily too. Paul looked at Stella and proudly stuck out his chest. Go ahead. I'm the bitch, so I've got nothing to hide. Stella gave her father a blank stare before shaking her head and walking away. Idiots. This entire family consists of nothing but idiots. Those love-struck women who were calmed down by just a few cheesy words by Onii-chan. Her father who was supposed to be a mature adult but acted like a bachelor even though he was a father of 4 children. Her newly met Uncle Philip who apparently thought it was a good idea to go along with the plan to marry off Onii-chan to give just cause to invade the Nodo's family, somehow. Her eldest sister Norn who hid herself away furiously training since she thought that people wouldn't care about her unless she did. Her elder sister Aisha who was getting shocked by everything ever since they came into town. Her niece Eos who was working and flipping through documents even though this was a party. Her other niece Anna who was avoiding Cliff even though she clearly liked him. Her nephew Roland who was wearing a full suit of armor and doing his best to pretend to be a guard to avoid interacting with anyone. Her Aunt Therese who had showed up midway in the party and immediately stuck to Miko, fussing over her hair, dress, and weight. And then there was her. Stella, who was the youngest child in this family who was stuck here watching all this nonsense when she could be inside tinkering with magic circles and more fun stuff. She sighed and then walked over to grab some pizza from a nearby table. Hopefully that Mom and Mama Lily that Onii-chan kept talking about would be normal. From the sound of things, they had been the anchors keeping everything in place until that Whitey or whatever scattered everyone to the wind. It would be really nice if they were here. Stella could use some normal people in her life for Whoosh. Once. Stella blinked and looked around. It was the same courtyard where the party had been happening. But it also wasn't. A fluffy white dog sitting in the corner that looked a lot like Leo. Moving tree? That was definitely a moving tree. And was that an armadillo? What the heck was going on? A sleepy female voice echoed from behind Stella. Stella quickly turned around, instinctively holding up her pizza slice. Stay away. I'm armed. A mini zenith. Am I still sleeping? Stella blinked, just as confused as the person who just spoke. A young girl just a bit taller than Stella. One with blue hair tied in twin braids, covered by a big floppy pointed hat. A mini Miss Roxy? Chapter 167, When You Wish Upon a Star. A tense silence hung in the air. One only broken when a glob of cheese from Stella's pizza slice fell to the ground. Plop! Stella flinched and then shoved the pizza slice into her mouth, finishing it as fast as she could. After that, she pointed at the mini Roxy and said, "Who are you? And why are you in my house?" The mini Roxy tilted her head and looked at Stella with a blank stare. And then a wave of light blue mana swept out from the mini Roxy. Stella panicked and jumped back, swinging her arm around. Wada! Help! A veil of emerged emerged in front of Stella before erupting, breaking the wave of light blue mana apart. The water froze before hitting the ground and then turned into a flurry of snowflakes. Right after that, Wada emerged, floating in front of Stella. "I'm here, Stella." Stella ducked behind Wada, her face red with embarrassment. Okay, so she had panicked a little bit. But this time she managed to not over-panic and yell for Oniai-chan again. That was progress. Pillars of fire erupted around Stella before a short figure walked out. Fai crossed her arms and quickly moved to stand in front of Stella. "I'm here too!" Immediately after that, a gust of wind spread, scattering the sparks left over from Fai's appearance. With it, wind appeared on top of Stella's head. But unlike her usual tired and nonchalant self, she was standing upright with sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. But that wasn't the last person to appear at Stella's side. Woof! A splash of white light appeared at Stella's side before a white puppy jumped out. "I'll protect Stella as well." Leo. Seeing everyone around, Stella calmed down a bit. She still didn't know what was going on, but she wasn't super worried now. Her elemental friends might be a bit goofy and playful, but they were strong too. So Stella began to regain a bit of her composure. And then she realized that she had pizza sauce smeared all over her mouth. Stella blushed and quickly wiped it off with her sleeve before standing tall and looking at the mini Roxy. The mini Roxy didn't say anything, but her eyes were wide in surprise. Stella let out a smug smile and stuck out her chest a bit. "That's right. You think you can just try and sneak attack me like that? Get re-dash." A giant white blur surged forward from the side. Stella instinctively stepped back out of fear and started to fall. Before she could though, a gentle breeze pushed her back forwards. At that time, wind flew down from Stella's head and got bigger, turning into a young woman around the same height as Rudy. She immediately pulled Stella close while narrowing her eyes at the blur of white light. Said blur of white light stopped in front of the mini Roxy, taking a protective stance just like the other spirits. After it did, the white light faded a bit to reveal a large white dog. No, it looked more like a large white wolf. That bigger Leo that Stella saw earlier. Stella was surprised. Both by wind getting bigger and by seeing that bigger version of Leo. But before she could say anything, a low growl echoed. The bigger Leo barked and then said, "Who are you, and why are you trying to usurp my master's destiny?" Stella blinked. "Destiny? Usurp? Master?" Wind pulled Stella behind her and said, "I should ask you the same question. The winds of fate have already changed. Ships sailing in its course should not attempt to turn against it." Wada nodded. "Yeah. Stella's the hero already." Fai nodded too and said, "That's right. And you'll be in big trouble if you don't send her back right now." Leo barked and said, "Woof. Yeah. Master Rudy will beat you all up if you don't." Okay. Stella had a lot of questions to ask Win. But before that, they had to solve this mess and figure out what was going on. Looking around, Stella could see that while the place looked similar, it wasn't exactly the same as where the party had been taking place. First of all the decorations were gone, as well as the people. Not to mention the fact that there was that weird armadillo and tree thing that she definitely didn't recognize. Second of all, it was structured a bit differently too. There was a small flower bed in the corner that she didn't recognize. The mansion looked a bit different too. A bit more worn down and less shiny than Onii-chan would have kept it. But most importantly, there was that mini Roxy who kept staring at Stella. It definitely wasn't Miss Roxy. After all, Miss Roxy was bigger, both in height and in her chest. Not only that, but Miss Roxy didn't do witch cosplay. That was more Ero-Nachan's thing. Miss Roxy was always dressed like a professional when Stella saw her, even when she was relaxing. So it wasn't like Stella did any time traveling back to the past or anything. After all, while she was the hero, she didn't go to the deepest parts of the forest and pull out a sacred sword of light that repels evils or anything that would send her back in time. And she definitely didn't put a sword like that back in the forest that would send her forwards in time either, so... The mini Roxy stepped forward and then placed her hand on the bigger Leo. A flicker of light blue mana spread from her hand and to the bigger Leo's body. Stella frowned and slowly placed her hand on her necklace in case something happened. It was embarrassing to rely on Onii-chan so much, but a situation like this was a real emergency, right? So, the bigger Leo tilted his head and then sighed. Well, sighed as much as a dog could sigh. After that, he stepped aside. And when he did, the mini Roxy started stepping forward. Stella flinched and held out her free hand. Don't get closer. Even if you look like Miss Roxy, I won't hold back if you try to hurt me. And I don't know how you kidnapped me, but dash. Are you Aunt Stella? Stella blinked. Aunt Stella? Wait. Wada froze and then spun around to look at Stella. Fai gasped and did the same thing. Leo growled. Win frowned and kept a firm hold of Stella, looking into the distance at something as she did. And as for Stella herself, Stella lowered her hand and then squinted her eyes, carefully studying the mini Roxy's face. The light blue hair, the blue eyes, the face, the mini Roxy definitely looked like Miss Roxy. But now that Stella was taking a closer look, the color of the hair was a bit off. More green than blue. The eyes were greener too. And then the bangs weren't the M-shaped ones that Miss Roxy liked wearing. Instead, they were parted in the middle like how Onii-chan when he was trying to be super pompous and formal. Not only that, but the shape of her eyes and her mouth. The mini Roxy smiled and then said, Zenith and Lilia will be happy to see you. She paused and said, but Lily will be mad that her hard work is useless now. Zenith? Lilia? Wait. Wait. If it's like that. And if everything was what Stella was thinking was happening. Stella reached up to pull her hair and said, did I accidentally become the girl who left through time? RNG. I paused in the middle of talking to Orsted and Pierre. Something felt off. I frowned and then took a quick look around. The party was in full swing. Eri, Sylphie, and Roxy were hanging out together and having a good time over some wine. Potential issues there later, but that was a later issue. Dad was hanging out with Philip, Laws, and Roland, chatting over some beer. Another potential issue, but again, later problem. Aunt Therese was hanging out with Miko, Norn, and Aisha and looked to be telling stories about Mom. Definitely wasn't her. Wait. Where was Stella? Is something the matter, Rudy? Orsted frowned and swept his gaze across the surroundings. Do you sense something? I didn't immediately respond and instead used my clairvoyance to check. Not in the house, not in the city. And expanding it a bit, I didn't see Stella in the country as well. She also wasn't back at Arcadia. But I could still clearly sense her necklace. And there weren't any alarms triggering that said she was in danger. But I'm not sure. I looked back at Orsted and said, I don't see being W's presence anywhere and nothing's weird. But Stella's gone. Orsted blinked. Are you certain she simply isn't in the house? I'm sure. I glanced over at Pierre and said, do you see her anywhere? Or see anything odd? Pierre frowned and took a look around and shook his head. No. But. He hesitated. But what? Pierre looked at me and then said, it's possible that magic god Laplace intervened? If he noticed that Stella was still alive, wait. Rudy! I paused in the middle of brute-forcing a teleport spell to Stella's location. What? See, calm down. Pierre held up his hands and said, if it's really magic god Laplace, Stella will be perfectly safe. But if you show up in front of him, there might be an anomaly that dash. Oh, and I-chan. A faint voice in my head. Stella calling out my name, but fainter than it had ever been before. Like she was somewhere I almost couldn't reach. I held out my hand and drew my god-slaying sword that I used whenever Stella called out for me. Seeing that, Orsted's eyes narrowed and he moved to my side. Like me, he reached out and drew a sword as well. A gleaming white katana that radiated divinity. He quickly moved to my side and said, I will help. Did Dad's father instincts finally kick in? Before I could even start to move to tear apart space and time to reach Stella, he appeared at my side with his own sword drawn and said, I'm coming too, kid. Pierre sighed and said, this is a terrible dash. Fight first, talk later. I swung my sword. The surroundings shattered like glass. Immediately after, I jumped through the fracture that opened up. At the same time, Orsted, Dad, and Pierre jumped through as well. At least, they tried. In the corner of my eyes, I saw Orsted and Pierre hit an invisible wall and bounce back. But before I could think about why that happened, we arrived. I immediately spread out my mana to lock the surrounding space and raised my sword. As always, I added on a little extra flair and opened my mouth to start the usual Demon Lord speech to buy time to analyze the situation. And then I noticed the surroundings. And the people in front of me. Stella, awkwardly looking to the side with a face turned red from embarrassment. A young woman who looked similar to Roxy when she used to teach me, except that her hair was more green than blue and she had her bangs parted like how I like parting them. A young woman who looked really similar to Roxy when she used to teach me, complete with the M-bangs and braided twintails. Except, like the first young woman, she had greener hair. A young woman who looked exactly like Roxy when she used to teach me. A woman who looked like Sylphie, except that she had less muscle mass, a smaller chest, and red eyes instead of green. And then two women who I had planned to start searching for the moment the party was over. Mom and Mama Lily. I blinked, processing the situation. And then a loud crash echoed from beside me, followed immediately after by Dad's loud cursing. Fuck, shit, bitch. Gah! Dad scrambled on the ground and said, let me know beforehand that the landing's going to be rough, kid. He brushed himself off and stood up, taking a look around. I get being in a rush, but dash. He suddenly cut off his words. I didn't blame him. Mom let out a wide smile and said, why hubby? It's nice to see you again too. Mama Lily nodded and said, yes. What a pleasant surprise. However, the two stepped forward, placing a hand on each of Stella's shoulder. Stella flinched and looked at me before mouthing sorry Oni-chan. Wait. What was she apologizing for? Dad got up and said, why yeah. It's great to see you two again. You don't know how much I've dash. Mom cut him off and said, you know, Stella has been telling us some interesting stories while we were catching up. About both you and Rudy. That was why. Dad froze and then quickly moved to my side. He leaned over to whisper and said, hey kid. Any chance you can get us out of this mess? I glanced at Sylphie and Roxy, who were giving me melancholic looks. Then I looked at Mom and Mama Lily, who were giving me warning looks. And then I looked at Stella, who was avoiding my gaze. Seeing that, I shrugged and said, it looks like there's a lot of catching up to do, so why don't we dash? The sound of shattering glass. No, time and space breaking apart. Immediately after, four women appeared behind me. Are you sure you have the right coordinates this time, Miss Roxy? My Sylphie. Of course. This time, I cross-referenced with Miss Rika before teleporting us. My Roxy. Ugh. I still think we should have just let Pierre help us cut through space and time. Harry. Rika keeps telling you. Only Rudy can do that properly without collapsing spacetime. Rika. Mom and Mama Lily paused, slowly turning to look at the women who appeared behind me. Stella facepalmed. In the corner of my eyes, I saw Dad let out a shit-eating grin. Huh. It seems like I underestimated my cute baby sister's passive too much. Chapter 168, When You Wish Upon a Star. The Greyrat household manor in Renoa Kingdom. However, unlike the one I had just left and the one I remembered, this one was a bit old and quiet. After the chaos in the courtyard, the red-eyed Sylphie and smaller Roxy led us inside to the dining room so that we could have a more comfortable setting for the discussion. Although, considering everything that had happened, I found it hard to believe there would be anywhere in the world that could be a comfortable setting for this discussion. After all, not only were there some people meeting parallel timeline versions of themselves who were clearly different, but there were 4 women meeting their in-laws for the first time. Both on their own were recipes for drama. Combining them, well, I just have to play it by ear. And the first step to playing it by ear was assessing the situation. And the situation right now. The red-eyed Sylphie, smaller Roxy, and the 2 young women who looked a lot like Roxy sat on one side of the table next to Mom and Mama Lily. Stella was there too, captured in Mom's arms and experiencing firsthand the hug monster that Norn used to be so scared of. Fortunately for her, Stella was bigger so she could squirm around for proper breathing room. On the other side of the table, there was me, Dad, and my 4 lovely ladies. Specifically, there was me in the middle, Ari and Rika on my right, and Sylphie and Roxy on my left sitting across from the other Sylphie and Roxy. Dad was shoved on the far end to my right, sitting directly in front of Mom and Mama Lily. Now, I would be lying if I said that I didn't expect this would happen at some point. Considering my baby sister's stellar track record of finding all our family members, I figured something crazy might pop up and rehearsed a few different situations. But there was that old saying about plans not surviving contact with the enemy. And while I knew that being W wasn't behind this, someone had it out for me and decided to test my adaptability skills. So, improvising. The room was quiet. Tense, too. Since it happened so quickly and abruptly, the other Sylphie and Roxy didn't have time to prepare any refreshments. And since I didn't know where or when we were, I didn't want to show my cards too soon in case being W was watching us. But at this rate, we'd be here all day. And since I didn't know if time marched on in tandem or if I had infinite time to get back to when we were, I decided to get the ball rolling. I smiled at Mom and Mama Lily and said, "I'm glad to see that you 2 are safe." Mom smiled and said, "Of course we're safe. We had our genius son prepare us equipment to protect against the entire world after all." Mama Lily nodded and said, as Zenith said, it was inevitable that we would be safe even in that storm of chaos. "But Rudy..." She frowned and then glanced over at Dad. After that, she looked at the lovely ladies sitting beside me. "It seems that you've had an interesting time of things." I chuckled. Interesting is putting it lightly. Even on a casual reflection of everything that had happened since we last saw each other. Becoming a demon lord. Finding out the multiverse theory was definitely a thing. Raising Stella from a newborn to her cute toddler self right now. Accidentally making 2 daughters after messing with summoning magic. Accidentally summoning a son from a parallel timeline with the same magic. Accidentally summoning Rika. Finding Sylphie who had been wandering for countless years and distorted time searching for me. Meeting up with Ari and Norn after making a utopian kingdom in the magic continent. Then there was the mishap meeting Dad again. Oh yeah. Then there were all the shenanigans around me and the Mealy's religion. But there will be plenty of time to catch up on that later. For now. I looked at the red-eyed Sylphie and the smaller Roxy, as well as the 2 other girls who looked similar to Roxy. Should we do introductions? I'm Rudeus, noticed Greyrat. The red-eyed Sylphie frowned and said, noticed Greyrat. Not just Rudeus Greyrat? Well, I glanced at Dad and said, "You're the head now, right, Dad?" Mom paused and narrowed her eyes at Dad. Dad flinched and started laughing. Ah, why yeah. He looked back at Mom and said, "You know how I was planning to take over from Paimon, right honey?" "Yes, dear." W will. Dad cleared his throat and said, "I kinda became a sword god while roaming around with Norn and our daughter-in-law, so they ended up just throwing the title at me and running away. Because of that, we can use notice again." "I see." That's what Mom said, but the look on her face said that she clearly wasn't buying it. Or maybe she was just annoyed thinking about all the other shenanigans Dad had been up to since then. Either way, I was just glad that he took some of the fire away from me. So, continuing on with my plan to distract more from the issue with introductions, I gestured towards Mom and Mama Lily and said, "It seems like you've been acquainted with my mom, Zenith, and Mama Lily. I mean, Lilia, already. And there's my baby sister, Stella. Say hi, Stella." Stella puffed her cheeks and said, "I already introduced myself. And stop treating me like a kid, Oni-chan." I laughed and said, "Yeah, she's a smart cookie, that one. Anyway." I pointed to Dad and said, "This is my dad, Paul noticed Greyrat. He looks unreliable dash." "Hey!" Dad frowned and said, "I only look unreliable. And he is unreliable too. Well, about half the time. The other half the time he's alright." Dad opened his mouth to protest, but then he paused to think about the words and proudly raised his head instead. Mom rolled her eyes. Mama Lily sighed. I kept going and pointed at Rika. Next to Dad is Rika. "Say hi, Rika." Rika let out a sigh and then said, "Are you going to continue with this charade of treating us as children, Rudy?" I paused and said, "Do you want to introduce yourselves instead?" Rika nodded and then raised her head, putting on a regal air. "This one is Rika ne Arcadia, Empress of the Magic Continent and co-founder of the Kingdom of Arcadia." I blinked and said, "You just made up like half those titles, Rika." Rika blushed and she said, Hush, you. Heirs are important for times like these." Eri sighed and then waved her hand. "Whatever." She glanced back at the red-eyed Sylphie and small Roxy before saying, "Do we even need to introduce ourselves? I don't exactly know what's going on, but it's clear who we all are, isn't it?" My Sylphie nodded, carefully eyeing her counterpart. "Indeed. Sylphiette. That's your name too, isn't it? And you?" She looked at the small Roxy and said, "Since you look just like she did when I was smaller. I guess you're Miss Roxy?" The other Sylphie nodded back, frowning. "Yes. But I don't think you're the same as me." Sylphie crossed her arms under her chest and smiled. "Isn't it obvious?" The other Sylphie frowned. I cleared my throat. My Sylphie paused and then lowered her arms before putting on an innocent smile. "Tee. Sorry, Rudy." The other Sylphie's eyes widened in shock before she shook her head, muttering under her breath. At that time, the smaller Roxy stared at my Roxy. My Roxy frowned and said, "It's rude to stare so much." The smaller Roxy shook her head and said, "My apologies." But her eyes looked up to my Roxy's chest, then scanned her body, as if doing some mental calculations. "Are you truly a Roxy Magurdia?" "No." My Roxy shook her head and smiled. "I am Roxy Greyrat." Eri slammed her hand against the table and said, "Hey! Not yet. You have to wait in line, Roxy." Roxy frowned and said, "It's an inevitable occurrence. Besides," she pointed at the smaller Roxy as well as the other young women that looked like her, "as you can see, Rudy has already chosen me in one universe." Eri's face turned red and she narrowed her eyes. Things were clearly getting off track, so I cleared my throat and said, "It looks like most of us know each other, but I don't think I know those two young ladies." One of the young women, "Girls?" No, they looked young, but they felt older. So definitely not girls. Anyway, the one who wore a pointed hat like Roxy used to in the past tilted her head to look at me. And when she did, a wave of light blue mana flew out towards me. Everyone on my side immediately went on guard, but I waved them down. When the mana touched me, a calm and young female voice echoed in my head. "Can you hear me?" I blinked and said, "Huh. So that's how telepathy works." The other Roxy's eyes widened. "You can hear Laura?" I frowned. "Can't you?" "No." She slowly shook her head and said, "I can't." "Okay." I clapped my hands together and said, "We're clearly going to be here all day at this rate if we keep cherry-picking things. So, let's do this one last time. My name is Rudeus Notice Greyrat, and for the last 10 years I've been trying to defeat this guy calling himself Hidegami. PNG. I cannot believe it." Zenith shook her head and paced around the room. "Rudy. Our cute little Rudy. The Rudy who we thought would be smart enough to not be like his father and live a proper life." She paused and then glared at Paul. "How could he turn out to be a worse womanizer than you?" Lilia nodded, staring at Paul with cold eyes. "Indeed. And more shameless and arrogant as well." Paul held up his hands and said, To be fair, it's not my fault. Rudy went through puberty on his own, okay? If anything, blame the Greyrat blood." Zenith nodded. "I will. And I do." She paused and then let out a deep sigh. "Although I suppose it's a small comfort that it wasn't as bad as in this world." A guest room in the Greyrat household manor. One that used to belong to that world's Zenith before she passed away, and one that both Zenith and Lilia had been using since they arrived. There, Paul, Lilia, and Zenith were having a private discussion while Rudy and the others hashed things out themselves. Paul pulled over a chair and sat down while staring at his wives. So how bad was the Rudy in this world anyway? I noticed that the other Sylphie and Roxy looked a bit shocked when he started talking, so I guess it's a big difference? Lilia nodded. "Indeed." She put on a wry smile and said, "It seems that this world's Rudy looked up to you a great deal, Paul." Paul's eyes lit up and he said, "Great. That means there's at least one timeline where I'm a great example, right?" Zenith was quiet. Paul blinked and then said, alright? Only because you lost a lot." Zenith looked at Paul and said, "Ourselves in this world weren't as lucky as we were." "Huh?" Paul blinked and said, "What do you mean?" Zenith sighed and said, "I guess it'll be better to show you. It was for us, at least." RNG. Azura Kingdom's biography of Rudeus Greyrat. It was a book with a story that I mostly knew. He was born in K407 at Buena Village in the Fitoa country of the Azura Kingdom to Paul Greyrat and Zenith Greyrat. He was a genius who could use intermediate-level magic when he was 3 and was tutored by Roxy Magurdia after his parents discovered that talent. Moving to the Boreas household to become Eris' private tutor. Returning home only to encounter the teleport incident. A journey across the magic continent, becoming famous as an adventurer to search for his family. Moving to Renoa Kingdom and marrying Sylphie, who had been serving as Princess Ariel's guard. Losing his father in exchange for rescuing his mother who had been trapped in the infamous teleport labyrinth in the Greyrat continent after facing a Manatite Hydra. The story up until then was something that I knew very well. Rudeus. That is, the older Rudeus. Although he had rushed through most of it, the info in the book mostly lined up with what that guy told me about his life up until Dad's death. After that though. Fighting Orsted, joining his side as a subordinate. Marrying Eris Boreas Greyrat. Establishing a mercenary group, fighting a defensive battle of the Chiron Kingdom, propping Cliff up as an official in the Meles Church, then becoming the 7th rank of the 7 great world powers. And finally, dying in K481 after passing away from old age. I closed my eyes and sighed. "You were more desperate than I was, Rudeus Greyrat? I didn't intend to come here, but since we were in this timeline, I thought I'd do a bit of scouting to see if there was anything helpful before we headed back. After all, if Mom and Mama Lily ended up here, there should be some reason to it. Some connection that led us to this point. And after reading the book, I understood. It was a quiet cemetery. Round gravestones lined up end to end. And in front of me, there was a well-maintained tombstone. Although it was old and the stone was chipped and worn by age, the names could still be read. Paul Greyrat. A familiar name. And beneath it, two more names I recognized. Zenith Greyrat and Lilia Greyrat. Dad, Mom, and Mama Lily. In this world, they had been torn apart. But at least in death, they could be together here at rest. But there was one person buried here as well whose name wasn't written on the tombstone. I closed the biography that I bought and chucked it in my inventory before turning my attention to the grave. Decades had passed since the people here were buried. As a result, there shouldn't be any traces left of mana. Even the residual amount left in the corpses should have long faded. But there was something here after all this time. Mana that didn't scatter even though time ran its course. It seems like I wasn't the only one who inherited your will, Rudeus. A familiar distorted and glitchy mana signature. One that didn't belong and seemed to constantly be on the verge of flickering out. It was just a trace now, but it was a trace that stood out in a place that had nothing but ambient mana. Seeing it, I sighed and bowed my head. You were an edgelord and a jerk, but I guess you helped me out a few times, so I'll thank you. Kinda wish you'd have helped me out as much as the Rudy here, but I won't complain too much. After all, you two were the same person at one point. So you're here, huh, kid? Dad's voice echoed from behind me. Shortly after, he walked over and came to a stop at my side, looking at the tombstone. Seeing it, he frowned and said, "It's still weird to think that I'm buried down there with Zenny and Lily." I raised my head and said, "That's wrong." "Oh yeah?" Dad laughed and said, "What? Are you gonna say we're not your parents now that you've grown up, kid? Finally getting into your rebellious teenage phase? As if. Puberty was already a pain to go through even after I compressed it down to a year. I'm not going through that again." Dad blinked and said, "You never mind." He sighed and waved his hand. "I'll get a headache thinking about it, so I'll just believe you." "But..." He looked at the grave and said, "What do you mean by saying I'm wrong? Doesn't sound like the way you usually disagree or mess with me just to get back for the times when you were a kid." I glanced at the grave and then said, "Isn't it obvious?" I looked back at Dad and said, "That guy lost everything and couldn't even save his son without dying. Not only that, but his first wife lost her mind while his second suffered having to raise her daughter by herself in a hostile environment. You might be an unreliable idiot, Dad, but I think you're better than that, right? You know, kid. You're supposed to be respectful to the deceased." I laughed. I think I'm an exception to that rule. After all, I died once before already. Huh. Maybe I should use that line on being W when I smack him in the face. Dad shook his head and said, "Anyway. You done hanging around here? Stella's been begging me to do the Virgil cut and bring us home." He frowned and said, "I don't know what she means, but I'm guessing she's starting to get impatient. Not to mention that your moms and your fiancés are having long and in-depth conversations with this world's version of your wives. That's probably not something you want to let happen for longer than it needs to, you know?" I laughed and said, "Fine, fine. Go tell Stella I'll be back in an hour." Dad blinked. "An hour? Why not now?" I stared off into the distance, activating my clairvoyance. A familiar but unfamiliar world. Familiar but unfamiliar people. Things that seemed the same, but were different in subtle and important ways. Like that floating mana signature in the sky. There's someone I need to talk to before we leave. Chapter 169, When You Wish Upon a Star. A gigantic castle taller than a 50-floor skyscraper floated in the sky. A garden just as vast spread out in every direction with myriad trees and flowers, shimmering like the rainbow. I touched down amidst the flowers and then hummed. So this is how it looks like up close, huh? The Sky Fortress Chaos Breaker that served as Perugia's home. It was a place I had seen countless times floating in the sky, as well as one that I planned to one-up with Arcadia via Project Zenith, but I had to admit that it was still fairly impressive being there in person. Especially considering the 12 powerful mana signatures inside the castle. One had about as much as mana as Orsted did when I first fought him, so that was probably Perugia's. The others, they didn't have as much mana, probably around the level of a king in terms of power. But they were weird signatures that I'd never seen before. A glowing golden light reminiscent of the sun. A weird mana that seemed to shift back and forth from being empty and full. Another that was frozen in place. One that seemed to be coalesced sound waves. Another that seemed like a miniature black hole, somehow. And more that were obscured, but just as weird in that they seemed to be embodying concepts rather than elements. I rubbed my hand on my chin for a bit, thoughtfully considering a few ideas that came to light on seeing those mana signatures. But I decided to shelf them for now and focus on what I was here for. Specifically, who I was here for. It's a bit rude, but I guess there's not really a way to dash. A flash of golden light, immediately followed by the appearance of a young man wearing a white fox mask. His golden hair swayed as he landed in front of me while his pure white uniform came to a stop. Seeing him, I smiled and said, "Ah, that's good. I don't have to knock on the door in person then." The man was quiet for a bit, tilting his head in confusion. "Rudeus Greyrat? Have you succeeded in a forbidden resurrection spell of sorts?" I chuckled and said, "While I wouldn't put it past that person. After all, that guy managed to brute force a physical time travel spell, even if it was flawed. I'm not the one you're thinking of." I glanced at the other mana signatures quickly approaching me and said, "And I don't want to have to resort to violence, so could you tell your master that I'm a visitor from another world who wants to talk to his pupil?" The masked man paused, carefully contemplating my appearance. And then he vanished. An attack at light speed, crossing space in an instant to slash at my blind spot. Formidable, but... I sighed and said, "I would rather not have to destroy a magnificent work of art if I don't have to, so could you stop that?" The masked man's blade, a short knife with a rectangular knuckle guard, strained against the back of my neck. And while I couldn't see his expression, I was sure that he was surprised. After all, most people wouldn't be able to react to a lightspeed slash. Especially one from their blind spot. Unfortunately for him, I wasn't most people. Especially since the time Dad started developing space warping slashes that I had to deal with when sparring him. Rule number 1 of sparring with a member from the Greyrat family: expect to deal with cheap tricks that defy belief. Speaking of which, it seemed like these guys were all familiars. And now that I paid attention to it, there was an intricately woven magic formation threaded into the Sky Castle that let them respawn by saving their consciousness and mana signature. Of course, there was a cooldown time for that since it would take a bit for them to recompose themselves once recalled like that. But since he was being annoying, and since I was on a tight schedule, I reached out towards the magic formation and tugged on a thread of mana. In an instant, the 11 weird mana signatures were dispersed, pulled back into the larger mana formation. At the same time, the large mana signature that must have been Perugia's flared and moved towards me. While that was happening, a thinner mana signature that had been obscured by the others emerged from the depths of the castle. One that was similar to a person I knew very well, but twisted and incomplete. Stella's. I considered whether or not to just head straight there to confirm the hypothesis I had on why being W had been so desperate to kill me and my family, as well as the method to properly defeat him. Before I could decide though, an oppressive aura locked down the space around me. No, it wasn't just an oppressive aura. A gleaming three-dimensional magic formation that completely locked away the spatial dimensions around the Sky Fortress as well as flooded the area with distorted mana that would be impossible for the average person to use. Shortly after that, a magic circle formed directly in front of me before a person emerged from it. A wild mane of silver hair paired with a full beard. A stern face with golden eyes. And a suit of regal silver plate mail with gold trimming paired with a regal black cloak. Perugia Stola. Though I hadn't met him in person, there wasn't any mistaking who the guy could be. Fortunately, he seemed like a reasonable person. Although he was on guard against me, as he should be considering that I just reverse summoned his servants with a snap of my fingers, he didn't seem hostile. Instead, he stared at me for a moment and then said, "A visitor from another world, you said?" A regal and majestic voice. One filled with the confidence of being at the top. Seeing that he was putting on airs, I decided to do the same. Dissolving the manna, dyeing my hair the light brown that I used to have. Allowing the golden light from my magic eyes to mix in with my natural green eyes. And at the same time, unsealing enough of my mana to match his. I straightened and put on the usual Demon Lord routine before saying, "Correct. One who is here to resolve the puzzle your pupil left behind for the past 7 decades. Perugius was quiet for a moment before saying, "Your name?" I smiled and said, "I'm Rudeus Notus Greyrat." "But you?" "You can call me Rudeus." Perugius' eyebrow twitched. My smile grew wider. S.G. It was a miracle. Or should it be called a curse? Decades had passed since her beloved husband had passed. And more still since the passing of Zenith and Lilia. Paul as well. It was a scene that Sylphie thought she would only see in her memories. And a scene that faded more with each passing year. But today, she managed to see them all together. Paul, Zenith, Lilia. And her Rudy, standing all together happy and carefree. No. That wasn't correct. It wasn't her Rudy. Instead. So this is the difference a single choice can make? A woman with the same face. One whose eyes were a bright green in contrast to her own deep red. Like staring at a distorted mirror. After the chaotic discussion and summary of events by Rudy No. By the other Rudy. Not her Rudy. He had a similar face, but his presence, demeanor, and mannerisms were all different. Unlike her timid but courageous husband, that man radiated self-confidence and control. He made jokes and kept things light just like the Rudy that Sylphie remembered. But she could tell. There was a calm analysis in his gaze that her Rudy never had. But in any case, after that discussion, the group had scattered into small groups while that Rudy sorted out affairs on this side to send them back. Which was how Sylphie had ended up in this situation, doing chores around the house with that woman sharing her face following her around. Outside in the courtyard, Sylphie was doing some laundry and washing some spare bed sheets for the guest rooms in case they decided to stay the night or longer. While she was doing that, the woman with her face stared at Sylphie a bit longer and frowned. "It's a bit uncomfortable." Sylphie frowned back at the woman and said, "I should say the same to you." She hung the bedsheet she finished washing onto a nearby clothesline and then stood up to properly examine the woman. The first immediate difference was their height. Sylphie had always been shorter than Rudy. Not only that, but she was smaller up there than Eris as well. It had been a bit of a complex for a while shortly after they married, but Sylphie got over it. But the woman. No, the other Sylphie. Cold and austere. A woman who was roughly the same height as Rudy. One who was bigger than Sylphie both in stature and up there. Not only that, but a woman whose presence was different too. Was it the difference between a knight and a queen? The other Rudy didn't go into much detail about her counterpart's past since their version of the metastasis incident, but Sylphie had a feeling that woman's life had been vastly different from her own. Just a casual glance at the woman's appearance would be enough to tell the difference. Sylphie had her fair share of injuries working as Princess Ariel's bodyguard. But for the most part, her time serving the princess hadn't left any mark save for her white hair from mana exhaustion. Like Sylphie, that woman also looked to have also suffered mana exhaustion in the past, judging from her white hair. But unlike Sylphie, that woman was covered in scars. And scars that could be easily seen considering that she wore a sleeveless blue dress with a low-cut top. Faint lines across her arms, some thin, others large and jagged. Dots in some places that could only be from fangs. A large star-like wound over her heart, and one that was large enough to probably have a matching one on the back. There weren't any scars on her face, but on her neck there was a clear red line that traced all around. Seemingly innocuous, but one that could only be from a razor-sharp blade or something similar. Paired with the fact that the woman's body had clear muscular definition similar to Eris's in the past. Sylphie stared at the woman and then said, "How are you so different from me?" That Rudy said he taught the other Sylphie magic when they were young. And he also said that they didn't split apart like she and her Rudy did. So that Sylphie shouldn't have worked as hard. She didn't desperately try to learn magic and practice so that she could go together with Rudy to Renoa Magic Academy. She didn't work day and night so that Rudy's struggles working as a private tutor wouldn't be wasted. So then, how? That woman clicked her tongue and said, "I wish to know that as well. For a supposed knight, you are far weaker than you should be. Did you give up on everything to settle for being a trophy at his side?" She sighed and said, "How useless." Sylphie bristled and said, "I am not useless." If you say so." That woman glanced at the pile of laundry and then snapped her fingers. A rush of warm wind and light. Shortly after, the laundry flew up and started sorting themselves in the air before landing in a neat pile, freshly laundered. Sylphie froze and then glared at the other woman. That woman tilted her head and said, "You seem angry." Sylphie grit her teeth and said, "Are you just trying to irritate me?" Ever since Sylphie had started doing chores, that woman had only followed and critiqued her. Snide comments, rude remarks. And then to have the nerve to ask if Sylphie was angry. No. Calm down, Sylphie. You're a grown woman. Judging from how old Rudy seemed to be and the fact that Zenith, Lilia, and Paul are still young, that woman must still be young too. Be the more mature person. Just like you've always been. That woman placed a hand over her chest and muttered, "Was I this immature?" Sylphie growled and swung her arm, sending a blast of water towards that woman's face. That woman didn't react. And the moment the water got near, it froze and shattered into crystal dust. Seeing that, the woman shook her head and said, "I guess I should apologize. Rudy will be mad if he thinks I started a fight for no reason." Sylphie narrowed her eyes and said, "So you have a reason to start a fight after all?" "No. It's just..." The woman waved her hand a bit, trying to articulate her words. And then she said, "I'm trying to figure out why Roland's mother would settle for being a simple housewife. He mentioned that his mother was more of a stay-at-home mother, but I didn't think she was this weak. Especially considering the powerful opponents that Rudy faces." She paused. "Or faced, I suppose, considering this is the future." "A future?" "Something along those lines." Sylphie crossed her arms and said, "Weak this, weak that." She clenched her hand against her arm and said, "Do you think I had a choice? If I had the chance, of course I would stand by Rudy's side. But I couldn't." "But you could." That woman tilted her head and stared at Sylphie, as if trying to peer into her soul. "I can see it. You definitely have the same mana that I do, but it looks like you never trained it properly." Sylphie narrowed her eyes. Seeing that, the woman sighed and held up her hands. "I'm sorry. I really don't mean to fight or make you mad. It's just strange." She paused and then muttered, "And I'm a bit jealous." "Yeah?" Sylphie blinked and said, "Jealous? Of me?" That woman had everything Sylphie had wanted to have when Rudy was still alive. The height, the breasts, the ability. Sylphie was sure that if her Rudy was alive and met that woman, he would have fallen for her in no time. And he definitely would have made the first move too. That woman wouldn't have had to resort to tricks to make him remember and fall in love like Sylphie had. But, that woman said she was jealous? A cold wind blew past before an ice chair formed behind that woman. She took a seat and then stared into Sylphie's eyes before saying, "You're lucky. Roland." She paused and then said, "I guess his real name is Sieg." Sylphie's eyes widened and she said, "You know my son?" That woman. "No." The other Sylphie waved her hand and formed another ice chair. But unlike the pure crystal chair she sat on, this chair had a fluffy white cushion that seemed like a cloud. Sylphie tilted her head. The other Sylphie shook her head and said, "Let's start over." She smiled and said, "My name is Sylphie at Greyrat." It might be a bit confusing, so you can call me Phi. Would you please take a seat so we can talk? Sylphie frowned. She couldn't forget all the barbs and remarks that woman had said, but she seemed to be sincere about this. And Sylphie was definitely the more mature woman, so she decided to set that aside. Taking the chair, Sylphie dragged it closer to Phi and sat down. And then she instantly jumped up in surprise at feeling her bottom drenched in water. Sylphie narrowed her eyes. Phi giggled and said, "Sorry. I thought that you might be able to control that cloud." Here! The moisture vanished from Sylphie's bottom. At the same time, the fluffy white cushion on the ice chair turned a bit more solid. Sylphie hesitated a bit, but she sat back down. When she did, it felt like a normal cushion. Not only that, but it was nice and cool too, something welcome on a warm and sunny day like the one they had. Better? I suppose. Sylphie shifted in her seat and gingerly set her arm on her chair's armrests. Contrary to what she thought, despite being made of ice, the chair was just cool to the touch instead of being freezing cold. She traced her fingers along it for a bit before saying, "How incredible." Phi shook her head and said, "It's nothing much. Rudy can do more amazing things than this." Sylphie nodded and said, "If he's like my Rudy, I bet he can." A silence fell between them. A bit of an awkward one, but not tense like before. After a bit, Sylphie broke the silence first. She thought about asking how Phi knew Seek. But in the end, she decided to ask something else first. "Why are you jealous of me?" Sylphie frowned and stared at the woman who looked so much like her but was so different. Taller, bigger, stronger. She had everything Sylphie lacked, so why was she jealous? Phi let out a sad smile and said, "How could I not be jealous? Your Rudy chose you first." Sylphie froze. "What?" She blinked and then said, "Rudy didn't choose you?" Phi sighed. R.M. A small magical research lab at the bottom of the Greyrat Manor. One that Roxy's youngest daughter, Lily, had taken over as her own private lab to work on various projects. At least, this world's Roxy. Roxy herself still had yet to go on a proper date with Rudy, let alone take any steps to be intimate. Although she jokingly introduced herself as Roxy Greyrat, she anticipated that wouldn't come to pass until Rudy had finished a proper marriage ceremony for Eri, Sylphie, and Rika first. Eri was obvious. She and Rudy were, arguably, properly betrothed, so she would go first. Roxy would have personally argued that Sylphie should go first since she was Rudy's first love, but her dear disciple was a man of his word. And he never promised Sylphie to marry her first. Of course, Sylphie would be second then to make up for that. As for that Rika woman, although Roxy disliked it, Rika had made a valid argument about requiring at least a formal marriage in order to maintain the rule over Arcadia. And thus, Roxy would be the fourth and last. But that was fine. After all, she would be the last. Something that she made Rudy promise. So it was fine. And waiting a little for the children to go first was something a mature woman like herself could do. But speaking of children and a mature woman, Roxy took a look around the lab and said, "It seems that you all have been quite busy." The other world's Roxy. Other Roxy? Alter Roxy? Mini Roxy? Mini Roxy. Mini Roxy nodded and said, "Of course. Even if they are not the ones we know, we could not just leave Zenith and Lilia to suffer being separated from their family." Lara, Roxy's potential eldest daughter, nodded. After that, a faint blue mana pulse flashed and Roxy heard Lara's voice in her mind. "We couldn't let both grandmas suffer again when we could help it." Roxy nodded. "That makes sense. Although not the same, it is essentially a second chance." "Right." Mini Roxy looked between Roxy and Lara and frowned. I still do not understand how both yourself and that Rudy can understand Lara. Lily, Minnie Roxy's daughter with the braided twintails, nodded and said, yeah. It's supposed to be the Migard race's special ability. She furrowed her brow and said, Papa was smart and inherited the Laplace factor, but even he couldn't figure out how to talk to Lara like that. Roxy shrugged and said, I could explain it, but we would likely be here for the next week as I delve into the esoteric magical theory behind manamatter and thought energy conversions, as well as the structure of magical formations that ingrain artificial sensory input into physical sensory organs in order to induce mana synesthesia. Lily's eyes widened and she ran around the lab, looking for something. Wait a minute. Big Mommy, wait until I can write notes before explaining it. Roxy blinked. Big Mommy? Lara looked at Roxy and then sent out another telepathic message. Asterisk your mommy, but bigger. So Big Mommy, asterisk. Minnie Roxy furrowed her brow and said, Are you talking with telepathy again, Lara? Ah. Lara blinked and said, Sorry, Mother. It's fine. Minnie Roxy sighed and said, I suppose it's a dream come true to talk to your mother like that. She crouched down and then started tracing symbols into the ground. Lara walked over and patted Minnie Roxy on her shoulder. It's okay, Mother. I still love you even if the bigger mother from a different timeline is taller, bigger, and better at magic. Coo! Minnie Roxy flinched and then started to tear up. Roxy watched the mess unfold and then sighed. Could you take this more seriously? I thought we were going to brainstorm ideas about timeline collisions as well as information about how to defeat Hidegami. Found it! Lily ran back with a worn-out journal and pen. Opening it up, she looked at Roxy and said, Could you repeat that again, Big Mommy? Roxy sighed and said, Just call me Roxy or Miss McGurdia. She wrinkled her nose and said, Big Mommy. It was cute coming from Lily. But it reminded her a bit too much of a few of the deviant Azuran Kingdom students who liked coming to her office just to be punished. Yes. Anything but that, please. Okay, Miss McGurdia. Lily immediately went along with it and said, So, you were mentioning something about induced mana synesthesia. Hey. Lara hooked the back of Lily's shirt with her staff and started walking out the room. What are you doing, big sis? Let me go! You can ask later. Let Mother and Big Mother talk first. But the research. The innovation. This is the first time in history we can learn about magical innovations from another timeline. Imagine the progress. The magic and magic items we could make. Lara dragged Lily away and said, That doesn't mean anything if the bad guy wins. So go calm down first. But I don't want a MMPH. Lara waved while dragging Lily away and said, We will be back in a bit after my little sister has calmed down. Until then, please take your time to know each other, mothers. And then it was just Roxy and Minnie Roxy together in the lab. Roxy blinked and looked at Minnie Roxy. Those two definitely do not take after me, and I highly doubt that any children of Rudy's would act like that. She frowned and said, Just how different was your Rudy? Minnie Roxy pulled over a stool and sighed. They definitely inherited their father's mischievous streak and personality. Roxy flicked her wrist, causing a silver blob to fly out from her sleeve. It rippled for a bit before coalescing into a squishy silver chair. Minnie Roxy tilted her head, staring at the silver chair. Is that an elemental? Roxy sat down and then nodded. That's correct. Mercy, say hello. The chair rippled for a bit before a silver tendril popped out. It stretched in the air a bit and then formed into a sign. That sign rippled again and then words started to appear. Hello, Mini Master Roxy. I'm Mercy, the Metal Spirit Lord. Nice to meet you. Minnie Roxy blinked and then said, Metal Spirit Lord? Roxy waved her hand. It's a long story. But in any case. She crossed her legs and said, Before we discuss about being W. Or Hidegami as he calls himself, we should clarify the differences in our worlds. Specifically, beginning with Rudy. Minnie Roxy nodded. I agree. But before then, if you do not mind me asking. Yes? Minnie Roxy frowned and then said, how did you get bigger? Magic? I am asking seriously. Roxy blinked and said, and I am replying seriously. Healing magic can be used to induce growth if applied with a proper vision in mind and meticulous targeting. Of course, it does not work overnight. But with a carefully designed regime consisting of proper diet, exercise, chest massages. You seem confused. Minnie Roxy slowly nodded. I see. She sighed and then said, Rudy must have been even more ridiculous in your world than here. Chapter 170, The Silent 7 Stars, 7 Decades Past. It was a hypothesis that had been reinforced by attempts across the years. Nanahoshi Shizuka could not return home until a certain event had come to pass in the future. Since the time she last saw Rudeus, Perugius and his familiars had worked in tandem with her leftover research to attempt to resolve the issue preventing her teleportation device from operating. But the result was the same. An unknown force culled the spell before it could reach completion. At the same time, the magic circle used cracked, splintered by an unknown force. And so Shizuka. Nanahoshi waited. So as to not contract another unknown disease and risk death, she remained frozen in time, waking up less and less across the years so as to preserve her life. And like that, the world moved on, time racing past in the blink of an eye. The acquaintances from the past grew old and vanished. Her friends slowly disappeared one by one as well while their children grew up. Zenoba, Cliff, Rudeus. One by one, they vanished. Even Rudeus, who Nanahoshi thought might be crazy enough to develop a magic spell to extend his life so as to not leave Sylphie and Roxy behind. But Nanahoshi endured. It was lonely, but in the end, this wasn't her world. Her life was back on Earth and with Akito. Although it was sad to have all her friends vanish, that was going to be the case anyways once she left. So Nanahoshi waited. The only constant in her life was Perugius, who continued to search for a solution to the problem she and Rudeus faced on that day and gave her routine updates every time she awoke. That was the fate of the Silent 7 Stars. Slumbering in frozen time and waking only to find the world had passed her by while she waited for a miracle. No. It was an inevitability. Even though it seemed unlikely. Even though it seemed like she was just trusting in the future that might never come to be like those people who put themselves in cryostasis. Nanahoshi waited. Rousing to take her medication and hear just how much more the world had changed since her last awakening. Living a life that seemed more dream than reality. That day, she roused from her slumber again. Like always, she slowly opened her eyes and took in the bleary room. A pristine marble room of pure white, reminiscent of a hospital room. Golden torches illuminated the surroundings while large windows showed the endless skies. A view that sometimes made Nanahoshi question if she hadn't already died and gone to heaven. But after a few moments, the familiar gnawing hunger from the after effects of time's top started and she got a grip back on reality. Taking a deep breath, she blinked away the fatigue and turned around to look at Tsukiokoto and thank him as usual. But the familiar masked man was missing. Huh? Nanahoshi blinked and realized that it wasn't just him missing. Miss Silverl was usually there with a fresh meal to help Nanahoshi and Tsukiokoto recover. But the familiar golden-haired woman with her bird mask was nowhere to be seen. Instead. So this is what Stella looked like before she was reincarnated, huh? A voice that Nanahoshi could never forget. But at the same time, an intonation far too different from the one she remembered. Nanahoshi blinked and rubbed her eyes, wondering if she wasn't dreaming. It was a vivid memory still fresh in her mind. Sylphie and Roxy showing up to tell her that Rudy had passed away. That they thought she should know, being the last of their friends still around. Nanahoshi remembered that. She remembered it clearly. The anguish and grief in their eyes that made it evident it wasn't a prank or mistake. But, the man standing in front of her. Familiar light brown hair. Clear green eyes. An annoyingly handsome face that was wasted on a pervert like him. A fancy gray robe just like that guy had taken to wearing after he joined up with Worsted. Rudeus Greyrat. Rudy. The man who gave his life to pull herself, Akito, and their friend Seiji out of the way back on Earth and was reincarnated here. A dear friend to whom she entrusted her future. It was impossible for him to be there. He was dead. And even then, he wouldn't have appeared like that, still looking like he did when they first met. And when that sliver of doubt appeared in her mind, Nanahoshi saw reality for what it was than what she thought. Yes. It wasn't him. Although the man looked similar, he was too different. Too many subtle differences that added up to a clear divergence. Instead of a staff or the magical prosthetics, the man had a sword. The robe she thought was gray turned out to be a pure white cloak over a pristine white uniform with a fancy art embroidered over the chest. The familiar light brown hair turned out to be white as well, only appearing brown because of the torchlight. And those emerald eyes weren't the familiar pure green, but were mixed with gold. Not only that, the pupils were wrong. Normal instead of the changed ones he should have from his demon eyes. Even so, Nanahoshi thought the man looked too familiar. Even if it was a descendant, that guy just looked way too close to Rudy. Like a palette swap in a game or something instead of a different person. Ah. The Rudy lookalike shook his head and said, sorry. This is probably a shock, all things considered. He let out a warm smile and said, I promise it'll all make sense soon though. Probably. A calm and casual demeanor. But also one filled with confidence. Different from the somewhat awkward air that Rudy had. That realization was enough to finally draw Nanahoshi out of her thoughts and take stock of the situation. Specifically, the fact that her caretakers were gone and the one to greet her was someone who had the face of a dear friend long departed. Nanahoshi immediately raised her arm, priming the various magic rings she wore for self-protection. Who are you? And how did you get here? The man chuckled. Who am I? That's a complicated question to answer. The same with how I got here. If we went into detail, we'd probably be here all day. But to keep it brief. He smiled and held out his hand. My name is Rudeus Greyrat, visitor from another world. Although it's by chance, I've a lot to talk with you about, Shizuka-chan. Specifically. After saying that, he shifted into Japanese and continued. I want to confirm and revise a few of the hypotheses and theories you worked on with Rudeus and Perugius about returning to Earth. You see, I believe you've all missed a crucial piece of the puzzle. Not that I blame you. He laughed and said, it's one that was left in a different box, after all. Nanahoshi stared at the man. At Rudeus Greyrat. The fact that he spoke Japanese gave him some credibility. The fact that he specifically mentioned Earth added more. But even then. No. Although this could potentially just be a fever-induced dream due to a flare-up from the mana drain syndrome, especially since it made zero sense, she had to acknowledge even the slightest possibility it might not be. That this was reality, and that she was truly meeting a Rudeus from a parallel world who had somehow reached her in the distant future. Nanahoshi was hesitant. There were still too many odd points. Like how Perugius wasn't here and how neither Silverl or Sukiyakoto were here either. Not to mention the fact that this Rudeus was so different. His physique, demeanor, and mannerisms reeked of a person used to standing at the forefront of power. Similar to Orsted and Perugius. And Nanahoshi was concerned too about Hidegami. If this might be a ploy by turning her into one of his apostles using a vision of Rudy. But. Rumble. A loud and roaring growl from Nanahoshi's stomach. She froze and felt her face heat up. Clutching her belly, she desperately wished that she still had her familiar mask on to hide behind. Especially when that guy started to laugh. Nanahoshi glared at the man. Sorry. The man calling himself Rudeus Greyrat chuckled and said, You're definitely her. A bit grouchier and more cautious, but there's no mistaking it. Nanahoshi gave the man a blank stare and said, Pleased to meet you as well. The man. Nanahoshi decided to call him Notice to distinguish him in her mind. Notice smiled and then waved his hand. The moment he did, a table materialized out of thin air, stocked with platters of fresh sashimi, rice balls, and a bowl of what couldn't be anything else but miso soup. Not only that, but there were some soda cans, donuts, pizza slices. Nanahoshi blinked and then said, "I must be dead." She slowly walked towards the table and picked up a soda can, tilting it back and forth. She cracked it open and watched it fizz before looking at the other food. "That's the only way this makes sense." Notice laughed and said, "If that's throwing you for a loop, just wait until we start talking multiverse theory." "What?" "Exactly. N.S. Nanahoshi had a massive headache. On the bright side, she didn't feel the usual gnawing ache inside her body from the mana drain syndrome. But on the downside, nothing made sense. Notice chuckled and reached out as if grabbing a cup. And the moment he did, a glass of what was definitely coffee from the smell, color, and steam emerged. "Don't think about it too hard, Shizuka-chan. Your head might explode." Nanahoshi narrowed her eyes and said, "Don't call me that. Just call me Nanahoshi." Notice chuckled and said, Right. Bad habit." Nanahoshi felt her eye twitch and then took a breath to calm herself. They were still in the room where she usually woke up from her stop time. That sterile white room at the bottom of the Sky Fortress. Except, now there were a pair of plush modern lounge chairs in the middle of the room, along with a small coffee table between them. After some prodding, it was where Nanahoshi and Notice were seated to have their in-depth conversation. Chic, modern furniture. Furniture that Notice had pulled out from thin air in a way that was impossible. It defied the laws of physics. You couldn't create matter out of nothing like that. And even if you could convert mana into matter or magic it, there was no way that he could do it instantaneously like that without a chant or magic formation. Huh. Notice sipped on his coffee and said, "You two really are similar." "Here." He reached out to set something down on the table in front of Nanahoshi. Nothing was in his hands, and nothing was on the table. But the moment that he stopped moving his hand, a steaming styrofoam cup of hot chocolate appeared. Instantaneously. Not piece by piece, but wholesale as if it had been there the entire time. Notice smiled and said, "This should help you calm down." Nanahoshi gave Notice a blank stare and said, "I can't have anything with mana in it." Notice tilted his head and said, "There isn't any mana in that." He paused and said, "Well, it's technically made from mana. But that mana's been converted into raw energy and twisted back into atomic matter before recomposited into corresponding molecules and materials." "What?" Notice waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about it. And besides, I don't know what weird disease you have that's preventing you from incorporating mana into your body, but as long as I'm here it can't do anything to hurt you." A completely self-centered and arrogant statement. One that felt like it had no basis whatsoever. But seeing as Perugius hadn't showed up to stop him, that meant he was either an accepted guest or strong enough to have defeated Perugius, which meant that Nanahoshi didn't have a choice in the matter anyway. After a bit of thinking, Nanahoshi sighed and picked up the cup to take a sip. Even if it was poison, at least she could enjoy herself a bit first. A warm and familiar taste. Smooth chocolate and just a bit of cream. Not too sweet, not too bitter. Nanahoshi didn't drink much hot cocoa back on Earth, but if she did, she imagined this would be the perfect blend for her. Which was strange, considering that she had never met Notice before. And that was the other thing. Nanahoshi set her cup down and then frowned, staring at Notice. "You said you were from another world. I still haven't decided whether or not to believe you on that, but assuming that's the case. Is there a me in your world as well?" It was the only way that made sense. Notice kept referring to her and how she was similar. And in a close and familiar way too. Not like a friend. Did that version of her fall for him or something? And he had called her Shizuka-chan as well. Notice chuckled and said, "You could say that." She's not you like you are now, but I definitely know a version of you very well. Nanahoshi's frown deepened and she said, do you enjoy being purposefully cryptic? Notice smiled and said, a little. I can see why Pierre does it now. Who's Pierre? It's complicated. But in any case. Notice held up his left hand and stared at his wrist. And the moment he did, a wristwatch popped into existence. Again, made zero sense. But Nanahoshi was starting to become numb to the fact that the man seemed to be breaking all the known laws of physics and magic. We're running out of time, so I'll get to the point then. He looked at Nanahoshi and said, to directly answer your question, yes. You're my baby sister, actually, Shizuka-chan. Nanahoshi froze, mentally parsing that latest bit of information. She was Rudy's baby sister in another world? It was possible. She did hypothesize that there was a chance she had been reincarnated like Rudy, but simply died as an infant without gaining her bearings. But then again, she had her physical body here. And she hadn't died. At least, she didn't think she died? No, Rudy said that he saved them, and she remembered being pushed out of the way. But then, was that Shizuka that Notice knew actually her? It would explain why the transportation circle failed. If her soul was split across time, then it was impossible for her to return to Earth. It would also explain why her body didn't change. Perhaps it was the soul's memory of the physical form causing a matching body to exist? And yet, that didn't account for the fact that she could get sick. But, okay. Definitely the same person. But you can relax, Shizuka-chan. Nanahoshi blinked, snapping out of her train of thoughts. And then she frowned and said, what do you mean? If that's true, then it changes everything. The reason why she couldn't go home. The reason she was stuck in this ageless body. The reason why the future seemed to be changing the past. Notice shook his head and said, I'm not sure what you're thinking, but if it's something along the lines of having your soul split, that's wrong. And you would know this how? Nanahoshi crossed her arms and said, I've tolerated a lot, but unless you have concrete evidence on this, you will have to excuse my disbelief. Notice hummed and said, I could show you, but my gut's telling me that messing around in this time too much is gonna bite me in the butt. At least right now. He rubbed his chin and said, I can tell you that my baby sister got properly reincarnated since she vividly remembers getting hit by a car and splattering. Well, she didn't tell me that, but judging from the PTSD she has with blood and viscera splatters, that's probably the case. Nanahoshi paused to consider that. But then she shook her head and said, even then, it doesn't eliminate the possibility. Rudy recalled saving them, and Nanahoshi recalled being pushed, but that was it. After that, she had found herself in this world. But there was definitely a small gap. It was possible that she had died and lost the memories due to trauma. Notice nodded and said, true. What did Rudeus say to me again? I think he mentioned a bit about the divergence between us two. Ah. He smacked his fist into his palm and said, right. You were saved by the me in this world before you got tripped into this world, right? Yes? Nanahoshi slowly nodded and said, I have a question on what you mean when you said Rudeus spoke to you, but continue. Well, that didn't happen to my baby sister. He placed his hand on his chin to think and then said, I think she mentioned she had a fight with her boyfriend or something that day. Akito? Something like that. Nanahoshi nodded. It was the same then. So. But then he got mad and stomped off. At that time a truck ran past a red light, so she ran forward to push him away. As a result, she died while he lived. That wasn't what happened? Nanahoshi remembered that she was the one who got mad, and then protected by Aki as the truck came. But, that version of her protected Aki? Notice tilted his head and said, judging by your expression, I think you believe me now? Nanahoshi sighed and said, believe? No. But I'll accept it as a plausible explanation. Great. Then let's talk about parallel universes. I beg your pardon? Come on, we won't be getting anywhere at this rate without that baseline. It won't take long. And I also want to pick your brain a bit about theories. I'd ask my baby sister, but she's still a toddler, so her brain isn't up to task even though her mind is. Oh, and we should probably talk about Hitagami too, and the possibility of divine power crossing multiple dimensions as an extra-dimensional constant or phenomenon. Maybe souls as well. Chapter 171, When You Wish Upon a Star. A picture of the extended Greyrat family. On the left, Lilia and Zenith in either their late 40s or 50s. On the right, grown-up versions of Norn and Aisha. Rudy in the back with his 3 wives in front of him. Roxy, Sylphie, and then Eris. Then beneath them, their children. 2 from each wife. For Roxy, a pair of daughters with matching colored blue hair that took a lot after her instead of Rudy. For Sylphie, a son and daughter. Her son had green hair like Sylphie did in her youth, paired with green eyes like Rudy. As for her daughter, she had Rudy's brown hair but Sylphie's red eyes. For Eris, there was also a son and daughter pair. A cool-looking son sitting in the front with crimson hair like Eris and green eyes like Rudy. A cute daughter with crimson hair and a wide happy smile. Stella stared at the worn-out picture hanging on the wall and tilted her head. So this is Onii-chan and everyone in the future, huh? With everyone going out to do their own thing, Stella had taken it upon herself to do some exploring around the house and see the differences. And out of curiosity, she went to check the room that should have been Onii-chan's in the house. Surprisingly, it still was. But it was also really different. Stella took another look around the room and frowned. Was the Onii-chan here that different from Onii-chan? It seemed like the Rudeus here was the sentimental sort. Well, considering the room was untouched despite him passing a long time ago, maybe it was Sylphie and Roxy that were the sentimental sort. But in any case, there was a room with a pillow made from Treyant materials. An eerily detailed figurine of mini Roxy that reminded Stella of those otaku figures back at home. A desk with various books and some prop-up picture frames of the kids in that first picture Stella looked at. Stella walked over to look at the picture frames and said, Onii-chan here was really a dad, wasn't he? It was just like a typical salaryman's room. Pictures of the kid, work documents, a few trinkets here and there. Nothing like Onii-chan's room. This place seemed like it had definitely been lived in and gone through a lot over time. But the room of Onii-chan back at home. Stella felt that a lot of it had to do with the fact that Onii-chan had an inventory magic to keep stuff with him, but Onii-chan's room was really empty. Like here, there was a desk and some books. But a majority of the room was taken up by a really big and comfy bed with a lot of pillows and super fluffy blankets. There was also a wall-length mirror and a big closet. But there weren't any pictures or anything like here. Stella stared at a picture of Sylphie's daughter in a wedding dress standing next to a young man who looked a lot like Cliff before shaking her head. Maybe I should get Onii-chan to take more pictures. She had heard that a lot of bad things happened to their family here too. And although Onii-chan made a pendant with a fake picture of them all together, a real family picture would be nice. Onii-chan with Eri-ne-chan, Sylphie-ne-chan, Roxy-ne-chan, Roland, Eos, and Aina. Rika-ne-chan too, since she and Onii-chan definitely had a thing even if they were trying to be professional about it. Norn-ne-chan and Aisha-ne-chan. Mom, Mama Lily, and that weirdo that was Dad. And her too. Everyone was back together now. At least, as soon as they headed back home. So it would be good to get a proper picture done. Especially before Onii-chan and his Arrow wives started getting kids. After all, that picture of the other Onii-chan's family was already super cramped, so Onii-chan's family picture was definitely going to be. Wait. Stella paused and then went back to the picture, carefully taking a look at it. And then she went to the pictures on the table and looked through those as well. But where am I in the pictures? She understood why Dad wasn't in the pictures since he apparently died in this world earlier on, But didn't Laura call me Auntie Stella? She mumbled to herself and then frowned. Mom and Mama Lily had been cagey about it too. And it was weird how the other Sylphie and Roxy had reacted to her when she showed up. Meh. Stella shrugged. Oni-chan will explain it. Probably just some weird time travel things. And speaking of time travel things, Stella started rummaging through the books again and muttered, if this Oni-chan is like Oni-chan, he probably has a journal too, right? Oni-chan had mentioned starting one for his future kids and stuff, so if this Oni-chan was anything close to the same. Not here. Stella sighed. Of course. Oni-chan always puts it somewhere safe, so this Oni-chan would too. Wait. She paused and took a look around the room. Oni-chan was a cheat and had a secret compartment with him all the time. But since this Oni-chan was more normal, he probably would have kept it at home instead. Somewhere secret and safe. So. Stella narrowed her eyes, carefully scanning the room. At the same time, she said, can you tell me if there's any secret room here, Win? I think you should just wait for your big brother instead of digging around. But yes. It's in the wardrobe. Stella blinked. In the wardrobe? She looked over to it and frowned. Really? The wardrobe looked a lot smaller than the one that Oni-chan had back at their home. Just a small stand-up wardrobe that looked like it maybe held 3 or 4 suits. Yes. The wardrobe. There's a hidden area behind it. But I think you should stop snooping around, Stella. You might see things you'll regret. Stella rolled her eyes and said, I've seen so many pictures of Arifune-chan at this point that it doesn't matter anymore. She walked over to the wardrobe and opened it up. After that, she tapped on the back wall before pushing it, causing the wall to swing open like a door. As Stella walked through, she said, how bad could it dash? She immediately shut her mouth. The space behind the wardrobe wasn't very big. Just enough for a person to step inside and stand. It was just a small closet, really. But what was inside the closet? Anatomically correct figures of a mature Eri-chan and Sylphie-chan. One of a smaller Roxy-chan too. Folded pieces of lacy cloth that Stella prayed were just handkerchiefs and not what she thought they were. And then plastering the walls. Stella felt her face heat up and she quickly backed out of the room, slamming the wardrobe shut. See? SS shut up, Win. Stella rubbed her face, trying her best to calm down. What the hell was wrong with this world's Oni-chan? Was he a pervert? No, he had to be a mega pervert with a secret place like that. Oni-chan did it a lot with Arifune-chan and Eri-chan, but he definitely wasn't like that. Was this world topsy-turvy? The Sylphie-chan and Roxy-chan in this world didn't seem as lewd as the one Stella knew, so maybe the Oni-chan here made up for that. No, maybe this Oni-chan wasn't a reincarnator like her Oni-chan? Right. That had to be it. The Oni-chan here must have just taken a lot after Dad. After all, that guy was a creep who felt up his own granddaughter, so if an Oni-chan was born, who took after him? Yeah. That made sense. Especially since he definitely seemed to be a lolicon since he married the Roxy-chan here who still looked like a high school student at best. You should see the shrine in the basement then. EW. Please, stop. Stella shook her head and shivered in disgust. I'll just be grateful that Oni-chan isn't a perverted creep. She'd take the headache-inducing ultra-competent Oni-chan over the mega creep in disguise Oni-chan here, thank you very much. But in any case... Stella walked out of the room and shut the door behind her. After that, she looked around the house. It was empty. Stella could see Sylphie-chan and the other Sylphie-chan chatting outside, and she could see Roxy-chan's mana along with some other mana emanating from the basement. But there wasn't anyone actually in the main part of the house except for her. Dad had taken Mom and Mama Lily out for a walk, and Oni-chan still wasn't back yet. Not only that, but Fai and Wada were hiding because they said they felt the spirits in the world staring at them. Leo was hiding too, since the Leo of this world wanted to fight him whenever he poked his head out. Stella paused, realizing something. Hey Win. Yes? Stella walked over to the main room and flopped down on the couch. After that, she frowned and said, how come you're okay talking with me and helping me out like this when the others can't? Faint green light shimmered beside Stella before Win appeared. Unlike how she usually showed up, the wind elemental appeared as a mature woman with long green and gold hair, wearing a flowing green dress. Gently sitting next to Stella, she said, that's because I'm special. There's only one of me in existence, even though there's a lot of you and Lord Rudy. Stella tilted her head. What do you mean? Win let out an enigmatic smile and then reached out to pat Stella's head. Don't worry, Stella. That just means that I'm going to protect you no matter what. Stella pouted and said, I'm really starting to hate people giving all these cryptic explanations and words, Win. Win laughed and said, it'll make sense eventually, Stella. She smiled and said, for now. Just think of me like the hero's guiding fairy. A guiding fairy who let the hero see that? Win smiled and said, I told you you might regret it, didn't I? Stella rolled her eyes and said, whatever. Meanie. Win giggled. Stella sighed and leaned back in the chair. Just when his Oni-chan dash. The sound of shattering glass, followed by a howling wind. Stella jumped out of the sofa and instinctively flung a cushion at the noise. Gah! Rudy stumbled, the cushion sticking to his face. After taking a step back, the cushion floated away from him before hovering in midair. He eyed it and then tilted his head. What the heck? A pillow cushion? Stella blinked and then growled. Oni-chan. You can't just pop into places like that. Rudy looked over at Stella and then said, oh. Yeah, sorry. He glanced at the surroundings and said, must have miscalculated a bit. I meant to pop into the courtyard. Guess the time bubble I may cause space to be a bit wonky. Time bubble? Rudy waved his hand and said, long story. Involves you, but you'll probably faint if I explain it right now. Not to mention that I think the being W from this world is catching onto us now, and I'd rather not test the theory of whether or not I'm considered an extra-dimensional threat that will trigger an existential pruning mechanism by the world. Not that it'd really do anything to me, but dash. Stella pinched her nose, staving off the budding headache. After that, she waved her hand and said, whatever. Just take us home already. She huffed and said, I miss my room. And Nor-Nachan. And Aisha-Nachan. And everything making sense instead of this topsy-turvy ice guy or whatever. Rudy pulled out a pocket watch. Pocket watch? When did he carry a pocket watch? Rudy glanced at his pocket watch and then fiddled with a few knobs on it. After that, he nodded and said, should be synchronized now. We'll need to pop back here later to get rid of being W for good, but it doesn't have to be right away, so dash. Please stop with the exposition and just take me home, Oni-chan. Rudy laughed and then scooped Stella up in his arms. Stella blushed and said, hey. Put me down. Not when you're being so cute, Emudo. Besides, I like this side of you more than your weird paranoid side I just had to deal with. Huh. Don't worry about it. Now. Rudy took a look around and said, I'd like to meet my extended family here at Orsted, but I think that might set off a few ripples that we shouldn't, so let's pop around to grab everyone, say goodbye to this world Sylphie, Roxy, and Roxy's daughters, and then head home. Finally! Stella nodded and turned back to the couch. Come on, Win! Let's get going. Win? Rudy paused and looked over at her. Win waved and said, nice to see you again, Lord Rudeus. Rudy narrowed his eyes and said, you aren't some hidden child of mine that happened to be popping across timelines to save the world by safeguarding Stella, are you? Win laughed and said, no. But we've known each other for a while. Rudy blinked and tilted his head. And then his eyes lit up in recognition and he said, ooh. I was wondering why a wind spirit looked so much like a dryad. You're actually Dash. Stella tugged on Rudy and said, actually what? Don't you dare do another cryptic innuendo or implication, Onii-chan. Rudy laughed and said, we'll talk when we get back. You always say that. But you never explain anything. You and Pierre too. I'm supposed to be a hero, right? How's a hero supposed to hero when everyone dash? Time's running out, Stella. Hold on tight. Keeps why wait Anakin. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you on the next one.